Hello everyone. We are going to start with learning AutoCAD. Okay, and in this particular set of sessions, we are going to cover total, we can say 28 videos, in which we'll be learning in detail about how to use AutoCAD and how to perform well in AutoCAD. And this training session will help you to perform well in the industry. And after this training session, you will be able to create almost all different types of drawing inside AutoCAD. The training session of this particular training session will not be focusing over a particular topic like mechanical CAD or civil CAD or electrical CAD. This is more about general usage of AutoCAD, or you can say general application of AutoCAD. So anyone from any stream, from any field can come and watch this particular video, and you can understand how to use AutoCAD in a best possible way, and you can use AutoCAD for your own application. Now, to start with this video, for this entire series, we need to do some basic setups in AutoCAD, and we need to also understand the basic UI of AutoCAD. Now, for that, you should have the software installed in your system. Now, I can go to Start menu. I can go to All Apps. If you're using Windows 11, this is how it's going to look like, because this is the latest operating system as the time of this recording this particular video. Now here I can go for All Apps, and in that I can choose Autodesk. Now I'm using AutoCAD 2022. Okay, so here AutoCAD 2022 will be written. Anyone who is using AutoCAD 2007 and above can follow along, because everything will be the same, because we are going to use all keyboard shortcuts and everything. So anyone using AutoCAD 2007 and above can follow along with this video. Now here inside this you will find AutoCAD. You can simply search AutoCAD in your search bar, and you can even start AutoCAD from there. So first step is starting AutoCAD. Now it might take a while to start AutoCAD or to get the welcome screen of AutoCAD. Now once AutoCAD is started, we need to start a new file, and we need to do some basic settings so that for all of us AutoCAD will behave in a similar way. Now once AutoCAD is started, I'm using the maximize button to maximize or make it full screen. Then I'm clicking on new to start with a new file. Now because I have not done any settings, it is asking me to choose a template, and I'm choosing the default template, and I'm clicking OK. You can choose any template you want, and then you can click OK, and then AutoCAD will start in the default setting. Now first thing what we are going to do is we are going to do some default settings for AutoCAD, so that next time onwards whenever AutoCAD is starting, it should be in a proper way. The first thing what we are going to do is, you can see over here we have this area. This is known as command prompt window. Over here on the left, we have X and Y, which is known as User Coordinate System or UCS. Below that, we have Model tab and Layout tabs. Okay, and here on the right, we have various options which are related to drafting settings. Then here on the top, we have Command bar, which are again having multiple settings. And because you might have different version of AutoCAD, you might get different kind of layout present over here. Now, if you're not having any of these, or if you're not having a proper display of AutoCAD, what you can also do is you can go to Start, you can go to All Apps, AutoCAD, and you will find one option here called Reset Settings to Default. So if you have used AutoCAD earlier, you might have done any settings. This will reset all the settings to default. And while doing that, you should make sure the AutoCAD is closed, and then you can select that option that without any backup. Now, once you have started with AutoCAD, the first command we are going to run inside AutoCAD is startup. STARTUP. So startup is the command we are going to run, and this is not a command, it's a system variable. More about that later in the video. So as of now, we are going to run the startup command, and we are going to enter the new value for startup as 1. So now what this will allow me to do is, this will allow me to select whenever I go for a new file, it will give me this create new drawing window, and from here without any template I can start a drawing. Okay, so this is the benefit of having the startup command. Now I can change the color. I want my background to be black, so I'm right clicking anywhere on the background, going for options, going for display, colors, and here we can say 2D model space, uniform background, and I want the color to be black. Okay, again I'll repeat. I'll right clicking on the display, blank area anywhere, options, then here I can go for colors inside the display tab. Then I can choose 2D model space, uniform background, black. Once that part is done, okay, you can see the background is now black. Now we need to do few more settings. We'll go for drafting settings known as DS enter. So we are going to press DS enter, and here we are going to go to object snap, and we are going to click on select all. So this is going to happen if you are using or you have installed AutoCAD for the very first time. You have to make sure all the options are selected. We are going to discuss about everything in the later part of the video, where we are going to look about various things. Now here in dynamic input, we are going to deactivate the 2, okay, and also this too. So all 4 options in dynamic input will be deactivated for this set of tutorials. So here I'll click OK, and now my general setup of AutoCAD is done. Now, along with general setup, I also wanted to show you how you can use AutoCAD for general purposes. Like if you want to zoom in, zoom out, how to do all those basic, how to interact with AutoCAD. That is what we are going to see next. Now, to understand that, what we can do is we can click on this icon, the AutoCAD icon itself, which is known as application button. Then we can click on open. Then we can go for sample files. Then we can go for installed sample files. Okay, so we don't have to click on the button itself. We have to click on the arrow, then install sample files, then install sample files. And from this list, we are going to go for database connectivity. And here we are going to select a floor plan sample, and I'm going to click on open. It will give you a message that it's a read-only file. You can click on yes. So here we can see there is a floor plan which is already created in AutoCAD itself. Now, as I have told you before, the software, the training which I'm going to give you is not really specific to civil or really specific to mechanical stream. It is in general training in which you will be able to learn AutoCAD. Now, if I take my mouse anywhere and if I scroll means you can use the middle button of the mouse to scroll the scroll wheel of the mouse. If you scroll the wheel forward, you will zoom in. If you scroll the wheel backward, you will zoom out. Now, depending upon where your mouse is, for example, if my mouse is in this area and if I scroll, I will zoom to this area. Okay, if I zoom out, again, I'm coming out from that area. If my mouse is in this area, if I scroll, I will scroll into this area. So, keeping in mind the location of the mouse is also very important if you want to be good in navigating with AutoCAD. Now, once you have zoomed in, if you want to, look certain part outside the screen, you can press the middle button and move the mouse. Now, by doing that, you're actually panning. So I'm pressing the scroll button and moving the mouse, and by doing that, I'm actually panning. So this is all for this video, in which we have generally understood how to interact with AutoCAD, how to start AutoCAD, and how to do a basic setup of AutoCAD. Now, from next video onwards, we will be learning how to use different set of commands in AutoCAD. Hello and welcome to the second video of the video series in which we are going to learn the basics about AutoCAD. Okay, now in this particular video we are going to understand the 3 different form of input inside AutoCAD. So this is a very first video in which we are going to actually interact with AutoCAD. Now, if you haven't seen the previous video, I would recommend you to go back and see the previous video. I'll link that video in the I button so that you can actually go back, or I even link that previous video in the description below so that you can go to the previous video and you can do the basic setup, so that for all of us the entire video procedure will remain the same. The first thing what I am going to do, and you can also do if you want to do this particular part, that is like I want to increase the size of the text here which is written over here. Like type a command, whenever we use command prompt window, I want to make it a little larger so that all of you can see and it is more readable. So for doing that, I can right click in the blank area of screen, and it is something which I am doing personally for myself so that you guys can see it. It is not really necessary for you to do that, but if you want to experience that, even you can try to do the same. Now here I am going to right click on the blank area of the screen. I'm going to go for options. In option, again in the display tab, I'm going to click on fonts. Okay, again in the display tab, I'm going to click on fonts. Now once I click on fonts, I can choose different font style. I'm not going to choose a different font style for now. I'm just going to choose or I just want to make it a little bold, so I'll choose bold, and I want to give it a maximum height, that is 14 over here. Okay, so here I'm choosing the font style, here I'm choosing bold, and here I'm giving it a maximum height possible. Now this will affect the command line window font. So here I'm clicking on apply, close, and here again apply. Make sure you click on apply and then click on OK. Now the command prompt window, the text inside the command prompt window is now a little larger and can be more easily readable. So that is the main reason behind setting up the size for the command prompt window. Now in today's video, okay, we are going to understand how to use different form of inputs. Okay, so in today's videos we are going to understand different form of input like relative rectangular input, again we are going to use something like relative polar input, okay, and we are going to use ortho input. Okay, so this 3 type of input we are going to learn in today's video. Now, for learning this type of inputs, we are going to use, or we are going to understand line command as well. Okay, we are going to understand line command as well. Now, let's start with this type of input. Now, it might be possible that some of you who are viewing this particular video will already be experienced with AutoCAD or will already have some idea with AutoCAD. I would request you to follow along and don't skip a part, because this, believe it or not, you will learn something new inside this particular video series. Okay, every second is important, everything is very important, and I'm creating shorter video as possible. Okay, so I want you to have proper attention and please follow along so that you can properly understand what I am trying to explain you inside this particular set of commands. Okay, now starting with the first input, that is known as relative input. Now, before we start with any form of input, let us start with creating a line inside AutoCAD. Now, if you want to create a line, okay, first of all, we need to understand what we are dealing with. Now, this black color space is my drawing area. So whenever I want to draw something, it will be in this particular space. And this mouse, what we have here, is known as crosshair. Okay, so I'll just zoom to the mouse, and this mouse is known as crosshair. Now, crosshair is typically used for defining the position on the screen, or basically the location of the mouse in this particular area. Now, here on the left, what we have is something called as UCS, or user coordinate system, okay, which will not be very useful for us as of now, because our video comprises of basic usage of AutoCAD. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start creating line. Now, for creating a line, the command is L, enter. Now, L, and then we have to press enter for line, or you can type LINE, line again, for the entire thing to work, or else you can click on the line command here as well. I would recommend you to go with a keyboard shortcut, because this video series is made on AutoCAD 2022 version. You might be either using a version which is lower than AutoCAD 2022, or you might be using a version which is higher than AutoCAD 2022. In that case, I would recommend you to go with keyboard shortcuts, because keyboard shortcut is going to work right from 2007 version of AutoCAD for the entire series to all the versions which are going to come after 2022 as well. Okay, so please use keyboard shortcut, and that will help you to increase your skills and your productivity while using AutoCAD. Now, to create a line, I'll press L, and you can notice I have not clicked here before pressing L. Now, many people have a habit of clicking in this area before you start typing, so you don't really need to do that. And here, this is not case sensitive. Okay, this is not case sensitive, so it is not like you have to type L in lowercase or N in uppercase, or for more basic or in more basic terms, you don't have to type N in capital letters or N in small letters. So it is fine with it. Okay, you can type L however you want to. So if I type L and then press enter, so it will start line command for me. Now, anytime you want to start a command, you have to press enter. Okay, now this will start the respective command you have entered, and anytime you want to cancel a command, you have to press escape. Okay, there is an escape key on the keyboard on the top left corner. So if you press escape key on the keyboard, that will cancel the command. If you want to start the command, you can press L, enter again. Now, once I start the line command, we can read the statement carefully. Using AutoCAD is more or less like a question answer game. Now, if you can understand the question given by or prompted by Autodesk AutoCAD itself, like if you are able to understand the question, okay, and if you are able to give the correct answer, that means you are able to use the AutoCAD software properly. Now here, likewise, when I started the line command, the software is asking me that specify the first point in the window. So here, what I can do is I can specify the first point anywhere I want to. So let's say I want to define the first point here, and now you can see the definition of the first point is completed. Now it is asking me either I can specify the next point, or if I had make any mistake, I can go and choose undo, okay, for defining the first point again. But let's say I'm happy with the first point, I want to go and define the next point. So I can just simply click anywhere I want to define the next point. Okay, now this is like what I'm doing is with the clicks. Okay, now here again it is asking me to specify the next point. So again I can go anywhere and click to define the next point. Okay, now we can notice there is one more new option which is introduced. Either I can specify the next point, or I can use close, or I can use undo. So let's say I want to define the next point again. I'll come to those options as well. So here I'm defining the next point somewhere here on the screen. Now I have defined 4 points. Okay, now I have defined 4 points on the screen. Again, now this will continue until and unless either I should close or I should press escape to cancel the line command. Now let's say again the software is asking me to specify the next point, and here what I'm doing is I'm clicking on this first point again for my next point. So here you can see a box which indicates the end point, okay, and this end point is basically the location of the next point. So here I'm clicking on this box and you can see my next point is defined. Now if I am happy with my construction so far, I can press escape. That will take me out of the command. Now if I'm not happy with the last point, okay, if I'm not happy with the last point, I can choose to do undo. Now for doing undo, either you can type here undo, U-N-D-O, or what you can also do is you can type U and then you can press enter, okay, or else if you're using a version which is higher than 2013 of AutoCAD, you can also go and click on undo. Now why you can type only U for undo? Because here U is capital for undo. Okay, so whatever is capital, you can type here to execute that particular option. So if I type U and then press enter, it will undo the last step for me. Okay, now likewise for close, okay, for close, I can type C enter, and that will give me the respective diagram. Okay, now in this diagram, we have no measurements given to the object. Okay, in this particular diagram, we have no measurements given to the object because we were just simply clicking out somewhere randomly on the screen to create this particular diagram. Now let's say I want to create a line with the proper measurement, with the proper units. So what I can do, okay, to create a line with proper measurement and proper units, I can use one of the first input, which is known as relative rectangular input. Now, for using relative rectangular inputs, the input should be, the way of input, or you can say the syntax should be @ the distance in X, comma, distance in Y. Okay, this is how I can use the relative rectangular input. It's very simple. Okay, it might look a little complicated, but it's very simple. For example, I'll start with line, L enter. I'll define the first point somewhere over here. Now, what I want to do is I want to create a horizontal line of length 100 going on the right side. So what I'll do, I'll type @, okay, @ here, and then I'll type distance in X is 100. So that is my line length should be 100, okay, in X direction, comma, my line length should be 0 in Y direction. Okay, so in X direction, the distance between the points will be 100, and in Y direction, the distance between the points will be 0. If I press enter, I can see a line of length 100 in X direction. If I'm happy with the line, I can press escape. Okay, so this is how I can create a single line in X direction with a length of 100. Let's try the same thing in Y direction. I'll start with line again. I'll start with this point again. Now here I'm typing @ distance in X direction as 0 and distance in Y direction as 100. Okay, distance in X direction as 0 and distance in Y direction as 100. So if I type 0, 100, I can create a line similarly in Y direction of length 100. Okay, now what if I want a line in both the direction of length 100, you know? So I'll go for line again, I'll enter. I'll click here, and this time I'm going to type @ in X direction 100, comma, in Y direction also 100. Now if I do that 100, 100 in both the sides, so you can see I'm getting a line which is 100 in X and also 100 in Y. So just to clear the picture, so if I just put this line over here, and how I'm doing this, we are going to understand in the later part of the video. So this is how it is, you know, the X direction line of 100, the Y direction of line of 100. Okay, let's say we'll try to make a rectangle now. Okay, we are going to try to make a rectangle now. The rectangle size will be, let's say 100 by 50. Okay, for example, I want to make a rectangle, okay, which is of size of length 100 and of width 50. So this is what I want to achieve. Like I want to create a rectangle of size 100 by 50. Let's try to do that inside AutoCAD with relative polar input. So here I'll go for line. Okay, now I'll specify the first point here. Okay, a first point, then I'll put @ the length of 100 in X, comma, the length of 0 in Y. So I got a line of length 100. Okay, then I can type again @ the length of 0 in X, and the length of 50 in Y, because the next line is of length 50 and that is in Y direction. So again I'm getting a line of length 50 in Y direction. Now let's review the diagram again. Now the next line what I have is of length 100 again. Okay, the next line is of 100 again, which is again in X direction. So let's try to do that. So here I'm going back to AutoCAD. I'll typing at the rate 100 in X direction, comma 0 in Y direction. Okay, now you can notice something, that the line, rather than going to the left, it is going to the right. So I'll undo the last step, and for doing that I also press Ctrl Z for undo. Then again I'll type at the rate. This time I'll type negative 100, comma 0. Now this way my line will go in the negative X direction. And then finally, to complete the object, I can use close or C enter, okay, to close this particular object. So here I have a rectangle from a line command itself, which is of length 100 by 50. I'll give you some practice assignment, okay, and if you're following along this video, try to also use this practice example, okay, to make yourself better with AutoCAD. Now this was known as relative rectangular input. The next form of input is called as relative polar input. Now in relative polar input, we can give angles. Okay, in relative polar input we can give angles. So it will be like at the rate, then we have to write the distance. Okay, it doesn't matter it is in X or Y. We have to write the distance, and then we have to give the angle sign. Now the angle sign inside AutoCAD is above the comma. So you have to press Shift and then press the comma button for the angle sign, and then you have to type the angle. Okay, now let's try making the same object again. Okay, let's try making the same object again, but now with a different style of input. The command will remain the same. The command is line, L enter. Now after pressing L enter, it is asking me to specify the first point. I'm clicking and specifying the first point here. Okay, the first point has been specified here. Then I'll type at the rate. Okay, then I'll type at the rate. Now the length of the line is going to be 100, then the angle symbol, and the angle of the line is going to be 0. So I'll type at the rate 100, angle of 0, and then I'll press enter. So now I can see there is a line of length 100 with an angle of 0. Again I'll type at the rate, the length of the line is 50, angle of 90. So here I'm defining the line of length 50 and the angle of 90. Okay, again I'll type at the rate 100, but this time the angle of 180. Okay, but this time the angle of 180. You can review this video if you want to, view it again. So angle of 180, and then I can close it. Okay, now the basic fundamental of AutoCAD might be a little boring, or you can say might be not very exciting. Okay, but this is very important to understand the different form of input, so that we can be very productive while we create any drawing inside AutoCAD. Okay, so this was the second form of input, which was known as relative polar input. Don't worry about if you are not getting the idea about inputs, because I'm going to give you some practice drawing, and in the next session of AutoCAD I'll be solving those practice drawings for you. Okay, so that we can all understand how we can apply this particular set of commands in real drawings. Okay, so that is all will be given. Now as we move towards the last form of input, that is known as ortho input. Now this is something which we need to turn on by using the key F8. So this is function key 8. Okay, so we have F series button next to escape. We have F1, F2, F3, F4, F5, F6 and so on. So we have to press F8, okay, to turn the ortho mode on. Now this can be turned on before or while in the command. Okay, for example, I'll go for line. I'll start with the first point here. Okay, now you can see the line is floating freely in the environment. Okay, so if I press F8 button of my keyboard, now if you are using a laptop, your F8 will be assigned with multiple functions. So you can also use this button, okay, this option here, to turn on the ortho mode. Okay, I'm pressing F8 and you can see here there is a prompt that is ortho mode is on. Now we can see the line is going only straight. Now what I can technically do is, with the help of mouse, I can show the direction in which I want to create the line, and then I can press the value. For example, I want a line of length 100 in this direction. So I'll just type 100 and I'll press enter. So I don't need to type at the rate and all. So for creating straight lines, ortho is the best mode. Okay, now let's say I want to go, I want to create a line of length 50, okay, in the vertical direction. So here I'll type 50 and make sure the mouse is showing the vertical direction, and I'll press enter. Again, I want to create a line length, this time of 50 again. So I'll type 50 here and 25 here, then 50 here, and then close. Okay, so we can create different form of diagrams, different types of diagrams, okay, by using this option itself. Okay, that is ortho mode itself. Okay, so these were 3 different input modes what we have learned inside AutoCAD. Okay, and these are pretty important input modes. Okay, so I would recommend you to go along and follow along with this input mode, and I'll be just showing you the practice drawing now. So for this 3 modes, you have to create these 3 diagrams. So one by one, I'll show you the diagrams. Okay, and what you can do is you can take a screenshot, or you can look at this diagram from the screen and then try to create. Now this rectangle is very similar to what we have done before, and you have to use relative rectangular inputs for this diagram. Okay, you have to use relative rectangular input for this diagram. Similarly, for this diagram, okay, you can use rectangular mode plus ortho mode. I don't want you to use ortho mode for the first one, but for this you can use relative rectangular plus ortho. Okay, don't be worried and don't get confused. This is not something which is related to mechanical drawings or civil drawings or anything like that. This is just for understanding AutoCAD. Okay, just for understanding what you can do with AutoCAD. Then here in the last diagram, you can again use ortho mode as well as polar mode to get this diagram ready. Okay, so I want you to use ortho as well as polar mode to get this diagram ready. So I hope all of you have got my points clearly. Okay, if you have any doubts or any suggestions, you can type in the comment section below. Okay, and in this video description, I'll be linking a link to the first video, and I'll be segregating all the videos in a series so that it will be easier for you, or basically in a playlist. Okay, so that it will be easier for you to go to my channel and see all the videos in that same playlist. Okay, so thank you everyone, and I hope you have got a brief idea about how to use AutoCAD in this session. Thank you once again. Okay, hello and welcome back. And in this video, this is the 3rd video of the video series in which we are learning how to use the AutoCAD software in the very basic way. Now in this video, I'll be completing the assignments which are given in the previous video. So if you haven't seen the previous video yet, or if you haven't if you doesn't know how to make this kind of diagrams, you can simply go to the previous video and understand those commands first, and then come to this video to see the solution. Now in this video, I'm going to explain you how to make all the 3 assignments one by one. That is the first one known as relative rectangular, assignment made with relative rectangular. Second, where I'm allowing relative rectangular along with ortho, and the third one where I'm allowing polar with ortho. So okay, so all the 3 assignments need to be done now. Now I'll explain you all the assignments one by one. So first of all, I'm doing some settings which you might not have to do. Okay, you can start with the basic screen of AutoCAD, and you can even follow along what I'm doing. You can even try to do it alongside with me. Now for the solution of the first example, I'll start with line. Now as we have discussed in the previous session, we can start with line whenever I want to or wherever I want to. I can click here to start with line, and here I have told like I don't want to use ortho. So if ortho is on, I am going to deactivate ortho. Now here the software is asking me specify next point. So the next point will be at the length of 75. Okay, as mentioned over here. Okay, and it is horizontal. That means it is in x direction. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to type @100 in x, comma 0 in y. Okay, so that indicates I want to create a line of length 100 in x and 0 in y. Okay, so if I press enter, so I'll get a line of 100 in x and 0 in y. Similarly, now I want to create a line of, let's say, the length of 40 in y and 0 in x. So what I can do is always x first. So I'm going to type 0, comma 40. So this will indicate I want to create a vertical line of length 40 in the y direction. Okay, now I'm going to type -100, comma 0. Okay, this -100 indicate that I want to create a line in x direction, but it should be in the negative x direction. So it should not go on the right side, it should technically go on the left side with a value of 100, and in y direction it should go with a value of 0. Okay, and finally I can use the close command. Okay, either I can click on it or I can type C enter to close it. Okay, when I'm in line command. So this way I can complete my first diagram, okay, which is related to this one. Now I have taken the value of 100. Okay, you can take the value of 75 in place of 100 to complete the diagram, which will match the same input. Now only thing is I have to change my input. For example, I'll start with line again, and here I'm going to specify the start point. Then I'm going to type @75 in place of 100, comma 0. Then I'm going to type @0, comma 40. So this is a quick revision. And then I'm going to type let's say -75 this time, comma 0, and then close. So this way we can complete this diagram in no time using only relative rectangular input. Now I know most of you will say that ortho is much easier for this kind of diagrams. Totally agreed. This was just for the practice. Okay, technically whenever you face this kind of diagrams in future, you're going to use ortho mode to make this particular diagram. Now to delete any object, I can just simply select it. To select, I can just click on the object. Okay, this way I can select the object and I can press the delete button on the keyboard. So delete button you will find on the keyboard. So you can use the delete button on the keyboard. Now coming to the next one, that is this diagram I am allowing you to use a rectangular mode as well as ortho mode. Now I'll start with the basic thing first. I'll start with a line. Now I want to create a line of length 80 and that is a horizontal line. So I'll just start ortho and I'll create a line of length 80. Now I want to create a line of length 20 vertically above. So I'll just type 20 here, giving the direction with the mouse and typing 20 here. Now the next line what I want to create will go 20 up at 10 on the left. Okay, you can see over here it's going 20 up and 10 on the left. The first thing we are going to notice how much it is going on the left or on the right. That is in x direction. So it is going on the left by 10. So x is minus 10 and it is going up by 20. So y is positive 20. So here I am going to type at the rate. You can keep ortho on while doing this. I am typing negative 10 in x comma 20 in y. So I got this line perfectly created here. Okay, now I want to create a line of length 60. So I'll create a line of length 60. Then I want to create a line again of length minus 10 and minus 20. Okay, now depending upon the start point, if you're starting from here, okay, if you're starting from here, it will be positive 10 and positive 20. Okay, but because I'm starting from here, it will be negative 10 and negative 20. So here I'm defining at the rate minus 10 comma minus 20. If you make any mistake while making a diagram, you can always go or undo the previous steps and then start with the new steps again. Okay, now I can start again. I can simply close the diagram to complete this diagram off. So this way I can complete my entire diagram, which is made from relative, rectangular and ortho mode. Now many of you might have a question like, if I want to see the measurements like the way I have shown here. So you don't really need to worry about seeing the measurements as of now. Okay, in future sessions I'll be explaining you how to get the measurements as well. Okay, but for now you can just follow the measurements and create the diagram by yourself. Okay, the next diagram here will be created with polar as well as ortho. So again, it's a very simple diagram. Again, we'll try to create a line first of all of length 40. So here I'll start with the line of length 40. Then I want to create a line of length 40 at an angle of 45. So here I'll type at the rate, the line is of length 40 and the angle is of 45. As simple as that. Okay, so whatever inputs I have, I'm just following those inputs. Now I want to create a line of length 40 again with the angle of 90, or else I can simply, ortho mode is on, I can just take the mouse in this direction and type 40. Now I want to create a line in this direction of 40. I can simply type 40 here. Now for the next line, I want to create a line of length 40 again, but this time the angle will be minus 45. Now if I give minus 45, technically positive 45, I'll just turn off ortho for a moment, will go in this direction. So the negative 45 will go in this direction. So if I press enter, this is how I'm going to get the line. Okay, so I have to type negative 45 plus 90 in order to get a line here. So I'm going to type at the rate 40 is the length, angle minus 135. Okay, that is negative 45, that means here. Okay, plus 90, that is here. So that is negative 45 plus 90, that is 135. So that is what we're going to type here. So once I do that, I get a line here, and then finally I can use close to close this off. So this is how I can complete the diagrams which are given in the first assignment. Okay, now if you want, you can practice this again, and if you are having any problem, you can again review the video and try to follow along and try to complete the diagram and try to understand the steps which are used to complete the diagram. Again repeating, it is not very specific to civil or mechanical. It is something which is very general in terms of AutoCAD. So I'm not using any example which is related to civil or mechanical. I'm just using the examples which are more or less very important for understanding AutoCAD. Okay, thank you everyone. Hope you are doing in a proper way, and we will meet for the next video with a new command called circle. Hello everyone, and welcome to the fourth video of AutoCAD series, in which we are going to understand how to use AutoCAD in the most basic way. Now basically I hope you are now familiar with like how AutoCAD works, or how exactly we need to create drawings in AutoCAD. This is I'm saying on behalf of the first three videos which I have explained In the first video, I have explained you how to do some basic setups of AutoCAD. In case if you missed that video, I'll link it in the description and in the I button as well. In the second video, I have explained how to use line command and different form of input, which are going to, the form of inputs are also going to used under different commands, like the command which we are going to learn today. In that command as well, we are going to use different form of inputs. And in the third video, I have given you some assignments in the second video, which I have already completed the assignments in the third video. So in case if you missed any of that, please go back and watch those videos and then come to the fourth one. Now, enough of introduction for the day. Today, we are going to start with the next command called circle. Okay, now circle itself is a very important command in AutoCAD, and especially for any type of designs, we cannot always rely on line for creating all the designs what we need. So circle is like a very important tool for us in case of creating any form of design. So first let me explain you what is circle, because for line there is no such explanation needed. The line is just a object between 2 points. Generally we say it like that. But for circle we need some explanation, like we need to know certain basic properties of circle. Now if I explain you about circle a little bit, so this is a circle. Okay, now we can assume that this is a center point of my circle. So I'm just roughly creating it somewhere here on the screen. Okay, so we can clearly assume that this is a center point of my circle. Okay, I'll just delete this one and remake it here somewhere. It will be easier. Okay, so we can assume that this is a center point of my circle. Okay, the distance from the center till the boundary of the circle, this is known as radius. Okay, distance from the center till the boundary of the circle is known as radius. Boundary of the circle is also known as circumference. Boundary of the circle is also known as circumference. Distance between any 2 points inside a circle is known as chord. Okay, or we can say a line between any 2 points inside a circle is known as chord. A same line passing from the center, this is known as diameter. If the same chord is passing from the center, is known as diameter, or we can say diameter is the biggest chord of the circle. Okay, any object touching a circle at a single point and passing away is known as tangent. Any object touching a circle at a single point and passing away is known as tangent. And same, if I say any object, it can be literally any object. It can be a circle as well. Okay, so this circle and this circle is tangent to each other. This line and this circle is tangent to each other. Okay, so this was a basic introduction about what is circle. Now let's see in AutoCAD what we can do with circle. Now first of all, for line the command was L enter. So you can take your guess for circle what will be the command. Okay, you can pause the video here and you can type your inputs in the comment section below. What will be the shortcut key for circle command? If you have done typing, I'll explain you now. For circle, the short key is C enter. Like for line, the short key is L enter. For circle, the short key is C enter. We can type C enter to start with the circle command itself. Okay, now inside circle, in line we don't have really any methods or anything to deal with. Okay, but in circle we have 5 methods. First method is known as center radius method. Okay, first method is known as center radius method. This is also known as center diameter method. Okay, this is also known as center diameter method. Like either I can provide radius or I can provide diameter. Okay, second method is called as 3 points method. We are going to discuss in brief about all the methods. Third method is known as 2 points method. Fourth method is known as tan radius method, which is also known as tangent radius method. And the fifth method is known as tan method. So that is tangent method. So we are going to discuss about all the 5 methods of creating the circle, and after which I'll be giving you some assignments in which you will be actually using all the 5 methods of the circle. Okay, so let's start with that. So for circle, the first command is center radius method, or the first method is known as center radius method. Okay, now whenever I'm explaining you anything inside AutoCAD, always keep an eye on this command prompt window. Even while practicing, I would recommend that always keep an eye on the command prompt window, because as I told you in the first video itself, AutoCAD is more like a question answer game. You will enter a command, you will start something in AutoCAD. AutoCAD will ask you certain set of questions, and if you are able to answer those questions properly in form of inputs, then you will get the desired object created wherever you want to, and how big or how small you want to, you can get that object ready on your screen. So that is how AutoCAD is going to work. Okay, so for circle, as we can see here, the command is C enter. So I'll just zoom to that part so that you can see what happens after typing C enter. So here I am typing C enter. So now there is a statement in command window. It is asking me that specify center point of circle. So let's do that. I'm not going to read the statement after or for now. It is asking me to define the center point. I'm defining it anywhere I want to. Let's say I want to define the center point here. So I'm defining it here. Now it is asking me to specify the radius of the circle. Okay, now it is asking me to specify the radius of the circle. So now I'm going to specify the radius. Let's say I want to create a circle of radius 50. So I'm simply going to type 50 here and press enter. So now we can see there is a circle which is created, okay, which is having a radius of 50. Okay, if you're not able to follow along, give some time, do some extra practice, and then continue with the video. Okay, so it will be easier for you. So because you're totally, I'm assuming that you're totally new with AutoCAD or new with any form of software, so it might take a while for you to understand, but don't give up. Give a try. At least for the initial basic part, you have to be very focused, very attentive. Okay, and after the basic part is completed, then for the advanced part, it will be very easy for you to follow along. Only if the basics are clear, the fundamentals are great, then only you can continue or focus on the remaining part. Now let's try creating a circle with a diameter input. Okay, now question for all of you. You can even answer yourself in the comment box, and you can even see the answers which are there already in the comment box. Okay, so a question for you: if a circle diameter, if a circle diameter is 112, then what will be the radius of the circle? So it's a very simple question, I believe, for many of you. Okay, but I want to see some answers in the comment box. Okay, if the circle diameter is 112, what will be the circle radius? Okay, now you just need to simply type the answer in the comment box. So that will explain me that you know the difference between the diameter and radius, or how diameter and radius is formulated. Okay, now let's say I want to create a circle of diameter 112. So what I'm going to do is, I'm not going to figure out what is the radius. I'm going to type C enter, circle. As usual, it will ask me for specifying the center point of the circle. So I'll specify the center point. Now it is asking me to specify the radius, but in this condition of the diagram, I don't know the radius, I know the diameter. So what I'm going to do, where the software is asking me to specify the radius of the circle, and it is giving me an option of specifying the diameter. Okay, so for diameter, as usual, we are going to type D, enter. Now why D over here? Because if you notice, D is capital for diameter here. Either you can write entire diameter over here, okay, or you can simply type D, which will also work in a very similar way. And as I told you before, uppercase, lowercase doesn't really matter for us over here. Okay, when we are typing anything in the command box, it doesn't matter if I'm typing capital L or capital D or small d, it's in uppercase or lowercase, it doesn't really matter. Okay, so here I'm typing D and then pressing enter. Now the statement is specify diameter of the circle. Okay, specify diameter of the circle, and here I'm entering the diameter as 112. Here I'm entering the diameter as 112, and I'll press enter. So now I can see there is a circle which is slightly bigger. I know the reason why it is slightly bigger, not very big, because here the value was very big, 112. This I'll explain you in the next video. If you're not able to get what is the difference between diameter and radius, for the assignment video, I'll explain you that part as well. So this is how you can create a circle with a radius or with a diameter. Okay, now let's assume another situation in which I have a triangle made with the help of lines. Now this is very simple. What I did is very simple. I just initiated the line command, that is by pressing L, enter. Now one very important tip here, okay, please note everyone, that whenever you start a line, whenever you want to work in AutoCAD, always keep one hand on the escape key. After every command, it is good if you press escape, and it is fine if you press it multiple times. I'm totally okay with it. Okay, but at least make sure you pressed escape. So in between commands, make sure you press escape, because otherwise the software will not recognize that you have completed the command in many cases. So keep a habit from now. Okay, keep a habit from now, so that will eventually become your habit in the future. Okay, so I'll start with circle again. Sorry, I'll press escape first and then start with line again, and I'll create a line like this. So here what I've done is simply I've created a line with the help of 3 points. Okay, now for line, you cannot simply click anywhere on the screen. You have to start line command, and I hope that you might have got it if you have done the practice in the previous one. Okay, so now I'll type circle, C enter. Okay, now again the software is asking me for the center, but in this condition I am not sure where the center is going to lie. Okay, so before I do this, I'll give you a special output, like what exactly we are looking at. So I want to create a circle here which is passing from the 3 sides of the line. So let's say this is my triangle, and here I want to create a circle passing from all the 3 sides. Now in this case, we can figure out the location of the center. Okay, there are formulas, there are conditions to figure out the location of the center based on these 3 points, but I don't want to go into all those things. Okay, we are using AutoCAD to make our work easier, not to make it more difficult. Okay, so here the software is asking me specify the center, but our condition says I want to create a circle of which circumference passes from all the 3 points. Okay, so for that I'm going to activate this method known as 3-point method. And to activate the 3-point method, I'm going to simply click here and type 3p. You don't even need to click there. Okay, I'm just saying like that, but yeah, you can simply type 3p here. Okay, to activate 3 points method. So now the software is asking me to specify the center, but in case you don't know the center, you can read the statement beyond the OR condition. If you don't know the center point, you can specify either of these 3 things. Either you can specify 3 points, or you can specify 2 points or tangent radius. Okay, so here I'm specifying 3 points. I'll press enter. Now the software is asking me specify first point on the circle, and it can be randomly in any order. So first point, let's say it's going to be here. Okay, second point, let's say it's going to be here, and I'm going to click. Okay, I'm not clicking and dragging anytime. In AutoCAD, you don't have to click and drag. You just need to click and click. You don't have to hold the mouse button. Okay, and then here I'm clicking for the 3rd time. So what I have done here is I've created a circle passing from all the 3 points. The software has asked me first point, second point, third point, and I have defined those first point, second point, third point randomly. Doesn't matter in whichever order you define, the circle is always going to remain the same. Okay, so that is how you can create a circle passing from 3 points. Okay, so I hope you got this particular example. Let's try to create a circle passing from 2 points. Now in this case, I'm deleting the remaining object. I'm keeping only 2 lines on the screen. Okay, and I want to create a circle which is passing from 2 points or 2 endpoints of this line. So in this case, I don't really have the 3rd point. So I'll go for C enter circle. And by now you might have already understood which method we are going to activate. So here again, the software is asking me for the center, but I don't really want to figure out the center. Okay, and I don't really have 3 point as well. So I'll go for the next one, that is 2 points. So I'll type 2p, enter, that is for 2 points. Then the circle will ask me for the circle command will ask me for the first point and then for the second point. So I'm going to define those 2 points over here. Okay, so this is how I can create a circle passing from the 2 points. Okay, this is how I can create a circle passing from these 2 points. Okay, so I hope you got the idea about how to create a circle from 2 points. Now, okay, let us continue with the next method, which is known as tangent radius method. Okay, let us continue with the next method, which is known as tangent radius. We have already seen how to use center radius method. Okay, in that case, we should know the center and the radius, or the diameter, like either the radius or the diameter. Then we have already seen how to use the method called 3 points, in which we should know from which 3 points the circle is passing. We don't need to know the center or the radius. Similarly, it goes with 2 points. Like if you know the 2 points from where the circle is passing, you don't need to really define, the center and the radius again. Now this time I want to create circle, let's say tangential to 2 of these lines. So let's say this line as well as this line. So I want to create a circle tangential to 2 lines. So I'll go for circle, C enter. I'll go for tan radius, that is T. Okay, we can see over here, specify center point. I don't know that. I don't even have 2 points. I don't even have 3 points. I want to go for tangent radius. So I'll press T. Then it is asking me specify point on an object for the first tangent. So we don't know where exactly the tangent is going to lie. I'm simply clicking anywhere on this object. Specify point on an object for the second tangent. So here I'm clicking anywhere on the second object. Then it is asking me for the radius. Let's assume the radius to be 20. Then the circle is automatically created here. What if I define a bigger radius? So let's say I'll go for C, enter again, circle, tangent radius, clicking here for the first tangent, clicking here for the second tangent. It is not compulsory that you should click in a similar order. Okay. Now I'm specifying the radius of 40. You can see the circle is moving outside. Okay. So same thing is going to happen with you also. Okay. So I hope you are clear with how to use tangent radius method. Okay. And the last one is, if I want a circle tangential to all the 3 points. Okay, if I want a circle tangential to all the 3 sides, so for that we can use the last given method known as tan radius method. Okay, now the problem here is, if I go for circle, we know it is asking for the center, we know it can ask for 3 points, it can ask for 2 points, or it can ask for tan radius, but there is no indication of tan or the last method. So for that, what you can do is, rather than pressing C, enter, okay, rather than pressing C, enter, what you can technically do is, you can go to the home tab here, then go to the draw group. Okay, in the home tab, go to the draw group. Here we have a circle command. Okay, we don't have to click on circle command, we just need to click on the arrow, okay, below circle command. If you highlight each one of them, let's say center, radius, okay, so it will give you some basic information that you need to define the center and the radius. If you highlight center, diameter, it will give you some information like you have to define center and the diameter. Again, if you activate 2 points, it will give you some basic information of 2 points with some good diagrammatic representations like how 2 points can be used. Same goes with 3 points. Okay, same goes with tangent radius. Okay, now let's say I want to create a circle which is tangential to 3 different objects. So in that case, I can use the method here called tan. So if I click on tan, I can click on this as my first object, I can click on this as my second object, I can click on this as my third object. So here I can create a circle which is tangential to 3 objects. Again, I can activate the same method. I can click on 1, 2, 3. So here again I have a circle tangential to 3 objects. So it's very simple. So as of now, I was just explaining you how to use different commands, or like how to use circle command for that matter, and different methods inside the circle command. Now for your assignments, okay, for your assignment, I'm going to give you this assignment now. Last time, I hope you have already completed with this assignment. If you haven't, please go back and complete this assignment because this will be necessary. Okay, for the next assignment, you have to create this diagram. And here I have written with which method you are going to create it. So here you can see this is a symbol for diameter. You have to create a circle which is of diameter 52 and a circle of radius 20, which is 70 away from center to center. So you have to create this diagram. This will be the first diagram. This is the second diagram. This is by 3 points. Okay, again you can take a screenshot, or you can pause the video and take a screenshot for those 2 diagrams if you want to. So this is 3 points. You can create a circle passing from the 3 points. Okay, this is 2 points. So you need to create, this is very similar to what you have done over here, you know. So if you have created this, okay, so the entire construction is the same. Only thing is I have added a circle here, which you can easily create with 2 points. Similarly, here you have to create a circle with tan radius. So here you can see there is a similar diagram to this one. Okay, similar diagram as of this one. And what you have to do is you have to create a circle tangential to 2 objects, here of radius 20 and here of radius 10. Then here we are going to create a circle which is tangential to 3 geometries, 3 lines. And the condition for this circle is going to be similar like this. Okay, so it is not really difficult for you to make. And in the next video, I am going to explain you how to make all of these. Okay, one by one. So don't be worried about it, but give your try. Try your best in terms of using AutoCAD, and I can guarantee you by the end of the session, which is like 28 videos long, by the end of that session you will be able to do almost everything you can do by professionally learning AutoCAD. So if you learn AutoCAD professionally from any institute, okay, you can do the same thing like this way. Okay, so if you learn AutoCAD from here. I can guarantee you that. Okay, so please give your feedback in the comment section below if you have any. Okay, and meet you in the next one. Thank you very much. Bye bye. Hello and welcome for the next video. In this video, we are going to understand the practice diagram given in the previous video, which I have given after completing the circle command. So as we have learned inside circle command, we have learned 5 methods of creating circles: center, radius and diameter method, 3 points method, 2 points method, tan radius method, and tangent method respectively. So what we are going to do now is we are going to use all the methods one by one, what we have learned in the previous video, and then we are going to create all the diagrams which are given as an assignment. Okay, so we'll be starting with the first one here. So in this case, I have to create 2 circles, one of diameter 52 and one of radius 20. So it is very important to read the diagram in a proper way. So here this symbol indicates the diameter symbol. Okay, I'll just zoom to that. So this symbol indicates the diameter symbol. Okay, and this symbol indicates the radius symbol. So whenever you see R, that means the radius, and whenever you see this symbol, phi symbol, that means it's a diameter. Now basically diameter is double of radius. So in this case, if the radius is 20, the diameter is 40. Okay, in this case, if the diameter is 52, the radius is 26. Okay, now here the center to center distance between the circles is 70. So what I'm going to start with is a line. So I'm going to create a line, I'll enter. Now it will ask me to specify the first point. So let's say my first point of the line is here. Okay, I'll just do some basic settings. You don't have to do this. Okay, so here I'll create a line. I'll make sure my ortho is on so that I'll get straight line. Okay, and I'm creating a line of length 70. So here a line of length 70 is ready. Okay, if you have missed the video in which we have learned how to create lines with ortho on and off, you can just go to the part 2 of the series and then you will understand line command as well. Okay, every video link will be in the description below. So you can go and check any video you want to check from the series so far. Now here I'm going to create a circle of diameter 52. So for creating a circle, okay, let's say we'll start with a circle of radius 20 first. So we'll start with circle. For circle, the command is C enter. Okay, as we remember. Now here it is asking me for the center point of the circle. Okay, so I'm going to define the center point of the circle here at the end point of the line. And now you can see my circle is getting created. Okay, now it is asking me for the radius of the circle and I'm going to define 20 over here. So once I define 20, I have a circle of radius 20 now. Similarly, if I want to create a circle of diameter 52, okay, if I want to create a circle of diameter 52, again I'll do C enter, circle. I'll click on this point, this corner point, okay, as a start point or the center point of my circle. Then it is again asking me for specify radius of circle. But I have also explained you how to give diameter. So one thing what you can do is you can change or you can calculate the value, that is 52 is the diameter, then 26 will be the radius. Otherwise, you also have an option of entering diameter. So either you can specify the radius or you can press D enter, okay, because D is capital over here, remember. Okay, and then we can specify the diameter of the circle, that is 52 directly. So this will remove any form of calculation from the software itself. Okay, now I'll delete this line because the creation of the line is done. Okay, now this particular diagram is ready. Only thing missing here is I have not defined dimensions and I have not explained you how to create dimensions and all. Okay, but wait for the future videos, you will also understand how to create this kind of dimensions and everything. Okay, so I hope this first diagram is clear. Okay, now let's move to the next one. In the next one, I have to create a circle passing from 3 points. Okay, so for that, first I want to create this triangle. Okay, that is a triangle with the length of 30 and 30, and this will be pretty easy to create. I'll start with line. I'll create a line here, ortho is on. So here I'm creating a line, vertical line of length 30 and then horizontal line of length 30. And then I want to close it off. So I can press C for close. Now you might say C is for circle as well as close. How it can be possible? Like how C enter is available for both the commands. See, close is only happening when I'm using the line command. So if I'm inside the line command, then C is for close. But if I'm not inside the line command, then C is for circle. Okay, as simple as that. So here if I want to go for close, I can press C and press enter, and here close is happening. Okay, because I was in the line command. Now if I press C enter, now it's a circle because I'm not inside the line command, right? Now here I have to specify the center point, but in this case we don't really know where the center point is going to be. So in this case, what we know is the circle is passing from these 3 endpoints. So for that I can activate this method called 3p. For activating that, I can type 3p enter, and now it is asking me for the first point. So I'm defining the first point here. Now it is asking me for the second point, defining it here. and now it is asking for the third point, defining it here. So this way I can create a circle passing from the 3 points, and it is very easy. Still we don't know the radius, still we don't know the center. So if you don't know center, radius or diameter, you can use this option 3 points. But for that you should know at least 3 points from where the circle is passing from. Okay. Now coming to the next one, 2-point diagram. Now for this you have to remember the previous diagram which we have completed. Okay, this diagram. So it is very similar to this one. Only thing is the line over here is a little shorter. Okay, so what we're going to do first is, because circle is going to be the secondary thing, we are going to first create the lines. Okay, so this will give you a quick revision about line command as well. So I'll start with line again. From here, I'm creating a line of length 80. Then I'm creating a vertical line of length 20. Then I want to go up by 20 and on the left by 10. So what I can also do is I can go up by 20 technically, and I can go left by 10. So I'm just giving you a different approach of creating these lines. Once I have done with this, I can simply connect it here to the endpoint. Okay, and then I can delete these 2 lines. Even this way, this is a possible way of creating this line. Now again I can go for line, I'll enter. Okay, and here I'm defining a length of 18. Now I want to do the very similar thing on this side. Okay, so I'll go for line. If you are an advanced user, if you already know Mira, you are free to use that, no problem in that case. But if you are a basic user, try to follow along. So here the first point will be here. Okay, the second point will be with a height of 20. Again, this time I'll go with a different approach slightly. So I'm going on the right by 10 and up by 20, and then connecting this line here. Okay, and then deleting this 2 lines. So any which way you want, you can create. Okay, you can also use relative rectangular input system, which we have learned in the previous video, or you can also do it like this way. Okay, so here I've defined the length of 18, and now I want to create a circle passing from these 2 points. So in this case, again, we don't know the center, we don't know the radius. So again, I'll go for C, enter. This time I don't even know 3 points, I know 2 points. So I'm going to type 2P, enter. Then I'm going to define the first point and the second point, and as we can see over here, my circle is created passing from 2 points. Okay, so this is how we can create a circle passing from 2 points. Okay, so it is very simple to create a circle passing from 2 points. Now in the next diagram, it is very similar to the one which we have already completed here. Okay, and you might already remember how we have completed, but still I'll go for a quick revision on how to make this one first. Then only we can create a circle like this. Okay, so first of all, I'm creating a line of length 40. Okay, what you can also do is, to make it a little easier, I'm starting from this vertical line. Okay, so I'm creating a line of length 40. Then I'm creating a line of length 40 again. Now next line will be again a 40, but an angle of 45. So I'm typing @40 at an angle of 45. Then again a line of length 40. Then again a line of length 40. The last time you might have remembered, like we have done a lot of calculation to get this angle. Right now we can just simply close it because we have started from this line. Okay, so it is not really necessary that always you should start from the bottom left corner. You can start from the relatively easier corner, and then you can complete the diagram however you want to. Now once this object is ready, I want to now create a circle of radius 20, which is touching both the objects. Okay, which is tangentially touching both the objects. But for that we need to understand the meaning of tangent. Meaning of tangent is touching a circle at a single point and passing away. Okay, so I'll go for circle. I'll go for the third method, that is tan radius method. For that you don't have to write the entire TTR line. You just simply need to type T, enter. Then specify point on an object for the first tangent will be here. Specify point on an object for the second tangent will be here. So I'm just randomly clicking anywhere on the object. I'm not precisely defining the location, and the radius of the circle is going to be 20. The software is going to do the rest for me. It is going to create a circle of radius 20, properly touching both the objects. Similarly here, I want to create a same circle of radius 10. So I can go for the same command again, circle, tan radius. I'm clicking somewhere here and somewhere here. I'm not sure where exactly that circle is going to lie. The radius of 10. Okay, so we have to read the questions what AutoCAD is questioning us, and accordingly we have to click and define the inputs. Okay, that way we can complete the entire diagram. So this is the third one. The fourth one. Now the last one is tan method. Okay, so you already know when to use which method now. Okay, so the last method here is tan. So for that, first again I'm creating the lines. So here I'm creating a line of length 30. Again a line of length 30. Now after some time, I'll be making you decide which method to use. Okay, so as of now you are learning, what different types of methods we have for the circle. Okay, as of now, I am deciding that you should create this circle for with tan radius. You should create this circle with tan. Later on, after some time, you will be deciding which method you want to use for creating which circle. Okay, so for tan, as we already know, if I do C enter, there is no additional method. We have already used center point, we have already used 3 points, 2 points, and TTR. There is no additional method. So what I can do is, I can go to the draw group, circle, and here I can activate tan. So tan is not present here. Okay, so we need to click here for tan. So once I click there, I have to click on the first object, second object, third object. As simple as that. And the software will automatically create a circle touching the 3 tangents. Okay, so I hope you got how to create or how to follow along for this entire practice session. Okay, and I hope you might have done most of the things successfully by yourself. If you haven't, don't be worried, don't be demotivated. You can simply follow along with this video and you can complete the diagram the way you want to. Okay, and again, if you are not completing the diagram by yourself, I would recommend you to practice this twice. Okay, so that you can be thorough with the set of commands what we are learning. Okay, so thank you everyone. Have a good day. Hello and welcome back. In this video, this is the 6th video of the video series in which we are learning how to do the basics or how to use AutoCAD in a most basic way, or at least in a way in which we can do some basic work in the industry, or we can say up to an extent where we can do complete work in the industry. Now, in this session of AutoCAD, it will be the last fundamental session of AutoCAD in which we'll be learning the basic drawing tool. Now, if you remember, we have already completed few drawing tools, okay, like line, circle, etc. Okay, and now we have already done enough practice also, like how to use line, how to use circle, etc. In today's session, okay, we'll be learning 2 different commands. Okay, we'll be learning 2 different commands. One is polygon and second one is rectangle. I'll be only teaching the part of the command which is very important or which is very useful or technically which is practically used. Okay, I'll be not going into the part of the command which is not really very useful in the industry. Okay, this is all based on my experience. I have done a lot of projects in AutoCAD and I am using AutoCAD from you can say almost a decade now. So I'm using AutoCAD for training, for projects, and for various other purposes in mechanical, civil, etc. Different streams. So that is the reason. Okay, I'm creating this particular syllabus in a particular way in which you can do almost all the designs which is required in the software itself. Now for polygon, the command will be POL enter, and for rectangle, the command will be REC enter. So both are fairly simple command. That is the reason I'm taking 2 commands in a single lecture. Okay, so up till now we have completed 5 videos from the video series, in which the first video was really the basic setup of AutoCAD so that you can use AutoCAD like the way I am using it. Second lecture was all about creating lines. Third lecture was all about there were some assignments given in the second lecture about how to create lines, how to create some diagrams with the help of line. So third lecture is totally the clarity on the assignments, like how exactly those things will be completed, the solution of the assignment. Then fourth lecture was of circle, like how to create circle and 5 different methods of creating circle. And the 5th lecture, I have given some assignment on the 4th lecture. 5th lecture was follow-up of the 4th lecture, in which I am completing all the assignments of the circle, which is already live now. And likewise, we are going to create almost 28 videos. So if you haven't seen, if you're landing on this video, if you haven't seen previous videos, I would recommend you can go ahead and check those videos as well. Okay, it will not take much of your time, and by gradually spending some time in a day, you'll be able to completely learn AutoCAD in the best way possible. Okay, so here what we're going to now start is with polygon command and rectangle command. So first, let us start with the polygon command, that is POL enter. Now in polygon command, we have 3 methods to create a polygon. Okay, one is inscribed in circle. Okay, second is circumscribed. Okay, and next one is edge. So I'll be explaining you where exactly we can use all the 3 methods. And polygon command is fairly simple. Now for inscribed and circumscribed method, it is good if we create a circle first. Okay, so if you are learning polygon command, technically if you know circle command, it will be much easier for you to learn polygon command. So here I am creating a circle. For creating a circle, I hope you remember the command was C enter. Okay, and here I am specifying the center point of the circle anywhere on the graphics area. Now it is asking me for the radius. I'm defining the radius as 25, and technically my one circle is ready, which is of radius 25. Similarly, I'm creating one more circle here on the right side. which is again of radius 25, and you might have looked what I have did here. So I'm going for circle, C, enter. I want to create a circle in the same line here. Okay, so what I can technically do is I can go to the center point and go towards the right, and this line is known as tracking line. This will help me to guide my center on this line somewhere on the right side of the circle. So here I'm creating a circle now, again of radius 25. Okay, so now I'm entering the command called polygon. Okay, so I'll just zoom into the command's prompt area so that you can see what exactly is going on with polygon command. So here I'm writing POL enter, that is polygon. Now in polygon, it is asking me to enter number of sides. Okay, it is asking me to enter number of sides. Now what I want you to do is, in the comment section below, answer what can be the minimum number of side a polygon can have, and what can be a maximum number of side polygon can have. Okay, and if you know the explanation for that, even that I would appreciate. And we will discuss about the same in the next solution video, in which I'll be explaining you about more in detail about polygon as well. Okay, so here it is asking me to enter number of sides. I'm simply entering 5. That is the number of side I want, and I'm pressing enter. Now it is asking me to specify where exactly the center of the polygon is going to lie. Now, what I want in this case, my center of the polygon should be inside this or should be on the center of the circle. So here it is asking me to specify the center of the polygon. I'm clicking here at the center of the circle. So technically the center of the circle is the center of my polygon. Now here the software is asking me or allowing me to choose between two options. Enter an option. Do you want a polygon inscribed in the circle, or do you want a polygon circumscribed about the circle? So if you want it inscribed, you can type I. If you want it circumscribed, you can type C. So here for inscribed, I'm typing I. Okay, as you can see here. Again, if you remember, it doesn't really matter if you type in uppercase or lowercase. Okay, now after pressing I, enter, then it will ask you what is the radius of the circle. So the radius of the circle is 25. So now you can see there is a polygon created which is inside the circle with a radius of 25. So this is how you can create a simple polygon like this. Let us try again to create a polygon with circumscribed option. Now if you are confident enough, you can also give a try. You can pause this video here and give a try, or otherwise you can continue on the screen. So POL enter, polygon. Again, it will ask me for entering the number of sides. Let's choose a different number now. Let's say 7. Okay, now specifying the center of the polygon exactly in the same location where the center of the circle is. Now it is asking me to choose between whether I want my polygon to be inscribed in the circle or circumscribed about the circle. So here I am this time typing C, enter. That is for circumscribed. Okay, we are in the polygon command, that way C, enter is for circumscribed. Without any command, C, enter is for circle. Okay, and if we are inside line command, C is for close. So that totally depends upon which command we are into. Okay, and that is not very difficult to understand. Once you start practicing, once you start following, it will be very easy for you to understand all the concepts and everything what is happening with AutoCAD. Now here I'll press C, enter. Now again it is asking me for the radius. I'm defining the same radius value of 25, and here again I have a polygon with a radius value of 25. We can say circumscribed about the circle. Okay, but this time with the 7 sides. Now in both of these cases, okay, in both of these cases we cannot control the length of each side. Okay, we cannot control how big the polygon sides would be or how small the polygon sides would be. Okay, so if I want to create a polygon with a length, a specific length for a side, then I have to use the third method, which is known as edge method. So if you remember the third method, which is known as edge method, because that is not dependent on a circle or technically a radius value. Okay, now polygon, POL enter. Let's say I want to create a polygon with 6 sides. So here I am entering this time side number of side to be 6. Okay, enter. Now it is asking me either to specify the center of the polygon, which I don't want to do this time. I want to define the edge. So I'll go for E for edge. Now it is asking me for the start point. So I'm defining it here. Now if my ortho is off, okay, if my ortho is off, you have to type @ value, whatever value you want to type. Okay, this will be removed. This will be renamed with value, @ value, then angle of 0 or whatever angle you want to type. Now if your ortho is on, okay, if your ortho is on, for activating ortho, you remember F8 is the key, short key. So I'm pressing F8, and now if my ortho is on, I can type 25 directly and I will get a polygon with a size of 25. Okay, with a side length of 25. So here what I'm getting here is a polygon with a side length of exact 25. So if you want to create a polygon with a proper side length, in that case you can use the edge method. And this was all about polygons, okay, for this video. Now the next command which we are going to discuss is known as rectangle command. Okay, the next command which we are going to discuss is known as rectangle command. There are multiple methods of creating a rectangle, but I am going to only teach you the one which are very important and which are very useful to know. One is corner method and second is dimension method. Okay, so these are the two methods which are very important for creating a rectangle. Okay, for polygon we have learned technically the entire command, but for polygon these are the two very important methods which is very important for creating a rectangle. Now for creating a rectangle the command is rec enter. For creating a rectangle the command is rec enter. Now as I press rec enter, it is asking me for the first corner point, and I am defining the first corner point, let's say randomly somewhere over here. Now it is asking me for the other corner point, so I am defining the other corner point here. Now by doing this I am creating a polygon, but the only difference here is I have not defined any length or any width for the polygon. Now please note one very important thing. In this particular software, in AutoCAD, length is along the x-axis and width is along the y-axis. Okay, length is along the x-axis and width is along the y-axis. So many people think length is the longer value, width is the shorter value. That is not the case. Length is the horizontal value and width is the vertical value. Okay, so let's say I want to create a rectangle of let's say 50 by 30. So what I can do is I can type rec enter. Okay, now this time I want to create a rectangle without the corner method. So any which ways I have to specify from where the rectangle is going to start. Again I'm taking the help of tracking and specifying this is a point from where my rectangle should start. Now it is asking me either to specify other corner point, okay, like the way I did in the previous example, or else I can do any of these three things. I can define the area of the rectangle, I can define the dimension of my rectangle, or any rotation angle for my rectangle. So I want to define the dimension for my rectangle. So I'll define D for dimension. Now whatever I have not explained will come in future. Okay, so don't worry about it. So if I press D, that is for dimension, enter. Now it is asking me for the length, and the length will be along the x-axis. So I'm typing 50 as my length. Now it is asking me for my width, and the width will be along my y-axis. So here I am typing 30 as my width. Now once I have defined length and width, now a rectangle is getting created. Now I have started rectangle from this corner point. So rectangle can be placed here, 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 or here. So now I have to define where I want to place my rectangle from the point where I have started. Because now my rectangle is of size 50 by 30, but I need to place it somewhere. Okay, so to place it, you just simply need to click. Okay, once you click, your rectangle will be placed. Okay, so these are the two methods using which you can create rectangles. Okay, the first one was corner method, which was not technically defining proper size of the rectangle. It was more about defining the corner points of the rectangle. That is how it is normally used. And the second method, which is the most used one, that is the dimension method rectangle. So I hope you guys understood how to use polygon command and rectangle command perfectly. Okay, now I'll give you some assignment, and this time the assignment will be a little difficult than what you have done so far. Now in today's assignment, the first thing what you're going to do is you're going to create an object like this. Okay, the first one is this one. You can take a screenshot of the diagram now. Okay, this is the one which you are going to create. This is the first one. Okay, second, you are going to create a rectangle with corner method, with dimension method of 75 by 30. Then you are going to try creating a rectangle of 30 by 60. So two rectangles you have to create with a dimension respectively of 75 by 30 and 30 by 60. Then you also have to create a polygon, okay, which is inscribed inside the circle, and the circle diameter is 50. And again, you have to create a polygon which is circumscribed about the circle, again with a circle diameter of 50. Okay, and in both the cases you can count the number of sides. The number of sides is set to 6. Okay, you might face a little difficulty in creating or getting this exact similar shape, because as you can see, please take a screenshot and make sure you compare your diagram with the one what I'm showing you. Okay, because it is very important. Okay, it is not going to be the default output what you get. You might have to tweak it a little bit, which I'll explain in the solution video as well. Third thing, you have to create a polygon with the side length of 25. Okay, you have to create a polygon with a side length of 25. So for this you can use edge method. For this you can use for both of these you can use inscribed in the circle and circumscribed about the circle options. Okay, for this you can use dimension method of the rectangle, and for this diagram you are free to choose any method you want to. Okay, you're free to choose any method you want to. You can use ortho, you can use polar, anything you want. I just want this diagram to be achieved. Okay, so all the best. Okay, wish you a very good luck, and try to complete both of this diagram as and when possible, and then continue with the next video. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, hello and welcome back for the 7th session of the video series, in which we are going to look over the assignments which I have given in the previous video. Now, if you remember, in the previous session, we have learned how to create rectangle and how to create polygons. And along with that, I have given you some practice assignments, some practice diagram. So in this video, I'll be explaining you how to complete those practice assignment or practice diagram, which I have given you in the previous one. Now, starting with this one, okay, this was the biggest one, you can say, technically, and this was the very important one. Now in this case, I have told you, like, you can use any command, any method you want to. Okay, you can do however you want to. You can create this diagram in whichever way you are comfortable with. Okay, so here, see, starting a diagram is very important. Technically, if you want to create any diagram, any complex diagrams, from where you are starting is going to be very important, and that will come with the practice. That is something which will come with an experience. So if you practice more number of diagrams, it will be easier for you to identify from where you're going to start your diagram, and also how you're going to plan it, how you're going to finish it, which command will be used technically to create this kind of diagram. So whenever I look personally on any diagram, in my mind, I automatically have a path, like using this set of commands, I'm going to complete this diagram. Okay, so that will start happening once you start practicing. Okay, now for this diagram, I would like to start from this point. Okay, this point where the line of length 10 is ending. You will understand why I'm starting it from here. Okay, but I would like to start my diagram from this point. Now I'll enter for line. I'll not place my point here, because I know if this point, if I place here, my diagram will overlap this area. Okay, because my diagram is going to go over this area. So I would rather start from here. So let's say I want to start my point from here. Okay, I'll do some basic setting. You don't have to do this. So I'll go for line. I start from here. My ortho is on. So now I'm creating a line of length 10. So here I have created a line of length 10. Then a line of length 20. Okay, pretty simple so far. Then a line of length 90. Then a line of length 37. Then a line of length 10 again. Then a line of length. Okay, so for this line, the length is not given. Okay, for this particular line, the length is not given. So I cannot technically create that line as of now. Okay, so what I can do is, if you have faced a similar difficulty, you can assume any value. As of now, the length for this line is 24. So here I'm creating a line with a length of 24. Then this line with a length of 30. Then this line with a length of 15. Then again this line with a length of 23. So because of this dimension, if you haven't completed a diagram, don't worry about it. You can still have a look here, and you can try after this. Then here we'll create a line of length 8. And now finally what I can do, rather than calculating what will be the angle, what will be the relative rectangular coordinates and anything for this angular line, I'll simply choose to close. Okay, now because I have restarted my diagram from here, the line is automatically closing to that point. So what I'll do is, I'll go for enter line. I'll start from this point and finish over this point. So this way also I can create a close object. So these are different problems you might face when you're creating a diagram. Okay, and this is kind of a solution which we are looking at. Okay, so that is the reason these practice diagrams are quite important, so that you can understand what kind of problems you might have and how actually to solve those kind of problems. Now, next thing what we need to do is, we need to create this rectangle of 21 by 21, which is at the distance of 20 from this side and at the distance of 60 from this side. Now the distance what I have given is till the center of these two objects. Okay, so I don't really want to identify the center. I want to identify the start point or this corner point. Okay, so let's say this corner point, if I minus half of 21 from 60, half of 21 is 11.5. Okay, so if I subtract 11.5 from 60, then you will understand this will be the start point here. The value, the returning value will be the start point here, and this value will be the end point or the midpoint here. Now, because I've already explained you how to create polygon command, okay, or how to use polygon command, so I'm not going to create this with the help of line or with the help of rectangle. Rather, I would create this with the help of polygon. Now, first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a circle of diameter 21 exactly at this point. Okay, so I'm going to create a circle of diameter 21 exactly at this point. So how to get to that point? So I'll go for line, I'll enter. I'll start a line from here. So I want to go up by 60, or we can say I want to go left by 20. So I'll type @-20 for going left by 20, comma, I want to go up by 60, so I'll type 60 here. Okay. Now, if I press enter, you can see my line is getting created. From this point, it is going to the left by -20, and it is going up by 60. So this is technically the location of the center of this particular object, or this particular square, you can say. Okay. Now what I can do here is I can create a circle, okay, of diameter. So I am activating the diameter option, 21. You already know how to create a circle. Okay, you have already practiced. If you haven't, you can check the previous videos to understand how to create a circle and respective things. Now I'll delete the line, okay, because I don't really need the line there. So technically I have a circle in place of my rectangle or my square. Now what I can do now is I can go to polygon, POL, enter. Okay, now I want to create a polygon with 4 sides, so I'll go for 4 sides. Okay, then the center of the polygon will be here. My polygon will be circumscribed about the circle. Okay, so I'm going to choose circumscribe here, or I can press C enter for circumscribe. And then I'm going to create a polygon till any one quadrant, or you can say with a radius of 11.5, that is half of 21. Okay, so here the circle diameter is 21, sorry, 10.5, that is half of 21. So that was my mistake. So again, I'll go for polygon with 4 number of sides, specifying this as a center, circumscribed about circle, and then this polygon will be of 10.5. Okay, and you can see I have successfully created this rectangle or this square. Okay, so this is how you can complete this diagram. Okay, now I'll come to this topic again because we are yet to see this diagrams here. Okay, so here I have used polygon to complete this diagram. You can also create lines, you can also create rectangles, whichever command you are comfortable with, you can do it in that way. But I just made the drawing a little easier by choosing polygon over any other command. Now let's start with this 2 examples. Okay, here I want to create a rectangle of dimension 75 by 30. So for rectangle, if you remember, the command is REC enter. Okay, the command is REC enter. When I press REC enter, it will ask me to specify the first corner point. So that is from where you want to start your rectangle. So I'll specify first corner point somewhere over here. That is from this point I want to start my rectangle. Now it is asking me to specify other corner point, and if I randomly do so, then my rectangle will not have any size. Okay, so what I'll do, REC enter rectangle, I'll specify the first corner point here, and rather than specifying the other corner point, I have an option of providing dimension. Okay, so for dimension here I'm going to press D to activate dimensions, or you can click over the dimension option as well. Then I'm going to specify the length of my rectangle as 75, because here I have to create a rectangle with a length of 75, and the width for my rectangle is 30, because I want to create a rectangle with a width of 30. And if I press enter, this is how the rectangle is getting created. Now because we started from this point, the rectangle is asking for the placement, whether I want to place it here, 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 or here. Okay, so I'll place it here by clicking over there. Okay, so here I have created a rectangle of 75 by 30. Okay, always remember, length is not a longer value, it is always a value along x. Okay, so many people get confused. In this rectangle, many people will say the length is 60. It is not like that. For AutoCAD, the length is 30 and the width is 60, because length is always the horizontal value, width is always the vertical value. Now I'll again go for rectangle for the second diagram. Okay, specify first corner point, I'll specify here somewhere. Then I'll go for dimension option rather than specifying the second corner point. Then I'll define the dimension length as 30, because that is the horizontal value, that is the length, and the width as 60, that is the vertical value, that is the width. Okay, so this is how we can create a rectangle of 30 by 60. Okay, so I hope you got how we will create these 2 diagrams, or how we can use rectangle command to create these 2 diagrams. Okay, now in the next 2 diagrams, we have to create a circle of diameter 50. So let's first create a circle of diameter 50. So I'll create a circle here. Either you can create a circle with a radius value of 25, or you can create a circle with a diameter value of 50, whichever you are feeling comfortable with. Okay, so now I want to create a polygon here inside the circle, and here I want to create a polygon outside the circle. Now if you remember, in the previous video I have asked you one question. The question was how many sides a polygon can have. Okay, the question was how many minimum number of sides and maximum number of sides a polygon can have. So if you have identified or given the answer in the comment box, I'll go through it. Okay, but for your information, the minimum number of sides a polygon can have is 3. So that means a triangle. Okay, so whenever you create a polygon with 3 sides, it's a triangle. Okay, similarly, the maximum number of sides a polygon can have, if you can guess, it's 1024. Okay, I'll give you a proper explanation for that as well. Now, first I will be explaining you that concept of how minimum and maximum side works, and then we'll go towards solving these two examples. So for polygon, I'll press POL. Minimum number of side is 3, and here I'll specify the center of the polygon, and I'll choose any of the option, inscribe or circumscribe. I'll just create a random polygon here with 3 sides. Again, I'll go for polygon. This time I'll go for 4 sides. Again, the center here, inscribe, and again I'm creating a polygon with 4 sides. Then again I'll go for polygon. This time 5 sides. Again I'm specifying the center here. Inscribe, circumscribe, any option, doesn't really matter. I'm creating a polygon with 5 sides. Same, I'm going for 6 side now. So I've created few polygons with different number of sides. Okay, so as we know, as we have 3 sides here, the angle between the side is 60. As the number of side increases, like to 4, the angle increases to 90. Again, if the number of side increases to 5, the angle changes to 108. If thus again the number of side changes, the angle changes to 120. Similarly, if there is 8-sided polygon, the angle will be 135. So as we know, as we go with more number of sides, the angle between the side gradually increases. Okay, so this angle and this angle gradually increases. And at one point, the angle will be 179 degree. Okay, for example, if I create a polygon, let's say with 1025 side, which is not the maximum number. So here the software is telling me requires an integer between 3 and 1024. I hope you all know what is integer. If you don't, please comment in the section below. I'll explain you what are integers. But here I'm going to specify 1024 as the maximum number of value, and I'll create a polygon from it. It looks like a circle because there are too many sides. But if I click, you can see these are all individual sides, and the angle between these two sides is 179 degrees. Because as soon as the polygon reaches the angle of 180 degree, it cannot be a polygon. It cannot get closed. Okay, so that is the reason we have the maximum limit of 1024. Okay, for the polygon. So this was the understanding for this question. Basically, that we have minimum and maximum number of sides to 3 and 1024. Now, coming to the example again, coming to the solution to this, I'll go for polygon. Now, first I want to create a polygon with 6 sides. So here it is asking me POL enter number of sides. So here I'm going to specify I want to create a polygon with 6 sides. Now it is asking me for the center of the polygon. I'm going to define this as the center. Now it is asking me to choose whether I want to create a polygon inscribed in the circle or circumscribed about the circle. So I will choose inscribed by pressing I enter. Now it is asking me for the radius of the circle. The diameter of the circle is 50, so the radius is going to be 25. If I press enter, I can see a polygon is created inside this circle. But there is one visual difference. If you see, the one which I have asked you and the one which is getting done by the software is visually different. Okay, why it is different? Because here it is slightly rotated, or the corner is on the top. So how we can achieve that? Okay, I'll explain you that. I'll delete the polygon. Again, go for polygon, enter POL. Then number of side is set to 6 again. Center will be placed here. Again, I'm going for inscribed value. This time, rather than providing the radius 25. So if I provide the radius 25, it will create a polygon like this. Okay, what I can actually do is, I can technically click here. Okay, this will again ensure the radius is 25 because I'm clicking on the circle. But it will also help me to control the orientation of my polygon. Okay, same I'll do with the next one. POL enter. Number of side is 6 to 6. And then I'll click this as a center. Then circumscribe. Okay, and this time I'm going to click here so that I can get the respective output. Okay, so sometimes it is efficient for you to click to get the respective output. So that is the reason I've given you this example. Okay, and coming to the last one, POL enter polygon. Again, I'll set the number of sides to 6. This time I'm going to use the edge method because I want to create a polygon with the edge length of 25. Okay, so I'm going to use the edge method. And here I'm going to specify the first point. I'll activate ortho and specify the next point with a length of 25, and it is done. Okay, so this is how you can create all these examples which I have given to you. Okay, so I hope these examples are clear and how to practice this assignments is clear. And this was a quick revision of polygon command. Okay, and from the next video onwards, we are going to go away from these basic tools and we are going to go towards more advanced modification tools, which we are going to see from the next lecture onwards. So from next lecture onwards, the practice diagram you can say difficulty is going to increase, okay, as well as the knowledge is going to increase. Okay, so I hope you guys will be able to continue with this. Okay, so thank you very much and have a great day. Hello and welcome back. In this video we will be learning how to use the function keys inside AutoCAD. Now, what are function keys? Now, if I tell you about F8, one of the key which is something which you are already using in the software, that is to create, or that is to activate ortho to create straight lines. So that is one of the function keys. Likewise, we have total 12 function keys from F1 to F12, and every function key has a different behavior, we can say, or different inputs, we can say. We are not going to go into detail of using each and every function key, but I am going to teach you the one which are very important for us to understand. Okay, now we'll be starting with the first one, that is F1. Now if I press F1, so that is like any other software, it is for the help file. So if I press F1, it will go or take me to the help file where I can learn, different part of AutoCAD. If I have some doubts, I can get it clear. If I want to, get some help related to certain topics from Autodesk, I can go and press F1 and I can go to those areas. Now the problem here is this will only work if you are using a licensed version of AutoCAD. If you are using an unlicensed version of AutoCAD, pressing F1 will ask you to connect it to internet, and that will inform Autodesk that you are using an unlicensed version, which might create some problem at the end. So it's recommended if you are using a licensed version of AutoCAD, press F1. Otherwise, don't press F1 if you are connected to internet. Second key is F2. Now, if I press F2, you can see something is happening on the screen. Technically, what is happening here is I am getting this command prompt window, or we can say the text window, expanded, and I can see all the history which has been performed at the right from the very beginning of AutoCAD. So for example, if I press L enter line, and if I create some lines with any given inputs, and if I press F2, I can see those part as well. Okay, line command, and what exactly happened with those line command. So this is something like a history, but it is temporary. So it will automatically get removed once you close the file and reopen. Okay, so if you close this file, even after saving, it will get removed. So it is just a temporary history. Okay, so by pressing F2, you are able to expand the text window. It will help you to have a look at any previous value which you are like not remembering or you want to check. So in those cases, F2 will be helpful. Now coming to the very important one, that is F3. Now F3 is for O snap. Okay, I'll just write it down. O snap. Now O snap means object snap. Okay, so this is a very important thing. F3 will help you to turn it on and turn it off. Okay, for example, I have a line here. Now we know that line has a midpoint, line has two endpoints. Okay, so if I press C enter circle, I can see that here the software is highlighting me the endpoints. Okay, I'll just make it a little bigger so that you can understand this part in a better way. So for crosshair size is fine. Okay, I'll just zoom to the screen. That will be much better because otherwise it will take most of my display space because the size is already appropriate. So what I'll do, I'll press C enter. Okay, I'll zoom in. Now you can see it is showing me the endpoint, the midpoint, the endpoint. Okay, if you remember the first basic setup video, we went to drafting setting, DS enter, and in that we went to object snap and selected all. Now why we did that? Because we wanted to see endpoint, midpoint, center point, geometry center, nodes, quadrants. So these are different symbols using which software inform us what is that particular point is. For example, if I turn off object snap, means if I press F3, so now you can see object snap is off, means by default it was on. Okay, so now if I press circle, I cannot see the endpoint, the midpoint, the center point, etc. Okay, so it is something which is very good or very useful. So it should be always active. Okay, the reason why I'm explaining you is because it should be always active. Okay, now for example, let's say I'll give you one condition which will be very helpful in future. Let's say I have a circle here and I have a circle here. What I want to do is I want to create a line tangential to both the circles. Okay, I want to create a line tangential to both the circles. Means in this case, I should know exactly from where the line will start. I should know exactly where the line will finish. so that it will be tangent to both the circles. Okay, and that is something which is impossible to guess on a geometry like this. So what I'll do, I'll go to drafting settings. Drafting settings, the command is ds enter. Okay, so I'll go to drafting settings. Here I'll go to object snap. I will deactivate all, or I'll say I'll clear all and only activate the one which I'm looking for. Okay, so you can even filter out. So if you don't want to see midpoint, you can deactivate midpoint. If you don't want to see endpoint, you can deactivate endpoint. As of now, I don't want to see anything other than tangent. So I have deactivated everything other than tangent. Okay, so if I click OK, and now if I start a line command by pressing L enter, now if I hover the mouse over my circle, you can see the tangent symbol is the only symbol which is showing up. Okay, there is no other symbol which is showing on the screen. So that means if I try to create a line, you can see the line is becoming tangential to the circle automatically, not by doing anything. Okay, similarly, if I go over the other circle, I can click and my line is properly connected tangentially from one circle to another. Okay, again, I'll activate line. Okay, this is how I can achieve that. Okay, so this is a very good option. This is very important. And again, after completing this, make sure you go back to drafting setting and select everything. Otherwise, you will still miss endpoint, midpoint, etc. So you don't have to worry about missing those points. So if you need these points, then only activate or deactivate any of these points for advanced drawing creations. We are going to face some advanced drawings. In that case, this will be very helpful. So this is known as object snap. Okay, there are a few more things about object snap which I'll share with you with a tips and tricks video. Okay, not as of now. Now, next thing is F4. We are not going to see F4, F5 and F6 for now. Okay, we'll keep this for the later part of the video. Okay, F4, F5 and F6. We'll keep it for later. Next is F7. Now F7 will show you grids. Okay, F7 will show you grids. So grids is like a graph paper which you used to have in your school, in your colleges. Okay, so it is something like that. It's like a graph paper kind of thing. Okay, but it is not really useful because if I start to create a line and if I want to actually click on the area where the grids are meeting, I cannot actually do that. Like there is nothing I can do to make my mouse stop just by displaying the grid. Okay, so this is just for display. This is just for display purpose. The very important thing here is, see, we already know F8 ortho. I'll keep the grid on and I'll press F9. F9 will turn on the snap. Okay, F9 will turn on the snap. Now my snap is on as well as grid is on. So you can notice these two symbols are active. Okay, these two symbols over here are active and they are both in the same group. You can see they are both next to each other. It is recommended that wherever you are using grid, you should use snap, or whenever you are using snap, you should use grid. Otherwise, there is no use of individually each one of them. Okay, so now if I press line, L enter, now you can see my mouse is moving onto the grid points. Okay, and if I want to create some diagram like this, for example, I'm creating a line. So without measurements, okay, I can create some lines like this. Okay, I can start a line from here, and this is all happening because I'm working with grids. Okay, this is all happening because I'm working with grids. So it is making my process of creating a drawing a lot easier. So you can notice for creating some designs, grid will be really helpful. Okay, now similarly, if you try to make the same design by yourself by giving angles, by giving length, it would be little difficult. Okay, so grid are good for some use case, some basic type of designs. I would say if you are into grill design particularly, grid is something which you can go ahead with. Now, I also have settings where I can control the distance of the grid. For example, right now it is 10 by 10. So if I go to drafting setting, the same command, I can go to snap and grid and I can change the spacing. For example, this is the spacing at which the mouse is stopping. So I can change the spacing to 20 by 20. Now what will happen? The grid is showing at 10 by 10, but my mouse will stop at 20 by 20. Okay, mouse is stopping at every 20 mm. Okay, so again, I'll go for drafting setting. I'll make it 10 by 10 again. And this is my grid. So if I want to make everything 5, I can just simply make this 5. Okay, all the values 5. So now my grids are smaller and even my snapping distance is smaller. So you can alter or you can change the grid size as and when you want to. Okay, so this will help you to make your diagram in a much faster and a much easier way. Okay, to turn it off, again we can press F7. to turn off the grid, and F9 to turn off the snap. Now if you don't remember the shortcuts, you can go to drafting setting. You can also see over here, snap is for F9, grid is for F7, and you can turn it on and off from here as well. Okay, now the next thing, we are not going to look over F10 for now, because I have some better things to show, because F10 is a very older input. Okay, so we are not going to view that for now. We will directly jump for the next one, that is F11. Okay, again, that is very, very important. Now let's say I have a circle here and I have a circle here. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to create a circle exactly here, where these two circles center points are going to meet. So one option is I can make a line by keeping ortho on like this, then I'll press escape. Then again I can make a line by keeping ortho on like this. Wherever these two lines are intersecting, I'll make a circle there. But this is a time consuming process. So what I'll do, I'll go directly into circle. Okay, I'll highlight the first center point and move my mouse down. You can see I'm getting a temporary tracking line. Okay, I'll do the same thing to the other center point and move the mouse left. So I have not clicked on the center point. I've just highlighted them. And when I meet the center points here, you can see it is giving me a proper highlighting where these two center points are going to meet. And then I can make a circle there. So I can do the same thing just by using the tracking function. And that tracking function can be activated or deactivated by pressing F11. So now my tracking is off. So if the tracking is off, I can no longer see the tracking lines. Okay, if my tracking is on, again, I can see the tracking lines just by simply hovering the mouse over the points I want to see the tracking lines for. Now, there is one very important thing about tracking lines which I want to share right now. Okay, this is something which is quite advanced. Normally, I don't share with the basic video, but this is very important. So, let's say I have a circle here. Okay, and if you remember the practice diagrams which we have done in the previous videos, there was one diagram here in which you have to create two circles with a distance of 70. And if you remember, we created a line over here, right, at the distance of 70. So what I'll do, I'll make a circle first of all of diameter 52. So this is the very basic part. The first step is very basic. Now I want to create a second circle of radius 20. But the distance between the first circle and the second circle is 70. So I'll go for circle. Technically, I don't know the distance. So what I can do, I can highlight my point, hover the mouse, and I can see, you can see the values there. Okay, next to the center point. Okay, so we can see 66, 77, 78, 76, etc. Now it will be difficult for us to go exactly over 70. So how to do that? Like how to get this distance to go exactly over 70? First thing, I'm in circle command. Second thing, it is asking me to specify the center point, which I know that the center point is from this point 70 mm on the right side. So here I'm going to type 70. Okay, here I'm going to type 70 and I'm not pressing enter. Okay, I'm not pressing enter. I'm just typing 70. Now what I'll do, I'll press enter after I get this highlighting. So now I'm getting this highlighting. Now we need to make sure about two things. It is asking for the center point. Okay, I have the value written there 70 and I'm getting the highlighting as well. Now if I press enter, you can see now the circle is distance from the first circle at 70 mm. Now I can make my object, for example, this circle of radius 20. Okay, let's say we'll try this once again. I'll go for circle, see enter, center point. I want this time the center point at the distance of 120. So I'll type 120, but I'll not press enter. Okay, then I'll highlight this, go let's say on this side by 120. So I'll just highlight and keep my mouse over the tracking line in the bottom side and I'll press enter. So now my circle is at 120 mm. Okay, so you will have to make various diagrams where you need to make the object a little away from one another, or little, towards one another. In those cases, this tracking will be really helpful. Okay, so this is F11 and the final one is F12. So if I press F12, then what is going to happen? If I press L enter line, you can see the inputs are coming next to the mouse. Okay, so it is giving me everything next to the mouse. So this is called F11 or F12. This is for dynamic input. F12 is for dynamic input. I'll just activate all the options. Okay, and then show you that particular option. See. So it is good for new user, but because you're learning AutoCAD in a proper way, I don't recommend you using F12 because that will not help you. That will actually start distracting you as and when you create more important diagrams. Okay, so F12 is for the inputs next to mouse. That is called dynamic input. Okay, so everything what is happening in the command window, same thing it is going to ask here. So that is F12. Okay, So I hope you got a proper clear idea about how the function keys are going to work and what function keys will help you for doing which type of diagrams. Now, I'm not going to give you any additional practice diagram. If you want to create some drawings, then what you can do is you can go over the first previous practice diagrams which you have completed and try to use function keys to get this diagram right. Okay, try to use the function keys. Like for example, ortho we are already using. We can try using tracking, for example, over here. Okay, other options likewise you can use your brain to apply certain options and then you decide like how exactly tracking is going to be used, and do a very general practice of tracking. Okay, do a very general practice of tracking, and meet you soon in the next video. Hello and welcome back, and hope you have covered all the fundamentals or the previous sessions what we have completed for AutoCAD. In the previous session of AutoCAD, we have completed drafting settings, or you can say function keys. Now, that particular session is particularly useful for creating or being more productive in AutoCAD. Okay, before that, we were covering the fundamentals of AutoCAD, like how to create basic shapes. Now, from today onwards, we'll be focusing more towards the very advanced part of AutoCAD. Okay, so we cannot say it is like more of an advanced part, it is kind of a modification tools. So, as of now, what we were covering was basically the drawing tools, and from today we are going to cover modification tools. Okay, so now modification tools will help you to create your drawings in a much faster rate. Now for today's video, we'll be covering 5 major modification tools, okay, in this video. So those tools are move, copy, rotate, scale, and mirror. So these tools will help you to create a drawing in a much faster way. Okay, so for move the command is M enter. For copy, okay, C enter will not be the command for copy because C is already for circle. So for copy the command is CO enter. For rotate the command is RO enter. For scale the command is SC enter, and for mirror the command is MI enter. Okay, so these are the commands which we are going to learn today. We are going to start with move, then we are going to learn how to create copy, then we are going to learn how to rotate, then how to scale, and then how to mirror. Okay, in a very basic way, in a proper way. Okay, now starting with the first command, that is move. Now let's assume a situation where I have created a circle here. Okay, and I have created a line here. Now while creating a line, I am activating ortho. Okay, so that my line is straight. Now what I want to do is I want to keep this circle on top of this line. Okay, I want to keep my circle on the top of the line, or I want to keep the line below the circle, any which condition like is necessary. Okay, so I want to create or I want to move my line to the circle or circle to the line, whatever I want to do. So in those cases, I can start with move command, that is M enter. Now in any modification tools, the software will ask you to select the object to which this tool is going to be applied. So when you press M enter, the software is asking you to select an object. Okay, so here it is asking me to select an object. So I selected my circle, okay, as an object. Then I press enter. So if you want to select any more objects, you can do that. Okay, if you have completed your selection, you can press enter. Then it is asking you to specify the base point. So I'm specifying the base point exactly in the center of the circle, and now you can see my circle is moving. Okay, from that location. Now here there is one small problem. My circle is only moving horizontally or vertically because ortho is on. So if I deactivate ortho, my circle is free to move anywhere, and I can place my circle anywhere I want to. But as I told you, the condition was to placing the circle on top of this line. But the problem is this will be an approximate location or approximate position. This will not be the proper positioning of the circle. Why? Because I cannot actually click over here. Why? Because I want to keep the bottom of the circle on top of the line. So in that case, what I can do, when I use move command, okay, M enter, when I select the object, that will be done in a very similar way, enter. When I specify the base point, that time I can click on this point as my base point. So my mouse will be attached to that point, and then I can keep my circle over the line very easily, and this will be the proper positioning. So this is how you can move the object. Okay, now let's say I want to move my circle 10 mm or 20 mm above the line. Okay, like I don't want to keep my circle here, I just want to move it up by 10. So in that case, what I can do, I can go to move command, M enter. I can select the object again. Okay, I select the object, press enter, then I want to specify the base point. Now in this case, because I'm going to move the object with a distance of 10, it is not really necessary you specify the base point in the correct location. I can specify anywhere I want to base point. Okay, but I will start ortho and I want to move it up by 10. So whenever you are moving with the distance, it is not necessary to specify the correct base point. But if you are moving from point to point, it is very important that you specify the correct base point. Now, let's say I want to create a copy of this line, and I want to create a copy of this line over here. Or let's say a copy of both of this object over here. In that case, I can go for copy. CO enter. Now, copy is very similar to move. Okay, in move, what happens is like when I move, let's say for example, if I'm moving these two objects from this point to this point, you can see the original object is going away. So that is move. But in copy, what is going to happen? If I press copy, same thing, select object, enter, then the base point, then I can turn off ortho for freeform copy, and then I can place the copies wherever I want to. So I can create the copy, how many number of copies I want, I can create that many number of copies, and it will be pretty simple for us to create the copy. Okay, now let's say I want to create a copy in a particular distance, for example, from here at the distance of 100. So what I can do, I can activate ortho and I can type the value 100. So if I type 100, same like move, it is going to create a copy at 100. Similarly, if I type 200, a copy at 200. If I type 300, a copy at 300. Okay, so this is how you can create copies. Okay, I hope you got this point. So how to create move and copy is clear. Okay, so move is a very important tool and copy is again equally important tool. Both will help you to increase productivity in AutoCAD. So by knowing move or by knowing copy, you don't have to create a diagram in a correct location or correct position. You can create it somewhere else and then move it to that location. Okay, now next option what we're going to learn is called as rotate. Okay, in the assignment when I'll be giving you some assignment for move, copy, rotate, scale and mirror. Now in that assignment I'll be again explaining you most of all the 5 tools. Okay, so don't worry about it. As of now we were just learning the learning the use case of the tool, like how to use the tool. We are not learning the application. Okay, as of now. So the next tool we are going to learn is called rotate. Okay, now I'll give you one example for rotate. For example, I have created so many objects here. Okay, what I'll do, I will create a plus sign. Okay, for creating a plus sign, I'll use line. Okay, and then I'll create a line of, let's say, length 100, then again a length of 100, then a length of 30, suppose, then again 100, again 100, then again 30, 100. So I'm just defining the values 100, then 30, then 100, 100 and close. So let's say I created this plus sign. Okay, I'll create a copy of this plus sign. CO enter copy because we already know. I'll select the entire object. Now to select the entire object, you can click anywhere and then create a window like this and click. So you don't have to click and drag the mouse. If you click and drag, this is going to happen. So don't click and drag, just click and click. Okay, enter, base point, and then I'm creating 1, 2, 3, let's say total of 4 copies. Okay, I'll create one more copy, CO enter. I'll select all of these and define a base point here and create a copy somewhere over here. So I have like many plus signs over here. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to apply rotation to this plus sign. For example, I want to rotate this plus sign by 45 degrees. So I can go to rotate, RO, enter. Now here it will ask me to select the object. So I'll select this object, enter. Now it is asking me for the base point. Now let's say I'll specify this bottom middle point as my base point and I'll deactivate ortho. So now you can see that plus is rotating, and if you notice the bottom middle point is a fixed point. So in this case the base point is generally a fixed point. In move and copy, the base point is a moving point, and here in rotate and scale, the base point is going to be the fixed point. So let's say I want to rotate it by 45 degrees. I'll specify 45 and press enter. So you don't have to do any calculations for doing this. So let's say I told you to create this kind of diagram. What you can do is you can create a straight version and then rotate it. Okay, that will be easier. So again rotate. This time I want to rotate it from the center. So I'll select the object, enter. Base point I'll give with the help of tracking lines exactly in the center. Okay, so this is the tracking lines, and if you're not getting tracking line, remember the short key is F11, right? Last time we have discussed in the previous lecture. Now here I want to rotate it by, now it is rotating from the center. So now I want to rotate it again by 45. So now the rotation is done. Now after rotation, let's say I also want to keep the original one. Like I want to have this as well as the new one. I want to have both. Okay, so I'll go for rotate again. I select the entire thing, enter. I'll give the base point here and then rotate it. Now while specifying the rotation angle, I also have an option of copy. So if I press copy, that is C for this example, then you can see the original is also remaining plus the new one is also coming. So I can now give the angle of 45. So now we have both the things, the original one as well as the new one. Okay, so this is how rotate command is going to function. Okay, next command what we are going to learn is called as scale. Now scaling is something very important and very easy to use command. Now for example, here we have a length of 100 for almost all the object. Okay, how I'm defining the dimension we are going to understand after some time. For now we are not focusing over how I'm getting this dimension, but for now the main goal here is to understand what exactly the size of the object is. Now I want to make the object so small that the length of 100 should reduce to length of 50. Means I want to technically make the object half of the original size. So half means 1 by 2 or 0.5. So there is something called as scale factor which we need to calculate for scale command, and which is a very simple calculation. There is something called as scale factor which we need to calculate for scale command, and scale factor is basically the new value, the value we want, divided by the current value. Okay, divided by the current value. Okay, the new value divided by the current value. So now let's say I want the size of 50. So if I divide the new value with the current value, that is 50 divided by 100, the factor would be 0.5. Okay, so scale, SC, enter, selecting the entire object, enter. Base point, again I'll give it in the center because I want to keep the center fixed. Now you can see the object is either getting bigger or smaller. So here in scale factor I'm defining 0.5. So now my object is exactly half. Okay, so how to get the factor, I hope it is clear. Let's say for example, here I want to make the size 80. Okay, so you can take a moment, you can write in the comment section below what will be the scale factor if the size is 80. So the scale factor calculation is 80 divided by 100, basically the new size divided by the current size, and the scale factor what I'm getting is 0.8. Now because the value is 100, it is very simple to calculate the scale factor. Okay, scale, SC, enter. I'll select the entire object, enter, give the base point somewhere, and then I'll give 0.8. So now the size should be 80. Similarly, if you want to make the size bigger, for example, in place of 100, I want to make it, let's say, 115. Okay, so again, the formula will remain the same. New size divided by original size. So this time I'm getting 1.15. So again, I'll go for scale, selecting the object, giving a base point and 1.15. So by doing that, I'm getting the size of 115. Okay, scale factor will always change based on the current size of the object. So it is very important to understand that. Okay, again, while scaling, if you want to keep both of these, like I want to keep the original one as well as the new one, I can go to scale, I can select this, and then I can specify the base point somewhere over here, and then I can also use copy option inside scale. So if I say 0.5, so original one is also there plus a new one is also there, where the sizes are set to half. So this is known as scale. Okay, now moving to the last command which we are going to learn for the day, that is mirror, and that is going to make your life a lot easier. Okay, for example, you have just recently seen me like creating this plus sign. What will happen if I know mirror and if I can use mirror to create the plus sign? But before that, let me explain you the mirror command. So for example, I have a rectangle here and I have a circle inside my rectangle. Now I hope you already aware about the rectangle and the circle command. Okay, now mirror, MI, enter. Now it is asking me to select the object which I want to mirror. I can select this circle in this case, then press enter. Now it is asking me for the first point of the mirror line. So I want to mirror it exactly on the other side. So I can specify this point as the first point of my mirror line, basically the midpoint of my rectangle. So now you can see the mirror is happening. Now if my second point is here, the mirror will be perfect. Okay, so I'll specify the second point here. and the mirror is perfect. Okay. Now, sometime there can be a condition where you don't have a second point. Okay. For example, mirror, I'll select this, 2 circles, then specify the base point here. Now, in this case, I don't really have the second point. So what I can do, I can press ortho or I can activate ortho for straight lines, right? So now you can see mirror is also happening straight. So either I can mirror here or here. Okay, so I can click anywhere, even here. So do you want to erase the source object? No. Okay, I'm clicking on no. So I don't want to erase my source object. Now if I click on yes, let's say for example, I want to mirror this entire thing on the right side like this. If I click on yes, the original object will be erased. Now let's apply this on this diagram. So for example, I want to create few lines. Let's say a line of length 30 and a line of length 100, again a line of length 100 and a line of length 30. So I just created this part of the diagram. Now I selected mirror, MI enter. I selected this line and this line because I want to mirror these 2 lines along with this one, this 3. Enter. The first point will be here, midpoint. Second point will be horizontally like this, and I don't want to erase the source object. No. So my mirror is done. In the next scenario, I will select all of these. I will not select these 2 lines. Enter. The base point will be here, and then the second point will be here, and again no. I know you can create this diagram with the help of line command, but by using or knowing mirror, it becomes so easier. Okay, so this is how you can use mirror command if you want to. Okay, now we are done with all 5 of the basic modification tool. We are going to learn more in the next video, more different modification tool. But for now, I want to assign you with some practice diagram because I haven't done any practice diagram in the previous video. So in practice, you are going to create these 2 diagrams. So you can take a screenshot, okay, of this diagram, or you can look the dimensions here. Okay, I will just verbally say the dimension if you are not able to see it. 24, 12, 16, 30, 18, 12, 8, 28, then 9 and 20. Okay, similarly over here the dimensions are quite readable or quite big. You can also create this one. Okay, so I'll just zoom in a little bit. Okay, so that you can see the dimensions more clearly. So in the bottom here we have 36 and 52. Then we have 3, 12, 30, 73, 19, 40, 20, 38, 14, 7, 28 and 44. So you can use all the tools which you have learned so far. Now you can use mirror, you can use lines, relative polar input, whatever you want to use, you can use. The goal here is to achieve these 2 diagrams. Okay, so try to achieve these 2 diagrams as and when possible. Okay, thank you everyone. Have a great day ahead. Hello and welcome back. I hope you have completed the session from the previous video. The previous video was a very important one in which we have learned how to create or how to use move, copy, rotate, scale and mirror command. And based on the previous video, I have given you some practice diagrams which were these 2 diagrams. And I have asked you to create or use any set of options you want to use for this set of diagrams. Now, first I'll try to create this one. And I'll be using the modification tools which I have already explained, and then I'll be trying to create this one, and I'll explain you what exactly you have to do while reading a diagram if you're doing it for the very first time. I hope you have already completed at least some part of the diagram. So if you haven't, then you can look at this video and then try once again. Now coming to the first diagram, this one over here, I'll start with a line. So for line, the command is L enter. Okay, I'll start with a line. My ortho mode is on. F8 is what I have pressed earlier. So my ortho is on. So I'll create a line of length 24, then a line of length 12, then a line of length 16, then a line of length 12, then a line of length 24, then a line of length 30, then 18, then 12, then 8, then 28, then 9 and 20. Okay, so this is what I have completed so far. Now what I can do is, after completing this right side, I can mirror this on the other side. So for mirror, I'll go for MI enter mirror. It is asking me to select the object. This is what we have learned in the previous session. So selecting object means I can just simply go and select objects one by one, or I can create a window like this to select most of the object. Okay, I'm not selecting this line because it is already present here. I'm only selecting the object which I want to mirror. After selecting the object, I'll press enter. And as I have explained, the first point of the mirror line will be here in the center. And second point can be anywhere if ortho is on. If ortho is off, then you should have some point to click. Okay, now ortho is on and I'll click somewhere over here. Now, do you want to erase the source object? I'll say no, I don't want to erase my source object, and this is how mirror is going to work in this diagram. Finally, I can create a line connecting this point and this point so that I have the entire diagram ready. Okay, so this is how you can make the first diagram using mirror. It takes hardly half the time which you will spend by creating this diagram totally with line. Okay, now in this diagram we are again going to create some lines and we are going to complete the diagram. Now first very important things to notice while doing this kind of diagram is you should know exactly how you're going to start the diagram and exactly how you're going to finish it. For example, here the length of the line is 36, we can easily create this line. Here the length of the line is 3, we can also easily create this line. But when it comes to this line, okay, this particular line, this line length is not given. Now particularly the overall length is given, but the length of this individual line is not given. So how to get the length of this individual line? So it's very simple. I can start my calculator. Okay, I can see this value is 52, so I can say 52 minus this value is 36, so I can say 36. Okay, so remaining value is 16. Now what I can do is I can divide this value by 2, so I'll get 8 over here and 8 over here. So this is how I need to figure out the length of this line. So whatever dimensions I don't have, I need to figure those out. For example, the length of this line will be 8, okay, and the length of this line is 12, the length of this line is 11. You can do the calculation by yourself to understand why 11 will come here. The length of this line is 21. You can again try to do the calculation by yourself and you will understand why exactly the length is 21. Similarly, this line length is 21 and this line horizontal distance is 7. Okay, I'll just show you that value, and even that can be calculated, and this is the purpose of giving this diagram, so that you can understand which all dimension we need to create the diagram compared to what is given. Okay, then again this line value is 8, this is 7. So now what I can do is I can try creating this diagram. First I'll start with line. I'll click somewhere here. I'll start with a line of length 8, then a line of length 3, then 36, then 3, then 8, then 12, then 11, then 21. Now I can say at the rate I want to go on the right by 7, comma, I want to go up by 19. So this diagram can be like this particular line can be achieved by relative rectangular inputs. Now here I can go again with 21, then here on this side by 8, 7, and then this one by 28. Now once I complete this part, I can simply select this portion. Okay, I'll select particularly till here, this line, and I'll go for mirror. I'll specify this as a first point, this as a second point, and my mirror is done. Now for creating this inner part, I can create it somewhere over here. The overall length is 38 and the overall width is 20. So what I can do is I can create a line of 38 half is 19 by 20 half is 10. And then I can close it. So I can create a triangle like this. Then I can use mirror, MI enter. I can select this line, mirror it like this. Then I can select both the lines and mirror it like this. Then I can delete the center two lines. Okay, so mirror will help you a lot in terms of creating this kind of diagrams. Now once this part is ready, then I can use move command to move this object from this point to this point. This is not the final position of the object. Okay, so now I can again use move command and I can select the entire object again. This time I can move it down by 7 mm. Okay, I'm moving this down by 7 mm because here the distance is 14 and this is already 7. So I need to move this down by 7 mm. Okay, so this is how I've completed this diagram particularly. Okay, so I hope you got the idea about how these two diagrams will be created using the set of commands which we have learned earlier. Okay, so try doing this diagram again if you haven't completed this, and try to do it in a best possible way. Practicing the command set of commands which I have explained you earlier will be very important, because those commands are going to be very helpful in all your future drawings. Okay, so thank you everyone. Have a great day. Hello and welcome back. In the previous session, we have learned how to use 5 of our modification tools, which are very important tools. That is move, copy, rotate, scale, and mirror. Now in this video, we'll be learning again the next 4 very important modification tools, which will help you to create your designs in a much faster way. Now the tools which we are going to learn today are named as trim, extend, fillet, and chamfer. Okay, so I'll just write down the name of those tools. So the first one is trim, is what we are going to learn. Then we are going to learn extend. Then we are going to learn fillet. And then we are going to learn chamfer. Okay, so for trim, the command is TR. And this time you don't have to press single enter, you have to press double enter. Okay, so normally what we do for copy CO enter, or for line L enter, but this time for trim TR we are going to press double enter. Why we are going to do we are pressing double enter, that discussion we are not going to do now for this particular video. But as of now, for using trim command you have to press TR double enter. Then similarly for extend you have to press EX double enter. Okay, for fillet it's F enter, and for chamfer it is CHA enter. Okay, for chamfer it is CHA enter. So these are the 4 basic tools which we are going to learn today in this particular video. Starting with the first one, that is trim, that is TR double enter. Now trim command is very useful and very easy to use. For example, I have a circle here. Okay, let's say I have one more circle here. Okay, both the circles, or let's say one more circle here. So all the 3 circles are intersecting each other. So if I want to get rid of this parts, okay, I can simply use trim. So for trimming, the command is TR double enter. As I told you, you have to press enter twice, and then you can click on the portion of the object which you want to get rid of. Okay, so this way you can simply trim the objects you want to, or you don't want to have on your screen. So this is how I can use trim command. Okay, and this can work between any set of objects which is present inside AutoCAD. For example, you have already learned how to make lines. Okay, and you already know how to make rectangles, you already know how to make polygons and different part of the objects. So those objects where you can use trim command. For example, here I can use trim command like this. You can also create a line like this to trim multiple geometries at once. So getting some complex shapes ready will be very faster with trim. For example, if you remember in the previous video, we have created one plus sign, that is with the help of line and mirror. So now if I know trim, what I can do is I can create a rectangle, let's say with a dimension of 100 by 30, okay, directly. Then I can rotate this rectangle, arrow enter rotate, if you remember. So kind of a revision of the previous video. I can specify the center of rotation here and rotate this rectangle, let's say with a copy at 90 degree. And what I can technically do is I can just get rid of the center portion here, and my plus sign is ready. So various diagrams will be very easy for you to create if you know how to use trim command, particularly in a proper way. Like trim command, we also have one more command called extend. So let's say for example you have created some geometry, let's say here, and I just want to simply extend this line all the way to the circle. So what I can do, EX double enter is for extend. Okay, so likewise trim, we have EX double enter for extend, and then I can extend this object however I want to. For extend to happen, we should have a boundary, then only extend will happen. Otherwise extend is not going to work. Okay, so this is how trim and extend command is going to work. Okay, very important commands and very fast to use, particularly trim and extend. Next command what we have here is called as fillet. Okay, for explaining your fillet, let's say I have a circle here, or I have a rectangle here with a dimension of 100 by 50. Okay, let's say I have a rectangle here with a dimension of 100 by 50. Now I want to create a fillet at this corner, or a fillet at this corner of a particular radius. So I'll go for fillet F enter. Okay, now here in fillet command we need to define the radius of fillet first. Okay, so let's say in fillet F enter I'm defining the radius. For defining the radius I can go to the radius command, that is R enter, and let's say I'm defining the radius of 10. Then I can select the first object and then the second object, and you can see the fillet is ready. As simple as that. Okay, so again I'll go for fillet. Now here you can see the radius is 10 already defined, so you don't have to go and define the radius of 10. You can simply create a fillet here. Now let's say I want to create fillet for all 4 corners one by one. So I want to create multiple fillets. In that case I can go to fillet. First I can set the radius, let's say a radius of 10. Then I can choose multiple. Okay, so I'll press M for multiple. And now what I can technically do is I can create multiple fillets without getting out of the command. For example, here I created one fillet. I'm still in the command, so I don't have to press F enter again. I can create one more fillet, one more over here, and one more over here. Now fillet can be also created here between these 2 geometries. So you can create much complex shapes using fillet. Okay, now we are not going into the detail of what fillet is and how exactly it's working, but just we are understanding what fillet is doing. Okay, particularly. Now fillet has 2 modes. If I press F enter, it has two mode, trim mode and no trim mode. Currently fillet is inside the trim mode. So if I zoom to this area, okay, so currently fillet is inside the trim mode. So how to change the mode, that is something which I'll explain you right now. So let's say again I'm having a rectangle, okay, over here. I'm going for a fillet. Now if the trim mode is set to trim, then what is going to happen after I create the fillet? I can see this portion is getting trimmed. Now if I change the trim mode inside fillet to no trim, okay, I change the trim mode to no trim. Now you can see after creating the fillet, the corner is not getting trimmed. Now where this particular option can be important, for example, let's say I have few lines like this, one line like this, okay, sorry, I by mistakenly press F1, and second line like this, okay. Now what I need to do is I need to create a fillet here and a fillet here. Now if I go for fillet with the trim mode on, then what will happen after, as soon as I create a fillet here, this line will be gone. So what I can do in those conditions, I can go to fillet, I can set the radius, it's already set. I can set the trim mode to no trim, and I can say I want to create multiple fillets, and then I can try to create a fillet here. Then I can use my trim command, tr double enter, to get rid of these extra portions if I don't want them to be there. Okay, so like this way also I can create a fillet. So fillet is pretty simple. It adds a radius to the corner, particularly for now. We can understand it in this way. Next option what we have is chamfer. Okay, now chamfer can have two different things. It can have a distance and an angle, or a distance and a distance. I'll explain you chamfer in a particular way. Now I'll explain. Let's say I have a rectangle of dimension 50 by 50. So it's a square particularly. Now I'll create a copy of this rectangle. We already know how to use copy command. Now I'll go for chamfer, CHA enter. Okay. In chamfer, I'll go for distance option. Again, like in fillet, we set the radius. Here we set either distance or the angle. Trim mode is the same, and multiple option is going to work in a exactly same manner. So here we are either going to set distance mode or angle mode. First, I'll explain you distance mode. So let's say in distance, I'm entering the first chamfer distance as 10 and the second chamfer distance as 5. So now what is going to happen? Let's say this is my first chamfer line and this is my second chamfer line. So it is creating a chamfer of 10 by 5. So if I measure it out this way, so this length is of 10 and this length is of 5. Now obviously we know it has not trimmed here, right? So what we can do, we can again go to chamfer, we can set the trim mode to trim. Then again I can go to distance, and let's say I want to create a chamfer of 20 by 5 this time. So I can again click here for my first length of 20 and second length of 5. So this is now 20 and this is 5, a cut of 20 by 5. Okay, so chamfer will again help you to create many of your diagrams later on in future. Okay, so this is how chamfer command is going to work. Now apart from to distance, we can also give an angle. For example, CHA enter, I can go to angle and I can give the chamfer distance as 20, angle as 45. Okay, so what is going to happen here, the length will come as 20 and the angle will come as 45. Okay, so if I say the distance, if I check the distance is 20, and if I check the angle between this line and this line like this, it's 45. Okay, so this is how chamfer command is going to work. Okay, so clear with this part? This is how chamfer is going to work. Now after completing the required set of practice for fillet and chamfer, you are going to do certain diagrams for me. Okay, again, so this time the diagrams what I'm going to give you will be a little different than what we have given in the past. So for example, in the previous video we have already completed this diagram. Okay, now for fillet you are going to create this diagram. Okay, so here you can see there is a fillet. So here I'll give you the radius of the fillet, which is not yet given. So the radius of the fillet is 15. Okay, this is what you're going to do. Now I'm not worried about all this part, but also you can create the remaining part. But here you can try to apply fillet command. Here you can try to apply chamfer command of 10 by 9. Okay, here you can apply chamfer command of 10 by 9. Okay, so if you want to see the dimensions, or if you are not getting the dimensions, okay, I'll just read it out. 80, 52, 40, 12, 8, 10, 10, 15 and 20. Here again similar values are there. Okay, so you can create chamfer in this one and fillet in this one. You are allowed to use move, copy, rotate, whatever command I have explained so far. After that, I want, this one is the most important one. I want you to create this diagram. You can use trim, extend, whatever command I have explained you so far. Okay, in this diagram as well as mirror. Okay, So this is the most complex one, and I'm hoping that most of you will be able to complete this. Okay, so thank you everyone for your time. Have a great day ahead. Hello and welcome back, and in this video we are going to see how to complete the practice diagram assigned in the previous video. Now in this video we are going to see the practice diagram which are related to the commands which you have learned in the previous video, that is fillet command, chamfer command, trim command and extend command. So I've given you some basic practice diagram related to that particular video. Now let's start with the first diagram, okay, without wasting any time, because this will take a while to complete the diagram. I hope most of you have completed the diagram already. If not, then you can have a look here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just shift the diagrams a little bit on the right so that I have enough space to do my diagram here itself. Now I'll start with line. Okay, my ortho is already on, so I'll start with a vertical line of length 80, then a horizontal line of length 62, then again a vertical line of length 75. Okay, then I don't know the length of this line, but can be easily calculated if you subtract 20, 10, 10, 12 from 82 or 62. You will find this length is of 10. Then after that, this length is of 15, this length is of 12, this length is of 20, then this horizontal length of 10, this vertical length of 20, this horizontal length of 10, and again a vertical length of 20, and I'll close it. Okay, so this is how I'm going to complete the creation of this part. Now after this, I need to create a fillet here of radius 15. So for fillet, the command is F enter. Okay, now first thing I need to check the current mode. The current mode is set to trim and the radius is already set to 15. If not, then what I can do is I can go to the radius option by pressing R enter. I can set the radius to 15. Then I can go to the trim option by pressing T enter. I'll set it to trim by again pressing T enter. Okay, and because this time I want to create a single fillet, I'm not going to activate multiple option. And then I'm going to create a fillet here of radius 15. Now once this is done, now I have to create a circle of diameter 20, which is 25 mm from here and 20 mm from here. So what I'll do, I'll create a circle first of all over here of diameter 20. So you might have noticed I've created a circle exactly on this corner point from where I know 25 and 20, okay, on that particular location. Now I'm going to select the circle, move this circle to the right by 25, okay. Again I'm going to move this circle down by 20. So it will place the circle in the correct location. Okay, so this is how this first diagram is going to get created. Now coming to the next one is also pretty simple. I'll moving this aside. Okay, so next one is also pretty simple. I'll start with a line of length 80. Okay, then I'll create a line of length 52. And if you calculate this line length will be 20 minus 80. Okay, so if I say 20 minus 80, that is 60, means half of this is 30 and half of this is 30. So I'll say 30 over here. Then here I want to create a line of 5, then again 5, then again 10, then again 10. Now apart from this, I need to create a circle exactly in the middle of diameter 8. Okay, of diameter 8. As we can see, the diameter of the circle is 8. Then I want to move this circle. I want to move this circle slightly on the right with a distance of 10. Then I need to move this circle upward with a distance of 20. Then I want to create a chamfer here of dimension 10 by 9. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll go for chamfer, CHA enter. Okay, I'll go to the distance option, set the first chamfer length to 10 and the second chamfer distance to 9. Then I'll select the horizontal line and then the vertical line. So now my chamfer distance is set to 10 by 9. Now what I can do is I can select all of these lines and including the circle. I can use mirror from this midpoint to this midpoint, and I don't want to erase the source object, so I'll click on no, and now my object is ready. Okay, so I hope you got the second diagram as well. So first two diagrams were comparatively simple. Okay, it is not that difficult. If you have already completed these two diagrams, then it will be much simpler for you to complete these two diagrams. Okay, so I want you to practice properly, and if you're not clear with the basics or fundamental of AutoCAD, I would really appreciate if you go back and see the previous videos. Okay, even I would appreciate if you share these videos with your friend. Okay, whoever want to see these videos and want to learn AutoCAD, it will be really helpful for them. Okay, even if there is any of a friend from engineering background or pursuing engineering, any form of engineering, it can be mechanical, civil, etc. If they want to learn AutoCAD, this might be the way of, like, one of the ways in which they can learn AutoCAD. Okay, now I want to create this diagram. Now this diagram is technically the easiest diagram if you try to read it properly. Okay, so what I will do is, here we can see the distance is of 60. So I'm going to create two lines, a vertical line of length 30 and a horizontal line of length 30. Because in this diagram I have already explained you how to use trim and extend, I'm going to take the full benefit of that. So I created a rectangle, you can say particularly of 30 by 30. Now this, but I did it with the help of line. Okay, now I'll create a circle here of radius 5. You cannot create a fillet over here of radius 5, it will not work. Okay, so I'll create a circle here of radius 5 and then trim this portion out. So I don't want this portion and I don't want this portion. Now after that, as we can notice, after the distance of 10, we have a vertical length of 5. So what I'll do, I'll create a line here of 5 and then I'll move this line to the right by 10. Sorry, I moved it by 1. Again, I'll move this line to the right by 10. Once I move this line to the right by 10, then I'll create one more horizontal line from here to here, and then I'll use trim command to get rid of this extra line. Now even I will delete this line. I'll select this entire thing, choose mirror. Now mirror can also happen like this diagonally. If you select the 2 points perfectly, mirror can also happen diagonally. I'll show you how. Mirror, MI enter. I'll select this, the center point here. Okay, now if I turn off ortho, you can see how the mirror is happening, right? But I don't want to mirror the circle. Okay, so this is how mirror is happening, and if I click perfectly on this point, okay, you can see if I click perfectly on this point, mirror is perfect. Okay, mirror is at proper 45 degree in this case. Now I can get rid of this extra lines here. Now next thing what I can do, I can use mirror again, select the entire object and mirror it from the center by activating ortho like this. Then again I can use mirror the entire object from here to the bottom. Okay, so this way you can complete the outer part of this diagram. Now let's try to complete the inner part of the diagram. The first thing what I'm going to do is, I'm going to create a circle exactly in the middle here of diameter 14. Okay, I'm going to create a circle exactly in the middle of diameter 14. Then I'm going to create a circle somewhere here outside of radius 15. Okay, now I'm creating a rectangle of 40 by 8. You can see 40 over here and 8 over here. So I'm creating a rectangle of dimension 40, length 8, width. Okay, then I'll select this, move from here to the center. Okay, now I'll choose to rotate and I'll select this point for rotation. Now I'll choose copy option. Okay, before rotating I'll use trim. Then I'll choose to rotate these two objects from this point with a copy option. So my object is rotated. Now I'll use trim, TR double enter, and now you can see my object is also trimmed. Okay, then I'll select all the three and rotate the entire object, okay, by 45 degree. Then I'll choose move and place this exactly in the center. This way I can complete the third diagram. So I hope you got how to complete all the three diagrams. Okay, so I hope you are following along and properly doing the practice. If you are skipping any lecture or any fundamental tutorial, it will become a little difficult for you to follow along the next videos. So make sure you have completed all the basics first. Okay, although you know AutoCAD, although you are professional in AutoCAD, but if you are following with me on this videos, I would recommend you should know the previous videos as well. Okay, at least have a look and then try to continue with these videos. Okay, thank you everyone, and please try to subscribe to the channel. Okay, because that will help me a lot. Thanks a lot. Okay, hello and welcome back. Let us start with this new video. In the previous video, we have already learned certain set of modification tools. Okay, just for a small reminder, we have already completed move command, copy command, rotate command, scale command, as well as mirror command. After which we also completed fillet command, chamfer command, Along with that, we also completed trim and extend command as well. Now today we are going to learn a little bit interesting modification tool, you can say, to be precise. This modification tool will help you to create your design in a much faster way. The tool which we are going to learn today is offset, join and explode. The first tool is offset. Okay, for that the command is O enter. Okay, next tool is join, which is pretty simple. That is J enter. And the last one is explode, which is X enter. Okay, so these three tools we are going to learn today. That is offset, join and explode. Okay, now let us start with the first one, that is offset. So let's say I have a line here, okay, of any value, of any length. I want to create a copy in the same direction in which the line is created, or we can say a parallel copy. So what we can do is we can go to offset, O enter. Okay, here it is asking me to define the distance by which I want to create an offset. So let's say for this example, I'm going to keep the offset distance of 10. It can be very less or it can be more because we don't know the distance or the length of the line. So here I'm providing 10 and pressing enter. Now it is asking me to select an object which you want to offset. So I'm selecting the object. Now based on where I'm keeping my mouse, you can see the offset is coming in that direction. So for example, if I keep my mouse in this direction, so it's creating a copy at a distance of 10 with a fixed side. Okay, either on this side or on this side. So if I click here, you can see my offset is ready. Now the problem with offset is you can only select one object at a time. You cannot offset multiple objects. Okay, so for example, here again the offset is asking you to select a line. I can select and create an offset. Okay, now if you want to create multiple offset, I can select it and I have an option here called multiple. So if I activate multiple, then I just simply need to go on and click, okay, to create multiple offsets. So it will be very easy for me to create this many number of lines. Not only that, let's say I have a circle of any defined radius value. I can go to offset. Let's say this time I'll set the offset value to 12. Enter. Then I'll select the circle and create an offset like this. Okay. Again, if I want multiple copy, I can select and choose multiple. Then I can create multiple copies like this. Okay, for offset. So this is how simple offset command is going to be. Now notice one thing. If I have a rectangle, okay, if I have a rectangle, okay, a single geometry, because rectangle is generally created with one single command, so it is a different form of geometry, okay, other than line. Now if I offset this rectangle, it is not offsetting one side of the rectangle, it is offsetting the entire rectangle like a frame. Okay, so it is offsetting the entire rectangle like a frame. So similarly, if I make a line like this, for example, I'm using ortho to create a rectangle out of lines. This time my rectangle is created with individual lines. So if I offset, then this line will be offsetted separately, this will be offsetted separately, this will be offsetted separately, and also this will be offsetted separately. Okay, so how to offset all of these together? This is where the second command comes in picture, that is join. Okay, for example, when I highlight this rectangle, okay, and if I zoom in, you can see it is categorized as polyline. Polyline means multiple lines which are joined together. Okay, similarly here, if I highlight this object, this is categorized as line because we have created this with individual line. So to join all the things together and to convert this set of lines to polyline, I can use this command called join. Okay, so once I press J enter join, it will ask me to select objects. So I'll select all the objects and I'll press enter. Okay, now this is also converted to a polyline. Now if I offset with a distance of 12, you can see the entire thing is getting offset at once. Okay, similarly, if I have multiple lines like this and if I want to offset all of them together, I can first join them, then I can go for offset, and then I can choose the distance, and then I can create an offset whichever I want to. So this is how I can create an offset like this. Okay, so I hope you understood how to use offset and join command. The last command for the day, okay, it is a very short and simple lecture. The last command for the day is known as explode command. Explode is exactly reverse of join. That means it will separate the object, or it will convert complex object into a simpler object. For example, polyline is a complex geometry, so it will convert that polyline to a simpler geometry like line. For explode, we'll type X enter, and here it will ask me to select an object. I can select all three polylines together, or if you want, I can select only one by one. Once the selection is done, I can press select object, then I can press enter. Now something happened, but visually nothing is visible. Why? Because these lines are just separated from their group. Okay, so explode is like converting complex object to a simpler object. Join command, if I define join command, this will convert set of lines and arc which are joined together, which are touching together, to a single polyline. So technically lines and arc both will work. So one example for that as well. For example, if I have few lines like this and also a fillet here of radius 30. So I have a fillet here of radius 30, fillet here of radius 30, and a fillet here of radius 30. In this case, this is an arc, this is a line. So if I join them together, again this will be a polyline. So polyline can also have arc. Okay, polyline can also have arcs. Now again I can offset this whole thing with a distance of 12, and this is how offset is going to work. Okay, so you can create some complex shapes and complex things just by using offset. Okay, just by using offset, join and explode. Now for the next practice diagram, this is going to be very important. Although the lecture is short, but the practice diagram is going to be considering all the diagrams which you have done in the past. Okay, so this practice diagram is taking in consideration all these diagrams which you have achieved in the past. Okay, so in this diagram you have to create this object. Okay, I know the value is not very readable for now, so what I'll do is I'll increase the size of those values. Okay, so let's say I'll just change the text size so it is much more readable as compared to what it is right now. Okay, so now let's say this is the diagram. I'll read out the values. I will even zoom to certain areas so that you can always come back to the video and see the values. Starting with these two circles, inner circle is of diameter 28, outer circle is of 44. Then these two circles, 40 and 18. This set of circles and this set of circles are away from each other with a distance of 48 and 19. Okay, then there is a geometry here. Generally it is known as slot. Okay, this geometry is normally identified as slot. Okay, this geometry, the radius of the center is 60. The angle here of the start and the end is 40 degree. The radius of the inner one is 11. The radius of the outer one is 12, and this will be more than enough to create this geometry. Okay, now again this part over here, that is 148, that is a distance to the another geometry or another slot. Again here you can see the distance of 22 and 44, that is the inner and outer distance, and here the center to center distance is 22. Okay, then we have a tangent arc here of radius 44. We have a tangent arc here of radius 16. Then again we have a tangent arc here of radius 16. Here we have a center point arc or center point circle of radius 35, and we also have a line starting from this circle going up to this arc, tangentially connected. So this is how this diagram is going to get completed. So this was a brief explanation about the diagram. In the next session, I'll be creating this diagram and showing it to you. Okay, so by that time you can try and you can practice, and the next video will be out soon. Thank you very much. Bye bye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to today's video. In the previous session we have learned how to use offset, join and explode command, and after which I have assigned you with this practice diagram. In this video I'll be showing you how to complete this diagram. I know it is little difficult for you to see the dimensions and everything, okay, of the diagram. That is the reason at the end of the video I've explained you each dimension one by one. Now here we have two circles of diameter 44 and 28. So now I'll first start with making two circles. I'll just change the color for now. So I'll make two circles, one of diameter 28 and second one of diameter 44. So this is how I can complete the creation of these two circles. Now these two circles are the second easiest thing. Now here the circle diameter is 40 and 18. Okay, here the circle diameter is 40 and here the circle diameter is 18. So what I can do is I can create a circle here at the center of diameter 18. Okay, and then I can move this circle at the distance of 48 from this center and 19 from the same center. So I created my circle exactly in the same center where the first two circles were there. So what I'll do, I'll select the third circle which I just created. I'll activate move command. Then I'll move it from the center. I'll activate ortho. I'll move it on the right side with the value of 48. Okay, then I'll move it again, enter. I'll select the object, enter. Then I'll move it upward with the distance of 19. Okay, move command is something which we have already completed in the previous set of videos. Okay, now after this I can now create a circle of dia 40. Now once this is completed, okay, then these two circles are ready and completed. Now we need to concentrate on making this one, the lower part. Now here we can see the radius is 60. Okay, we will see the dimensions first. The radius here is 60 of the center arc. Okay, then we have an angle of 40 degree. Along with that we also have a radius of 11, and along with that we also have a radius of 22. Okay, so we have a radius of 60, we have a angle of 40 degree, we have a radius of 11 and a radius of 22. So let's try to use those values to create this particular part. Now for that, first of all, I'll make a circle from the same center of radius 60. Then what I'll do is I'll create a line from the center till the bottom quadrant. Okay, then I'll use rotate command, arrow enter rotate. Then I'll select the line, I'll press enter. Then I'll specify this top midpoint as the endpoint of the line. And now I want to rotate this by 40 degree. So now I'll either type 40. Now before typing 40 degree for rotation, as we can see here, before typing the angle, I'll choose copy so that original will also be there. So I'll choose 40 degree, and now you can see the rotated copy is here. Now what will I do is I'll use trim command to get rid of this extra portion. Okay, we have to trim it slowly. We have to make sure we are trimming every bit of it. Okay, and then I'll delete the two lines because the line work is done. So now we have successfully created the arc which is there exactly in the center. Now what will I do is, because here the radius is 11, so from here till the upper arc the distance is 11, and from here to the lower arc distance again is 11. So I'll do offset, O enter offset. Here I'll provide a distance of 11. Then I'll select this arc, I'll offset it up by 11. I'll select the same arc and offset it down by 11. Okay, so I created an arc and then offset it up by 11, and then created the same or selected the same arc and offset it down by 11. Now I'll create one circle here and one circle here. Then I'll delete the arc and then I'll trim this geometry. Okay, so this is how I can create a smaller slot shape. Then what I can do is, to create a bigger one, I can simply join everything together. Okay, so by using J enter I can join. Okay, so it's very simple, J enter, then you have to select the entire object and then press enter. So then the object will be joined together. Okay, after joining we can see the radius of this one is 11 and the radius of this one is 22. So this is 11 bigger than the first one. So what I'll do is, again I'll use offset. Here it is asking me for specifying the offset distance. I'll type 11. Then it is asking me to select the object for an offset, so I'll select this object. Then I want to specify whether I want to offset this outside or inside. So I want to offset this outside. Okay, and then I can click on exit because it is done. So this is how I can complete my lower portion of the diagram. Okay, now let's concentrate on making this one, where we have two slots of 44 and 22, which is at a distance having a length of 25, and they are 148 away from this center. Okay, so what will I do is, first of all, I'll create a line from this center going upward of 148. So you can see I have created a line from this center going upward of 148. Then what will I do is, I'll create a circle here. Okay, at the very end point of the line of diameter 22, the smaller one. Okay, I have created a circle here of diameter 22, and then I'll delete the line. Now I'll copy this circle, CO enter copy, from this center going downward with a distance of 25. So I copied the same circle at a distance of 25 just below the previous one. Now I'll create a line from this quadrant to this quadrant. Then again I'll create a line from this quadrant to this quadrant. Now I'll use trim command, TR double enter, to get rid of this extra portion. Then I'll press escape. Then I'll press join, J enter. I'll select the entire thing and then I'll press enter. So now it is totally joined. Now what will I do is, I'll use offset, O enter. Then I'll specify the offset value as 11 and then create an offset again on the other side with a value of 11. Now why 11? Because here you can see this is the 22 and this is of 44. So 22 minus 44 is 22 and half of 22 is 11. Okay, so that is the reason this gap is of 11. Okay, now we need to create this circle of radius 44. If you have tried creating this and if you know how you can create this circle as well as this circle, please comment in the section below which method of circle you're going to use to create these two shapes. Okay, here we have a radius of 44 and here we have a radius of 16. So here again I'll create a circle with the help of tangent radius command. I'll specify this as my first tangent, this as my second tangent, and provide a radius of 44. Then similarly again I'll go for circle, tangent radius command, specify this as my first tangent, this as my second tangent, and radius of 16. Then I'll use trim, TR double enter. Then I'll trim this extra portion out. Okay, so this is how we can achieve this two part of the diagram. Finally, coming to the last part, here we have an arc of radius 35, okay, which is starting from the center as it is indicated. So what I'll do is I'll first create a circle here of radius 35. Now after getting the circle, we have a line here tangentially connecting this arc to this arc. Now if you remember how to create a line tangentially connected to both the arcs, comment in the section below if you remember that method. Okay, now that method is we have to use drafting setting. We have to press DS enter, then we can go to object snap, then we can clear everything and only activate tangent. So once I activate tangent object, the software is only going to snap to tangent points. So now if I click OK, then if I go to line, and then if I click here, you can see I am getting a tangential line to that arc. Similarly, if I click here, I am getting a tangential line to this circle. So this is how I can create my tangential line. Now once this tangential line is created, then finally what I need to do is I need to create an arc of radius 16. Again, we can use a similar method. I can go for circle, tangent radius, T enter. Then this is my first tangent, this is my second tangent, and radius of 16. Then again I'll start trimming the axis part. So for example here we have this as our axis part. We can trim those areas out, and this is how we can complete the entire diagram. So this is how the diagram is going to look if you just remove dimensions from here. Okay, so I hope you got the point or got an idea about how to create or how to use join and offset command with the help of this diagram as well. Okay, so thank you everyone. Meet you in the next video. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we'll be learning how to use array command in AutoCAD. In the previous set of videos, we are going with the topic that is known as modification tools, in which we have learned various tools. You can say move, copy, rotate, mirror, scale, etc., like fillet, chamfer as well. Also trim and extend. So today we are going to start with the next one that is known as array. Okay, so first I'll give you a little background about this command and then we'll start with the command. For array, the command is AR enter, and you might notice that today I'm only teaching you one command for this video. Okay, so because this command is quite extensive and it requires a separate attention. So that is the reason I'm showing you this command separately. Now array is of two types. One is rectangular array, one is polar array. Now some of you might say there is one more type of array called path array, and totally agreed. But for this video, we are going to only understand about the basic two types of arrays which were there before 2010 version of SolidWorks. Sorry, before 2010 version of AutoCAD. For example, let's say I have a rectangle here and I want to create a similar object. Okay, I want to create a similar object multiple times. Okay, for example, like one rectangle here. Okay, one rectangle here. So I can simply use copy to get this kind of arrangement ready. But there are some unique arrangements which can be created very easily with the help of array command. Okay, for example, let's say I have few set of rectangles here as well, and I have few set of rectangle here as well. Okay, now in this kind of arrangement, we can notice that the same object is being copied multiple times. Okay, in this particular diagram. Now we can say that this is our first object. Okay, this is our first object, this is our second object, this is the third one, and this is the fourth one. And this, all the four objects are in one single row. Okay, they are in one single row. So this is known as row. And in this rows, we have four objects. Okay, similarly over here, this is known as columns. Okay, so we have rows and we have columns. Now in the software, when we are defining an array, we have to define few things. For example, number one, what object we are going to array with, like this is the object or this is the primary object using which we are going to create this arrangement. Number two, how many number of rows and how many number of columns are going to come. for example, in this case, in this particular example, we have total rows 3 and we have total columns as 5. So we have 5 columns and 3 rows for this example. Okay. Now, the next very important thing we need to define is what will be the gap or distance between the first and the second row, and what will be the gap or distance between the first and the second column. Now, distance between the rows or distance between the column is very simple thing. For example, here, the distance between the column is a distance from this corner till this corner. Okay. So this is the distance between my column. So distance between a column means the length of the object plus the gap you want. So if the length is 50 and you want a gap of 10, then the distance between the column will be 60. Same goes with rows. So for example, here, the distance between the rows will be the length of the object again and the gap. Okay, so that will be the distance between the rows. So this is how we can understand rectangular array. This is how we can understand rectangular array. And on the screen itself, we'll learn how to use polar array. Rectangular array is something which is very simple to replicate using copy command, but polar array is little difficult to do. So first what I'll do is to teach you array, I'll start with a rectangle of dimension 50 by 30. Okay. If you don't know how to create rectangle with a proper dimension, then you should check the previous videos in which I have already explained how to create rectangle command, or properly like how to create rectangle using dimension method of rectangle command. Okay. So here I have a proper rectangle of length 50 with a height of 30. So if I want to show the measurements, I can show it here. Okay, don't worry if you can't show the measurements as of now. It is not really required for this example. This is just to show you that the length is 50 and the width is 30. You can have some more objects or some more detail. Okay, for example, like this is the logo for a camera. Okay, like kind of thing you can create. Now, I'll go for array, AR enter. Then I'll select the entire object. Okay, or whatever objects you want to multiply. So I'll select the object, then I'll press enter. Then it is asking me that I need to select a type of array. As I told you, there are two major types of array. Third one we are not going into for this basic part of the video. So we have rectangular array and we have polar array. These are the two main array. For performing rectangular array, I'm going to press R. For performing polar array, I'm going to press PO. Okay, for now I'm pressing R and then enter. So here we can see rectangular array is getting performed. Now, in this type of array, here we have columns, rows, and properties. Okay, we are not going to go into levels because this is a 3D property or a third dimension property. So here we can control how many number of columns do we have. Here we can control how many number of rows we have. Okay, and basic properties of my array. Now, for example, let's start with the first one, that is columns. Now, in this example, we have total of 4 columns. Okay, so if I want to increase the number of columns to let's say 6, I can change it. It is not directly reflected in the graphic area until you don't put your mouse there. So once you put the mouse there, you can see now it is updated. It takes a while to update. Okay, so don't worry about it. So here I have entered 6. Now I have 6 columns. Okay, similarly, if I enter 4 over here, now here I have 4 rows. Okay, now distance between the column is 75. So I want you to comment below what is the gap here. Okay, so you know the length is 50. So I want you to tell me if the distance is 75, then what is the gap here? You can type in the comment section below. Now, if I want a gap of 10, then the distance is 50 plus the gap of 10 is 60. So I'll give 60 over here. So now this means the gap here is between the two columns is 10. Same way, this is 30 plus I'll do 10. So that will change it to 40. Okay, so this is how we can specify the distance between the columns and the distance between the rows. We do also have total values, that is distance from the first column till the last column. Okay, distance from the first row till the last row. Okay, starting of the first column till the starting of the last column, starting of the first row till the starting of the last row. Okay, so this is how we can specify or create a rectangular array. Now, when we create an array for the first time, this particular command will be active, or this particular mode will be active, associative. Now, if this is active and if I close the array, okay, if this is active and if I close the array, later on also if I want to modify something, for example, if I select, you can see the entire array is getting selected and I can modify that. For example, I can change the number of rows, change the number of columns only because my array was associative. Now, to break this associativity, the problem with associativity is, for example, if I want to delete something, if I want to trim something, I cannot do that. Okay, so if I want to remove associativity, if you remember in the last lecture, we have also learned how to use explode command. Okay, so I can press X enter explode, I can select the object and then press enter. So now the associativity is removed. You can see now every object is now separated. Now the drawback of removing associativity is we cannot go back to the array command and change it. Okay, so for example, now if I want to delete this set of objects, so I can delete it. So it is always recommended to keep associativity on, and then if you don't want it to be associative, simply delete the or explode the array. So that way you can remove the associativity. Okay, so this is how we can perform a basic array, and this is known as rectangular array. Now let's try creating one example for circular array. Okay, now for circular array there are multiple diagrams where circular array will be very helpful. For now I'll create one simple one. So for example, let's say I have a circle here of diameter 120. So let's say here we have a circle of diameter 120. I'm creating one more circle in the center of diameter 15. So this is a smaller one. Then I'm moving this circle away from the center by activating ortho. Okay, let's say with a distance of 45. Okay, now what I want is I want similar circles here. Okay, I want to fill this entire part with this kind of circles. So let's say I want 6 of them, I want 10 of them or 12 of them. If you don't know array, then the easiest way to do that is by creating a polygon. Let's say if you need 8 of them, then create a polygon with 8th side inscribed in circle like this, and then copy this circle to each corner of the polygon. Right, so only if you don't know array. But if you know array, you can create this kind of diagrams in a much faster way. What I'll do to increase a little bit of complexity of this diagram, I'll create one line horizontally like this. Okay, there is no length defined to the line. I'll use offset with a distance of 5. I'll create an offset up and I'll create an offset down. Then I'll trim this line, excess portion of the line. I'll delete the middle one and I'll also trim this part of the object. Let's say I want to multiply this now. Okay, so in this case, even that polygon method will not work perfectly. Why? If you want to know, then I'll just do it for you. Let's say I'll create a polygon of 8 sides because it is not going to take much time. And now if I try to create a copy, you can understand the polygon method is not working because I need to also rotate the object. Okay, for example, if the copy is here, then the copy should be rotated by 90 degrees. Then only this is going to look perfect. And if the copy is here, it should be rotated by 45 degrees. So you don't only need to copy, but also need to rotate to get the perfect result. Okay, so because of that, we can use array. So I can type AR enter array. I can select the set of objects. Then I can press enter. Now I can choose the third method, that is polar. Okay, basically the second one for us. And for using polar, we have to type PO. Now, if you remember last time when doing rectangular array, as soon as we press R, the array was executing or getting executed. So here, if I type PO, the software asks me for the center point. So here I'll define this as the center point of my array. That is the center point of the main system. So here I'll define the center point of my array, and you can now see the array is getting performed. So polar array is like circular pattern and rectangular array is like linear pattern. Here we can define the number of items we need. For example, in this case, the number of items is set to 6. So I can specify, let's say I want 10 of them. So automatically the software will try to fill the information with 10 copies. Then here we can define how much angle to fill. For example, 180 degree. So if I want the 10 copies in only 180 degree, I can do that as well. So I'll keep it 360 for now for this example. Later on, I'm going to ask you to create some diagrams wherein which you will be able to use this part as well. Okay, we are not going to go over rows and levels for now. Okay, because that is not very important. And practically speaking, I am using AutoCAD from last 15 years, but this particular option will not be useful for you. Okay, as of now. Here I can deactivate or activate associative. Okay, you already know what is the meaning of that. So I'll keep it active and I'll close the array. So by closing the array, and if associative is on, then if I click on the array, I can go back and do some changes. Okay, but if you want to remove the associativity, I can simply press X enter and I can delete this set of objects if I don't want to have it. Okay, now coming to the practice diagram for this video. In the previous video, we have already completed this diagram for the practice. Okay, in this video, the diagram is little difficult. Okay, that is this one. Okay, what I'll do is I'll just show you a view without the dimension so that you can clearly understand what the diagram is. Now I'll show you the view with the dimension. Now I'll just read out the dimension so that it is not difficult for you. I'll start from the center. So in the center, the circle is of diameter 44. Then this dotted circle is of radius 89. Okay, the gap between these two set of lines is 30. The angle of this line is 30 degree again. The distance between this circle and this circle is 33.5. Then the radius of this semicircle is 25. And there are total 12 holes. Basically, these are holes. Okay, there are total 12 holes, each of diameter 14. Okay, and as we can see, there are total of 6 copies. So, and this line is tangential from this semicircle to this semicircle. So there are some very important, takeaways from this diagram, which you can also use it here. Okay, so try to create this diagram in the best possible way. Okay, I'm not asking you to make it 100%, but at least give it a try. If it is completed, then well and good. Okay, you can also comment the screenshot of your completed diagram in the comment section below. Otherwise, you can also see the next video in which I'll be explaining you how to complete this diagram. Okay, so thank you everyone. Have a great day. Hello and welcome back to today's video. In this video, we'll be learning, or we'll be actually understanding how to create this diagram, which was given as a practice diagram for the previous one. In the previous diagram, I've explained you, or in the previous session, I've explained you how to use array command, and this was a resultant practice diagram for that particular command. So in this video, we'll be learning how to use or how to create this particular diagram with all the options which we have learned so far. Now, for understanding the diagram, we can start by creating one of these 6 elements. Now, basically, if I am able to create any one of these 6 elements, I'll be able to use array to complete the remaining. Okay, I'll be able to use array to complete the remaining. So choosing which one to create is the most difficult thing inside this particular diagram. Why? Because if you choose the correct one, okay, it will be easier for you to create that. If you choose a difficult one, okay, by mistakenly, it will be more difficult for you to create that. For example, if you choose this one, okay, the one which is in this angle, if you choose this one, it will be more difficult for you to create. But rather, if you choose this one, where the angle and length and everything is given, it will be much easier for you to create. Okay, so we'll be starting with a smaller circle, or let's say a bigger circle of radius 50. So I'll be creating a circle here. I'll just change the color of the objects. In few lectures, you are also going to understand layers from which I am changing this inputs here. Okay, so I'm creating a circle of radius 50. That is this bigger circle of radius 50. Now, here we can also see there is one more circle of radius 89, and that is the point where this is turning. Okay, so I'll create one more circle of radius 89. Then I'll create a line from the center till the quadrant of the circle of radius 89, this one. Okay, and I'm trying to achieve this line now, which is at the angle of 30 degrees. So what I'll do is I'll use rotate command, arrow enter. I'll select this object, enter. Then I'll specify this point as my base point for rotation. And I want to rotate this by 30 degrees. So I'll type 30 and press enter. So this is how I can create this simple rotation of 30. Now, as we know, the center to center distance between these two circles is 33.5, resulting the length of the line to be 33.5. So here I'll type 33.5. Okay. Now once I'm done with that, I can delete this circle. I can get rid of this circle. Then I can use join command, J enter, to join these two objects together. So now these two are a single object. Okay. So if you remember in the previous example also we have used join. Okay. So we are joining these two lines together. Then we can see the gap between this line and this line is 30. So what I'll do, I'll use offset, and here I'll give an offset of 15. 15 is exactly half of 30. So I want to offset this 15 mm inside and 15 mm outside. So this is how I can create that two lines. Now what I'll do is I'll delete this center line. Okay, but before that, I also need to make the circles here. So this is a good point from where I can create a circle. So here I can create a circle of diameter 14 as mentioned. Again, I'll create a circle here of diameter 14. Okay, so it is mentioned here that there are 12 holes of diameter 14 or 12 circles of diameter 14. As even I have explained this in the previous session itself. Now I'll delete this lights, the one in the center. Then I'll use trim command to get rid of this extra part. From here, the diagram is pretty much very simple. Now I'll start with a circle here of radius 25. Okay, then I'll use line to create a line or to connect a line here and to connect a line here. Okay, radius 25 is also given over here, as you can notice. Now I'll use trim command, tr double enter, and then I'll get rid of this extra part. Okay, I'll use trim command and then I'll get rid of this extra part. Now as you can see, one of the 6 shapes is ready. So now what I can do is I can select the entire thing. I can use array, AR enter. In array, I'm going to choose the type called polar. For polar, we are going to type PO, as you remember in the previous diagram. Now here, the center of the array will be here. Okay, so here I'm defining the center point of the array, and for my good luck, the number of items what I need is 6, and the software is already suggesting me 6. So here I'll keep 6. I'll keep associative on. We already know what that is for, and then I'll close the array. So now, as you can see, my array is successfully completed. Now what I can do is I can use trim command to get rid of this extra part which is in the middle. Now once this is done, then I can create a circle in the center. Okay, this time of diameter 40. Okay, I can create a circle in the center, this time of diameter 40. Finally, I want to create a line here. Okay, tangentially connected to both the objects. So I'll go to drafting settings. I'll only activate tangent here. Then I'll create a line starting from this circle, ending over this circle. Again, I'll go back to drafting setting and activate all of these inside object snap. Then I'll go for array. I'll select this line, specify the type called polar, defining the center point. Again, I'm happy with 6, so I'm going to work with 6. So this is how you can complete this diagram in a most easiest way. Okay, I hope you understood array command. I hope you understood the importance of completing this diagram as well, because this is a good practice for you to understand rotate, then offset, then array, trim, etc. Okay, even drafting setting. So this will give you a good hands-on experience in AutoCAD. Okay, so thank you everyone. Have a great day. In the next session, we will be meeting again with some exciting diagrams and some exciting commands. Thank you everyone. Hello and welcome back. In this video, I'll be explaining you how to use basic object properties. Okay, that is how to define color, line type and line width to your objects. Along with that, I'll be also explaining you how to use hatch command. So far in this video series, we have completed some basic drawing tools, like how to use basic drawing tools in order to complete some diagrams. And also we have seen certain set of modification tools which will help you to do your diagram in a much faster and productive manner. Now in this particular video, we'll be concentrating more towards the detailing side of AutoCAD. That is how to use different object properties like color, line type, line width, etc. Okay. Along with that, how to use hatching. Now hatching is an object property, something which is very important to make your drawing look more presentable. Sometimes it is not for presentation, sometimes it is more for understanding the drawing, basically how exactly the drawing is going to look like, or to read the drawing particularly. Okay, so starting with the first basic thing, that is how to provide color. Now providing color is a very simple thing. For example, here by default the color of any object which you create in AutoCAD is white in the background particularly, but when you take the print it is black. So technically speaking, by default any object you are creating in AutoCAD, the by default color is going to be black, because in the printout it is going to appear as black. Okay, now here what I'm defining is, I'm defining it a radius of let's say 50. So here I have created a circle with a radius of 50. Now why I'm defining a particular size to my circle, so that if you are practicing, if you are following along, you should know what size of circle I'm using for showing you this example. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create multiple copies of my circle. I'm going to activate ortho for doing that. Okay, so that my copies are all in the straight line. So I'm just randomly placing few copies of my circle here. Okay, and again I'm selecting all the circles, and again I'm creating few more copies of this entire group. Now if you wish to create copies like this, you can also use array command, because that will be a faster approach. For example, if I choose to array, if I select the circle, and if I choose rectangular array, it will be a much faster way of creating this set of copies. For example, I want 6 columns and I want only 2 rows. Okay, so this will be much easier for you to create this set of copies. Now What we're going to first learn is basically colors, how to provide color to your object. Then we're going to learn how to provide line type, and then how we are going to learn how to control line weight of the object. And then we will see how to individually control them using properties. And finally, we are going to move towards hatching. Everything will be in a basic way possible. Okay. For example, if I want to change the color of this circle, okay, first of all, I'll explode my array. So I'll use Xenter to explode my array. Now, if I want to change the color of the circle, the first thing we are going to do is we are going to select the circle. Then here on the top bar itself, okay, you can see the home tab. Inside the home tab, you can see color. Okay, in property, we can see color. Now, first we need to select the geometry. Then we need to click on the color drop down, and then we can choose any color I want to. For example, here if I'm choosing red, I'm not choosing red as of now. I'm just hovering my mouse over red, and you can notice the object is already showing in red color. If I hover my mouse over yellow, my object is showing in yellow color. I'll just zoom it so that it is more easily understandable for you. Okay, so I'll just take my object to the right. Yep. Okay, now I'll select this, and here now I can change the color based on which color I'm hovering my mouse over. Accordingly, it will change the color over here. Okay, so for example, if I hover the mouse over this particular color, it will change the color and show me a proper preview. And this feature is available from 2013 and above. So if you're using any version below 13, this might not be the case. The preview will not be dynamic. You have to select the color to see the actual output. So if I select red, you can see the object is now selected, and here the property shown as red color. Okay. If I select this and then change the color to, let's say, yellow, I can select this and then change the color to green. Okay. I can select this and then change the color to, let's say, cyan. I can select this, then change the color to blue. And similarly, I can select this and change the color to magenta. Now, likewise, I can select even multiple objects together. For example, here I'm selecting all of them and then changing the color to, let's say blue again. Okay, so I can select multiple objects as well and change the color, or I can select single object and change the color of those objects. So this is how you can update the colors in AutoCAD. Okay, now after color, the next thing what you're going to learn is called as line type. Okay, now line type is basically the type of line. For example, if you might have seen the previous examples which I have asked you to practice or asked you to create, you might have seen there are some dotted lines basically in those diagrams. Okay, so that is basically known as line type, that is created using line type. So for line type, I'm going to press LT enter. Okay, why I'm going to press LT enter? Because by default, you can see here in the line type group, we only have one line type. See, bilayer and bi-block is something which is going to be there for default. Okay, and hopefully in the future, if we create a tip-centric video, that time I'll explain you what is the meaning of bilayer and what is the meaning of bi-block. Bilayer, any which ways we are going to see. Okay, but for bi-block, I'm going to explain you later in the future. Now, in line type again, we have bilayer, bi-block. In line weight again, we have bilayer, bi-block. But in line type, you can see there is only one option available, that is continuous. So what I can do is I can press LT enter. LT is for line type. Okay, so I'll zoom to this area. So I'll press LT enter. That is for line type, and it will open this dialog box for me. Okay, after I press LT enter, it will open this dialog box for me. So this will show all the line types which are loaded in this session of AutoCAD. So what I need to do is, if I want to use a particular line type, I need to click on load. It will show me the list of line types available. Okay, as you can see over here, a good list of line type available, and then I can select which line type I want. For example, let's say I want this border, or let's say center 2 and center x2. I can press Control and select multiple of them. Okay, if I wish to. For example, I want to load center 2 and center x2. We will see the difference between them once we start. Okay, similarly, I want to load dash dot 2 dash dot x2. Same way, I want to also load the dashed one and all three of them, and this is fine. Let's say I also want to load the gas line, the fence line, both the fence lines, the hidden lines, the hot water supply line, and I guess tracks and zigzag as well. So I'm just about to load this many type of lines. So I'm pressing Control and selecting all different line types, and from here I'm seeing the preview of how the lines are going to look like. Now once I click OK, this many lines are now loaded, or line types are now loaded. So what I can do now is I can simply click OK. Now changing line type is as simple as changing colors. For example, I'll just zoom to this area again. Now let's say I want to change the line type of this object. So I can select the object, then I can change the line type. Now in the drop down, I have more options available, only because I have loaded those line types. So first what I'm going to do is I'm going to add center. Okay, then I'm going to add center 2. Then I'm also going to add center x2. So here I have added the 3 line types over all the 3 objects. Now to remove any confusion, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all the object and change the color to by layer, like the default one. Okay, so that there is no confusion between the line type. Now all the 3 objects are applied with a center line type. Okay, line type known as center. The only difference here is we have center, center 2 and center x2. So center means you can see there is a length of this line, and then there is a space, and then again there is a small line, then again there is a space, then again there is a line, right? So this is how center line is going to look like. But in center 2 you can see it is gone smaller. The only difference between center and center 2 is it is little smaller. So the line is smaller, the gap is smaller, and the line in between the 2 lines is again smaller. In center x2 it is bigger. Okay, technically speaking, this is half of the size, this is double the size of the original one. Okay, so this is how basically you can understand which particular line type to use. For example, if your circle is this big, okay, that time if you apply center, it will look very small. If you apply center 2, it will look even smaller. But if you apply center x2, it will look appropriate for this particular object. So you can decide which line type you want to apply for which object. Okay, now again what we can do is we can select the object and apply a different line type. For example, let's say this time I'm going to go for dash dot. Okay, then I'm going to go for dash dot 2, that is basically half the size of dash dot. Then I'm also going to go for dash dot x2, that is double the size of dash dot. Okay, so this is how basically this is going to look like. Okay, I can also go for some weird line types. For example, I have also loaded fence line. This is a circle fence line. This is let's say square fence line. This one I want to apply with, let's say, gas line. This one I want to apply with hot water line. Now practically speaking, we don't have multiple sizes for all this, so that is the reason I'm applying the single sizes one. Then we also want to apply tracks and zigzag. So this is how the entire thing is going to look like. Okay, and again speaking, I'm just using circle for the example. You can also use rectangle. You can apply line types on rectangle. You can apply line types on polygons. Okay, you already know how to create polygons, how to create rectangles. You can also apply line types on 9 as well. So for example, on this 3 geometry also, I can apply different types of line types. So I'm just using circle for very basic example because it is easy to create and faster to manage. Okay, because it is a single object. Okay, now I have created all the line types I want to. Okay, so in line type there are 2 commands which you need to remember. One is LT. Okay, that is line types. Basically this is used for loading line types. Okay, then we have LTS, that is line type scale. Okay, and that is used for basically reducing or increasing the size of line type, and this is a global command. Global command means you don't have to select anything for this, it will apply this command globally. For example, okay, right now the LTS value is set to 1 because that is the default value of LTS. So if I type LTS and then change the value to 2 and press enter, you can see everything got bigger. Okay, everything got bigger. Again, if I type LTS and type 0.5, everything got way smaller. Okay, so if you want to reduce the line types or basically the gaps or the size of the line type, you can define a value in 0 point something, like 0.1 will be very small, 0.01 will be even smaller. Okay, so depending upon the size of your diagram. But if you want to increase it, so you can also type anything up more than 1. So if I type 1.2, it is going to increase, 1.3 is going to increase more, 1.4 is going to increase even more. Okay, so that is how it's going to go. But again, remember, this is a global command. It's going to affect all the geometries which you have created now or earlier or it's going to come. You know, for all the geometries, this is going to affect. So this is known as line type scale. Okay, I hope you understood line type scale as well. Now, how to change the line type scale for an individual object, we will discuss that in a while. Okay, now along with line type scale, now what I'll do is again I'll change the line type of all the objects to by layer. We also have something called as line weight. Okay, we also have something called as line weight. Basically that is the thickness of line. Now for line weight, the default value of line weight is, okay, the default value is 0.25. So that is a default line type, line weight, which is applied over the object. Okay, now if I want to change the line weight for any object over here, what I can do is I can select the object and then change the line weight from here, like the way I change my color. So for example, here by default it is 0.25, so I'll keep 1 as it is. Then I'll change the second one. Let's say for second one I want 0.3. For the next one I want 0.35. For the next one I want 0.4. For the next one, let's say I want 0.50. For the next one I want 0.6, and for the last line, entire line, I want, let's say 1.20. So I have applied different line weight value for different objects, but we cannot see any visual difference. Okay, to see a difference in line weight, what we are going to do is we are going to activate the command, or we are going to activate the display for line weight. Okay, so we are going to activate the display for line weight. Okay, and for doing that we are going to press LW, enter. Okay, there is one more way, but I'm not going to show you that because that is something which is graphical based. Okay, so if I type LW, enter for line weight, you have one option here called display line weight. As soon as I activate this option called display line weight, and if I click OK, so now you can see the line weight is being displayed. Okay, so this is just kind of a shading, like for drafting you use different grade of pencils or different shade of pencils to achieve different thicknesses of your diagram, so that you can drive area to a particular part of the diagram, or you can put particular part of the diagram in certain focus. So that time this particular option will be really helpful. Okay, so again I'll go for LW, enter. This is normally useful in printouts, not in normal diagram, but yes, this will again make your diagram much presentable and easy to read. So I'll deactivate line weight again and I'll click OK. So these are the three basic properties on the object which we can apply, that is color, line type and line weight. Now if I want to manage all the three properties for individual object, we can also go to property, and for property the command is PR enter. Okay, for properties the command is PR enter. Now if I want to go to properties, what I can technically do is I can select any object, either 1 or 3 or 4 objects. Okay, and then I can go for PR enter. Okay, so because I have selected a circle, then here we will have some list of properties which are related to circle. Okay, so this general property is going to be same for almost all different types of geometry, but this geometry based property will be different. For example, here the center X location, Y location, Z location, radius, diameter, this is all showing because of these properties is belonging to the circle. Now what I can do is I can change the color from here, let's say to red. I can also change the line type, let's say to center 2. Okay, I can, now best part about this is if I want to change the line type scale of these two, I can select this and I can change the line type scale of these two to, let's say 0.5. So only these two are getting affected, not everything else. Okay, so if you want to change the line type scale of an object individually, then you can do it by using properties. Okay, and this way it will be easier for you to manage your diagrams. Okay, now last thing about object property is known as match property. Now let's say someone gave you one diagram and you don't know what color that is and what line type they have used, what line weight they have used, but technically you just simply want to match the property of that object to another object. Okay, for example, in this particular case, if I press LW, enter, if I display the line weight, what I want to do is I want to match the property of this object, okay, this one, to rest of it. Okay, so what I can do, I can press MA, that is for match property. Then it will ask me to select the source object, so I'm selecting this as my source object. Then it will ask me to select the destination object, so I'm just creating a box and selecting all of them. Now you can see all the objects are having the same property, the same exact color, the same exact line type, the same exact line weight. Okay, so if you want to match properties between the object, that time you can use match property command inside AutoCAD. Okay, but for that you should know how to apply object properties and how to deal with object properties. Okay, now coming to the last topic, keeping the session as small as possible, we are going to learn hatch, and we are just going to learn the basic of hatch for now. For hatch, the command is H enter. Okay, for hatching the command is H enter. Before doing anything with hatch, I'll create a circle here. I'll use match property to match all the properties of this circle to this objects. Okay, Now if I press H enter for hatch, I can pick a point and I can hatch this area. Okay, and I can close my hatch. Now what I can also do is I can pick a point and then I can choose different style of hatching. For example, if I want to choose a brick hatch, okay, let's say it's looking way bigger, so I'll use anything else, okay, something else. So let's say here I want to use a different hatch, here I want to use a different hatch, okay, here I want to use, let's say, this brick hatch. Okay, so I can use different type of hatches in different area of AutoCAD. You can also use different gradients, okay, if you wish to use that, and you can change the color of that. Don't worry about it, I'll show you everything in detail. So once you use hatch or gradient, then what you can do is you can technically change the color of it. For example, I can select this hatch and I can change the color from here. Let's say I want to change the color of this hatch to yellow, so I can change the color of this hatch to yellow. Then I want to change the color of this hatch to red, I can change the color of this hatch to red. You can also do it from object properties, which we have learned recently. Okay, even that can be used. Now if I want to change the color of this gradient, you can see the first color. So let's say I want to keep it black, and the second color I want to keep it white. Okay, so you can see I can change the color of the hatches again. Okay, so this is how simple it is to create the hatch. Now hatch contain a lot of information over here. I'm not going into the exact detail about how to master the hatch command, but this is more than enough for you to create the hatch. Now one more very important thing in hatching, for example, here the brick pattern is looking way small for my diagram. So what I can do is there are some properties which are very specific to hatch. Okay, one of the properties known as scaling. Okay, so if I want to change the size of my hatch, for example, it is 1 right now. If I make it 3, so it becomes 3 times bigger. Same can be done here. Okay, if I want to make something very small, if it is too big for my diagram, for example, if I create a hatch here with, let's say, this brick, so you can see it is way bigger for my diagram. So I want to just make it smaller. So what I can do is I can define 0.1 for this example. Okay, and you can see this particular hatching is now smaller. Okay, so again, if I select this hatch and if I change the values here, so from there we can change what type of hatching we are using here, or what size of hatching we are using. We can also change the angle. For example, I want my hatch at 45 degree, so I can also change the angle, and the angle value is just about the scale value. Okay, so for this example I'll just zoom in so that you can see it more clearly. So if I select the hatch and then if I want to change the angle, so I can change the angle as well. Okay, so let's say I want the angle of slide tilted by 10. I want the size of, let's say, 1.8. So accordingly I can change it. Okay, so this is how I can manage or create my hatches. Okay, now for the practice, I'm not going to give you much for the practice. You can simply use this same video for the practice video. And then if you remember in previous 2 practice diagrams, you have already achieved or already created this diagram and this diagram. I want you to create this kind of hidden lines or dash lines. Okay, I want you to do this type of hatches to this area. Okay, in the previous diagrams which you have already completed. You already completed this diagram and this diagram. I just want you to create in this the 3 hidden lines, 1, 2 and 3. In this the 3 hidden lines, 1, 2 and 3. Okay, hatching in 4 areas here and in 6 areas here. Okay, so once you complete that, that is all for the practice you have to do. Along with that, you can also follow the video which I have just completed, okay, for the practice as well. Okay, so thank you everyone for watching. Hope you understood object property and hatching. It was a quite extensive video, but this was very important for the coming lectures, okay, which is going to increase the amount of lecture and going to decrease the amount of practice for you. Okay, so thank you everyone. Okay, hello and welcome back to this video. In this video, we are going to learn about the previous command, that is hatching. In the previous video, I have explained you how to create hatch and how to use object property. In this particular video, we'll be learning or completing the practice assignment given in the previous one. So for completing the practice assignment, what I'll do is I'll create a copy of this diagram to the right. Okay, I have already explained how to create a copy. Now, after that, I'll just delete the hatching. Okay, and also delete the reference lines what I have already created. Now in this video my task is to create the hatch. Okay, so it is not much, and also to create all the reference lines. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, let's say I want to create some hatching like this, what it is already present over here. So I'm going to press H enter for hatch. Okay, and then I'm going to highlight the areas where I want to create my hatch. So let's say if I want to create my hatch here, I can click here. If I want to create my hatch here, I can click in this region. If I want to create my hatch here, I can click in this area, and similarly I can click in this area. Now why I'm clicking on all the 4 areas at one go? Because these 4 areas are going to have similar hatch. So for example, I want a hatch of this type. Okay, I want, let's say, a particular color. So I'm not asking you to follow the same color what I have given, and I want a particular scale. For example, I want my hatch to be little more dense in the sense they should be little more closer. So I'll put 0.2 or let's say 0.5 for increasing the density of hatch, and this is how I can complete my hatch in this area. So I can click OK, and my hatching is done. So before I create my hidden lines, the first thing I'm doing is I'm creating my hatches. The next thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this hatch over here, which is present on all 6 areas. So I'll go for H enter hatch, then I'll click 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Then what I'll do is I'll change the color so that it looks a little different. Okay, and I'll change the scale also to 1, or let's say in this case to 2, because the diagram is quite big, and I'll click on close hatch. Okay, so this is how I can complete my task which is related to hatching. Now my second task was to create some reference lines. For creating some reference lines, what I can do is, first of all, I can type LT enter, that is to load line type. Now here I have already loaded hidden lines, okay, but I'll just clear it out. Okay, so I'll just technically I cannot clear a line type which has already been used. So what I'll do is I'll add another line type. So for example, I want to load another line type, so I'll click on load, and from this list I'll choose a line type which looks very familiar to hidden line, because hidden line is already added. So here I'll choose, let's say, a dash line. Okay, I'll click OK. So here I've added a dash line, then I'll click OK, then I'll close the command. Okay, now first of all what I'll do is I'll go for L enter line, and I'll create a line starting from here finishing till here, and then I'll create a line which is extra by, let's say, a particular amount, let's say 5 mm. So like this. Okay, so I created a slightly longer line. Okay, now what I'll do, rather than creating 2 lines, I'll delete this main line, 1 line over here, and then I'll recreate a line from here to here. Now there are easier ways. Okay, there are easier ways to do this. Okay, you can also use join command. Okay, so if you remember, after selecting this 2 line, if you press J enter join, so they will join and form a single line. Now what I can do is I can use rotate command. I can select this, provide this as my base point, and I want to rotate this by 30 degree with a copy. So I'll click on copy and choose the rotation of 30 degree. Okay, so 30 degree was not the rotation, actually 40 degree was the rotation. Either I can correct my rotation, or else I can create a new rotate command. So that is what I'm doing right now. So I'll create a copy of rotation with the angle of 40 degree. Now what I'll do is I'll also create a circle exactly till the center, and then I'll trim this portion of the circle. Okay, so you can notice the hatch is not disturbing the trimming part, and I'll just delete the rest of this. So this is how I can create my few lines here. Now similarly what I'll do, I'll create a circle here till the center, then I'll create a line from the center till this quadrant, and again a line from this center till this center. Then I'll select these 3 lines, or even these 3 objects, 1, 2 and 3, and I'll change the line type from hidden to dash. Okay, so I can choose a dash line. This is a slightly bigger version, so I'll choose hidden line, suppose. So I'll choose hidden line, and also I'll choose a different color, for example yellow, or let's say red. Red will not work in this diagram, so I'll choose, let's say, yellow. Okay, so this is how I have created these 2 elements in my drawing. So in the previous lectures we have already understood how to make the drawing. In this lectures we have understood how to create hatching, okay, and how to create this hidden lines. Okay, so hopefully you are able to understand the object properties session, which is already completed in the previous session. Okay, and this was just a practice diagram of object properties. Okay, so make sure you do proper practice, and make sure you complete this practice diagram, because this is very easy. Okay, once you complete this practice diagram, continue with the next video. Thank you very much. Bye bye. Okay, hello and welcome to today's video. In the previous video we have already completed how to use set of object properties, like how to provide color, line type and line weight to the set of objects. In this video we'll be learning how to work with layers. Now layer is something which is very important and very interesting topic in AutoCAD. You might have seen in the previous practice diagram as well. I keep on changing some layers from here whenever I start doing the solution for the practice diagram. Now there is a reason for that. Now layer will help you to manage your drawing. So as I told you in the beginning of the session, that we'll be learning 3 things. that is how to create drawings, how to modify drawings, then how to annotate drawing, as well as how to manage drawings. Okay, so this drawing management tool layer will help you a lot in terms of creating any form of design you wish to. So let's say for this example, I'll be creating some layers, then I'll be explaining you the use case of layers. Now for layer, the command is LA enter. Okay, for layers, the command is LA enter. Now layer is basically group of object properties. So we have already learned object properties. So layer is basically group of object properties. Okay, so it's a group of object property. Now let's go to the command LA enter. Now we can already notice there is a layer which is pre-created here, that is 0 layer. So technically up till now we were creating drawing in the layer called 0 or layer named as 0. So as of now we have not created even a single design out of layers. Okay, we were always inside a layer and the layer was 0 layer. Now what I'm going to explain you today will be basics of layers. We will be not going more in advanced part of layer, but yeah, some basic controls of layer which will be very important for us to understand. That is what we are going to see here. Now to create a new layer, you can create a new layer by clicking on this button. Now when we can use layer and how we can use layer, for that explanation what I'll do is I'll just close the layer dialog box. I'll open one of the pre-created drawing. Now this is a very huge drawing. Okay, it has many elements, like it has computer, it has chairs, telephone, it has the name of the employee, it has serial number for the employee and various things. Now if you notice layers here, there are many layers which are created. So let's say for example, my client wants me to change the color of the chair. Now I cannot simply go and select each chair and then change the color of each chair, because that will take more time. Okay, because changing color, as we know, if I want to create a circle and if I want to change the color of the circle, I need to select the circle and then change the color from here. So similarly, if I want to change the color of each chair, it will take a lot of time. So what I can do is I can simply go to my layers. I can search for the layer chair. Okay, in this case, this is the layer. Then I can change the color from here. For example, I want to change it to blue. Okay, and you can notice in the drawing simultaneously all the color changes to blue in which that particular chair is. Let's say for printout reason or for some any other reason, I just want to hide my chairs. So I can simply turn it off and my chairs are now hidden to make the plan look cleaner. Similarly, I want to hide my CPU. I also want to hide my phone, but I'm not sure where the phone layer is. So what I can also do is I can technically select this object, okay, and that will show me the name of that layer right over here, and then I can hide it from here. So even I don't even have to figure out where the layer is. So these are some tips and tricks related to layers. Similarly, employee name, you can see employees here, and I can similarly turn it off. Okay, so layer can contain some objects which can have similar properties, and that way it will be very easy for you to manage. So this is what layer is all about. Okay, now in this video we'll be learning how to create a layer. Now for creating a layer, first of all we need to go for a command called LA, that is layer. Okay, and after going to layer, then we can create the layer I want to. Now based on the kind of drawings you are creating, for example, if you are creating a drawing related to civil, then there will be different set of layers. If you are creating a drawing related to mechanical, then there will be different set of layers. For example, in civil drawing, you might need a layer named door, you might need a layer named walls, you might need a layer named windows, etc. But for general drawing application, you might need hidden lines layers and other layer as well. Now I'll create a very simple layer. Okay, I'll just, yeah. So now I'll click on layer. Okay, now here you can provide name to the layer, whatever name I want. For example, this is known as object. Okay, this layer will be objects, and we have already learned how to create reference lines. So I'll just give it a name called reference. Okay, and let's say I want to create one more layer called dimensions, where all my dimensions are going to be there. Okay, so I just created few layers here. So I'm not creating the list of number of layers, because we are just learning how to create layers. Now once I create a layer, okay, then what I can do is I can change the color for each layer. So let's say for this layer I want a color, any object in the object layer will be of color red, any object in the reference layer will be of green, and any object in the dimension layer will be of yellow. So I can define the color like this way. Okay, and then what I can do is I can simply choose the layer in which I want to work. For example, currently I'm working in 0 layer, so I can just simply change to object layer. Now I'm working in object layer. So if I create any object, it will be created with red color and inside that object layer. Okay, it will be created in red color and inside that object layer. Similarly, if I change my color layer to reference, then I'm working inside my reference layer. Okay, so automatically my layer got changed. Similarly, if I'm working under dimensions, so now my object will be yellow, and now I'm working or creating my objects in dimension layer. Okay, now let's say my client told me all the objects in the reference layer should not have this line type, it should have dotted line type. So what I can do is I can first go and load the line type, and if you remember, for loading the line type the command is LT. Okay, so I can press LT and I can load the line type, and inside the line type I can search for, let's say, hidden line. This one, hidden 2 is what I want to use. I'll click OK. So the line type is loaded. I'll click OK again. Now I'll go back to my layers and change the reference object line type. So here we can see the line type, and there we can see the reference object. Okay, so this is my reference layer and this is the line type of my reference layer. I'll change it to hidden, one of the loaded line types. And here if I click OK, so now it is hidden. And now if I close this and if I see my diagram as well, that contains hidden lines. Okay, so that is how we can technically manage how layer can be used, or how basically properties can be changed. For example, my client told me the color of the dimension layer should be blue, so I can simply go for layers and I can change the color to blue. So all the objects which are in that particular layer, which is of yellow color, will automatically turn to blue. Now let's say, for example, I created some object. I wanted to create few objects in object layer, but I by mistakenly created few objects in dimension layer, and then I didn't recognize in which layer I'm working. So what I can do now is I can even select my object and change the layer to object. Okay, so this is how you can change the layer. For example, you want to keep one of this circle in the dimension layer, I can change it to dimension layer. If I want to keep this circle to the object layer, I can change it to object layer. The only important thing here is you have to select. So you have to select and then change. Okay, without selecting, if you change, so you are changing the current layer. So now the current layer is object. Now if I create anything, it will be inside the object layer again. Okay, now along with layers there are three basic properties, that is on, off, freeze and thaw, and lock. Okay, lock and unlock. So let's just see the properties here. So if I turn off any layer, for example, let's say I'm working with the dimension layer now. So if I turn off the layer, you can see the object is invisible. Similarly, if you freeze the layer, the object is invisible. Okay, so technically we are not going in detail about what is the difference between turning off and turning or freezing the layer. Okay, we are not going into that detail. Again, if I lock the layer, you can see it is slightly dimmed. Okay, but it is kind of not selectable, like you cannot delete it, as you can see, or we cannot move it. So if I try to move this anywhere, if I start and enter move command, and if I try to move it, it will not work. Okay, so all those things will be restricted. Visibility will be there, but every editing will be restricted. So I can unlock it from here. So if you want to lock some layers to work in the drawing in a more efficient manner, you can do that. Now the best part about layer is, if you want, let's say this particular layer should not come in printout. Okay, let's say I don't want my reference layer to be the part of my printer, so I can just turn this option off, printer option off. So what will happen, any object in the reference layer will not technically be a part of my printer. Now how exactly you can change that, I'll explain you after some time once we go to the printing and plotting related section. So this is how you can create or manage layers. Now one very important thing, zero layer is a default layer and this layer cannot be deleted. Okay, so you cannot destroy this layer, that is zero layer. And sometime you might also find a layer called def point. Okay, sometime you might also find a layer called def point. Okay, and this layer is also not deletable layer. So you can delete any other layer which you have created, but the software will create two layers like zero and def point layer, and these are not deletable. Now one very important thing here, if anything is present inside the def point layer, it will not be printed. Okay, anything present inside the def point layer will not be printed. So many people have a confusion, like when they create the drawing, there is nothing coming in the printout. The reason is because the drawing might be in the def point layer. Okay, because of any mistake. Okay, so if you are using layers, this is how you can use technically the layer command. Okay, there are many more things to layers. Okay, if you want the advanced explanation or if you want a detailed explanation of layer, you can comment in the section below. Okay, so that I can understand there is a requirement of understanding layers, and then I can create a full proof video of explaining each and every function of layers, all the function which I have not touched, because this is what is very important which I have just covered, and this is what is very important and sufficient as well for using or working with layers. Okay, so have a great day ahead. Happy learning. Okay, hello and welcome back. In today's video, we'll be learning how to insert text in our drawing. Okay, so basically if I want to annotate anything inside the drawing, so that is where text will play a very important role. In the previous sessions, we have learned how to create a drawing. Okay, second thing, we have learned how to use modification tools to make the drawing a little faster. And after that, we have also learned how to use layer in order to control the properties of the object. And in today's video, we'll be learning how to introduce text to our design. Now, introducing text to our design plays a very important role. So it is very helpful for annotating some areas, okay, which are not really very clear. For example, here, as we can see in the previous plan, here already the name of the employees are written, so annotating means basically typing the name, giving some information, adding dimensions. So those are all part of annotation. So today's lecture will be totally based, and today's and even tomorrow's lecture will be based on annotation itself. So today we will be covering text and text style, and tomorrow we'll be covering little bit about dimensions. Okay, so to start with the text, we have three commands inside text. One is single line text. Okay, next is multi-line text. And third thing is not really a type of text, we can say it is more of like the style. So we can say text style. So we have to learn three commands today. So for single line text, the command is DT enter. For multi-line text, the command is T enter. And for managing the text style, the command is ST enter. Okay, for managing the text style, the command is ST enter. So DT enter is for single line text, T enter is for multi-line text, and for managing the text style, the command is ST enter. Okay, so let's start with the first one, that is DT enter. So as soon as I press DT enter, I'll just zoom in first. Okay, so as soon as I type DT enter, for example, here I'm typing DT enter, we can notice the software is asking me to specify the start point of the text. Currently, the text style is set to standard. The text height is set to by default 2.5. Annotative is no. Annotative is something which we are going to discuss not in the basic session. We are going to discuss that in the advanced session of AutoCAD. And justification is set to left. Okay, so this is all what is written over here. Now specify the start point of the text. So I'll just define the start point here. Then it is asking me to specify the height of the text. So let's say I want my text to be of height 10. Okay, so now that is totally based on your drawing. So if your drawing is very huge, that time you can define a different text height. If your drawing is really small, that time you can go for a smaller text height. So specify text height, I'm defining it as 10. Then text angle. If I want to write my text straight, I want to define the angle of 0. If I want to write my text vertically like this, then I can define the angle of 90 and so on. So here I'm defining the angle of 0. And now you can see a cursor is blinking over here, and I can type whatever I want to. For example, I want to type CAD Cube 360. So I can do that. Okay, so this is how I can write my text. Now if I press enter, I can go to the next line and I can give some more information. For example, AutoCAD. Okay, if I press enter again, I can go for something more. Okay, now if I press enter and if I want to skip this line, okay, and I want to go to the next line, you can see the entire thing is went off. Like you cannot skip a line in single line text. You cannot skip a line in single line text. Second thing, in single line text, all the three things are individual elements. So for example, this tutorial is a single element. This AutoCAD word itself is a single element, and CAD Cube 360 is a single element. So anything which is present in one line is one element or one object. Okay, so technically I can select this and I can delete it if I want to. Now second very important thing is I can double click on the text and I can modify the text I want to. For example, here I want to write something like this. So I can do that very simply. Okay, now let's say I want to write my text at 45-degree angles. What I can do is I can again go for DT enter. Okay, again I can specify the start point, then I can specify the height. Let's say I'm keeping it to 10. I'll define the angle of 45 this time, and this time you can notice the text is written in 45 degree. Okay, so this is how we can write the text in 45 degree, and you can press double enter to come out of the text. Okay, you can press double enter to come out of single line text, because as I told you, you cannot skip a line. Okay, so this is how you can write single line text. Okay, I will encourage you, if you want, you can also go and try this different justification modes. Just a minute. DT enter. Yeah, this different justification mode. It is very simple to use. It is similar to Word, Excel, and PowerPoint. Okay, and in the future video, we are also going to use different justification mode for ourselves. that time also you're going to notice this justification types. Okay, so for now you can even try it by yourself. Okay, so this is known as single line text. Okay, now let's continue with the next command, that is multi-line text. For multi-line text, I'm going to type T enter, and now you can see near the mouse ABC is written. Okay, now technically that ABC indicates how big the text is going to look like on the screen. So if you zoom in, ABC is getting bigger. Okay, so basically this is how big the text is going to look like if I start typing right now, and if I zoom out, it is getting smaller. Okay, so I can decide what size of text height I want. So let's say I want this big. Okay, so what I'll do now is I'll just click and create a box like this. So single line text is used for writing simple informations, but multi-line text can be used for writing paragraphs. So if you want to write more information, that time you can use multi-line text. Just for a small example, I would like to show you one drawing where you can see where exactly single line text is used and where exactly multi-line text is used. So for example, this is a drawing. Now in this drawing, you can see controlled copy is written, then quantity number 3 is written, and some basic informations are given here. So that all information can be created with single line text. All this information can be created with single line text. You don't really need multi-line text for creating all this information. Similarly, if you have some sort of paragraphs, like you have long statements written, in those case you need to use multi-line text. Like this kind of information is written. So in this kind of conditions, you can use multi-line text, because here there are a lot of information which is written over here. Now, coming to the topic again, let us creating multi-line text. For creating multi-line text, we have to type T enter. Okay, and then as we know, this ABC indicates the size of the text, and then I can create a frame, how big or how small I want to write my text, and then I can fill in the informations I want to. For example, I want to write, let's say, CAD Cube 360, AutoCAD tutorials. Okay, so this is how I can fill in the information. Now, what I can also do here is, because it is multi-line text, I can technically, this whole thing is a single element. So if I click OK, you can select this, and this whole thing is a single element because it is a multi-line text. Now, if I double click on this, I can go and select like the way we do it in Word. Like I can select this part, and I can make it bolder, italic, whatever I want. For example, I want to change my text style to this. I can change my text style. Okay, so it is very similar to Word. If you have used Excel, it is very similar to that. So I can make it bold, I can make it italic, I can make a strikeout, underline, overline. Okay, I can also make it superscript or subscript. For example, I just want to make this whole thing with a single text style. I want to make it bold. This also same text style, I want to make it bold, and this one I want a similar style, suppose, but I want to make it superscript. Okay, so this is how it's going to look like. Similarly, if I want to make it subscript, I can do that. So all those things, I'm not going to go over those details about managing the text style part, because this is something which is very common or which is commonly used. Okay, now what we can also do is we can also change this justification from left to middle to right and to evenly distribute if I want to. Okay, so all those justification options are also there. We can also go for bulleting and numbering and also line spacing. So all those things which are there available in most of all the things, it is also available over here. Okay, like if I want numbered, I can go for bullet and numbering over here. So if I want to turn it off, I can do it that as well. Now the most important part here is, let's say I want my current date over here. Okay, and technically why I want my current date, because I know I can see the date and I can type it by myself, but I want it automatic. So next time if I open this drawing on the new date, so that new date should be over here. So I want something which is automatically understood by the software. So in that case, I can go to fields. Okay, and here I can choose what type of information I want for this field to be generated. For example, I want date. I want my date in this format particularly. You can also choose the format if you want to, and I can click OK. And this is something which I have not typed. This is something which is automatic. So if I change the date of my computer, which I'm not going to do it as of now. Okay, so if I change my date of my computer, or if I open the drawing again on a new date, so this date will be automatically different. This is something which will be very helpful in creating the title block, when we will learn how to create a title block for taking the printout, because that time the date of the printout will always be mentioned in a correct way. Okay, and you don't have to type it. And don't worry, this kind of background is not going to come when you take the printout. This is just to inform you that this is a custom field which is inserted, and this value is not typed. This is something which is automatically generated. Not only that, we can also have multiple symbols. So for example, here we have symbols, and here we have a symbol for degree, Here we have a symbol for plus minus, diameter, almost equal. So you have different symbols also. So even if you notice, there is some short keys in front of symbol. Okay. So if you remember this, for example, percentage C for cat is for diameter. Then percentage D is for dog, is for degree. Okay, so that is how also you can put the information here. So you don't really need to go to symbols and do this. And this will work in every condition, not only in AutoCAD, even in Word, Excel, PowerPoint, anywhere you go, you type percentage C, it is going to work, because this is something, it's not from AutoCAD, it is something from Windows itself. Okay, so this is called as character mapping, and it is already present inside Windows, so you don't need to worry about that. So this is all about multi-line text. Now let's say whenever I type my text, I have to choose my text style, I have to define my height. If I want to make that thing permanent, or if I want to control that thing, I can go to text style. For text style, I can go to ST enter, and here we can already notice there is a text style present over here called standard, which was already been used. Okay, so what I can do is I can create a new text style if I want to, and you can see the preview of the text style here in the bottom left corner. So if I click on new, I can create a new style. I can give it a name. For example, this is for annotations. Okay, and then I can define what should be the type of the style. But now before I do that, I'll go from the bottom. If I want to write my text vertical, backward, or upside down, I can do that over here. I can control the text width factor also, how wide or how small the text should be. Okay, for example 1.2, so it is slightly wider. Then I can also control the text oblique angle, like 30° forward or 30° backward. I can also I can control it up to 85 degrees, so I can make the text tilt up to 85 degrees, but that is of no use. Okay, similarly I can define the height over here, but I keep the height 0 so that I can define it every time when I create a text. Okay, and then also I can do is I can change the style, font style. So I can choose a font style. For example, I'm choosing this. Then also I can choose whether it should be bold, bold and italic, or regular. Okay, I can do that, but if that totally depends upon style to style. For example, if I choose Times New Roman, I have all 4 options. But if I choose, let's say this, I don't have all 4 options. Okay, so I can decide what type of text style I want, and then I can make it a current style. Yes, I want to make it a current style, and then I can close it. Now, if I type anything with single line text or multi-line text, for example, DT enter, I'm specifying the start point, then giving it a height of 10, angle of 0, and I'm typing. You can notice it is coming with a different style, which I have just created. Okay, similarly, if I go for T enter, text, and you can see ABC is in a different mode now. And if I try to type here anything, it will all come with that particular style. So this is how you can do it. Okay, so this is how you can introduce text to your designs or a drawing. So we are one step closer to complete the design with annotation, and next lecture we will speak about dimensions. And after the next lecture, I'll give you some practice diagram which will include layers, text as well as dimensions. Okay, thank you for joining in and have a great day. Okay, hello and welcome, and in this video we'll be learning about the next tool of AutoCAD. Technically not a tool, we can say more of like a drawing management tool or drawing management command, that is known as dimensions. Now we are now continuing in the series in which we are currently in the location or in the position where we are learning how to annotate or how to make our drawing more presentable, more readable, etc. Now already we have learned how to use layers and how to use different techniques in order to control the drawing. Also, we have learned how to use annotation in order to annotate the drawing like the way we did it here. So today I'll be showing you how to create dimensions. Now once I explain you how to create dimension, I want you to practice this. Okay, so this is in the beginning itself I'm telling you what kind of practice diagram I want you to create. So you can create almost all the practice diagram from the previous videos if you want to, or if you have already created the practice diagram and if you have already saved it, just try to make sure to give the dimensions to them. Okay, and also try to put all the dimension in one layer so that if I turn off the layer for dimensions, you can see the dimensions are clean. Okay, so this is how you can manage dimensions. So in this video, we'll be learning how to create dimensions for our designs, okay, and how to do it in a most efficient and a proper way. So let's start with that. So I'm starting with a new file. Now, first of all, what are different types of dimensions we can create in AutoCAD? So we can create linear dimensions. Okay, we can create a line dimension. We can create radius related dimensions, also diameter, I'm not going to be covering everything in detail, okay, but yeah, all the things which I'm writing, everything will be covered in great detail. So we can also create angular dimensions, and this is what is majorly required. Now you don't even need to remember the command for dimensions, okay. For dimension the command is D will be common for all the dimensions. Then DLI is for linear, okay, because the first two words of the command. So similarly DAL is for aligned, then DRA is for radius, then DI is for diameter, then DAN is for angular. So you can see here in the spelling of angular we have AN, and here also we have AN, here we have DI, and here also we have DI. So remembering the command or the name of the command is not very critical or not very difficult. If you know you want to create linear dimension, you just need to type D and then first two alphabets of linear dimension. Okay. Now DLI can be done with single or double enter. Okay, so you can either use a single enter like the way we normally do it, or you can use a double enter. Okay, so in DLI as well as DAL, we can either use a single or a double enter, and this is very simple to use. This is not really very difficult to use. This is very simple. Now along with that, I'll also show you dimension continue and baseline. So this will help you to make designs in a faster way, or dimension in a faster way. Now for dimension continue, the command will be DCO, okay, as we thought of, and for baseline the command will be DBA. Okay, so this is how we can use this set of commands to create different type of dimensions. So let's start with the first one, that is learning how to create a linear dimension. Now let's say I have a line here, a slant line. Okay, we can also have two circles here. Okay, very simple geometry. Now for this we don't know the measurement. I want to see the measurement, so I can type DLI enter. Okay, then it is asking me to specify the first point, then the second point, and now what I'm getting is a linear dimension. So what is the meaning of linear dimension? That means the 72.36, whatever the value is over here, is a horizontal distance between this point and this point. Okay, so it is not the actual distance. This is the horizontal distance. So if I create a line of 72.36 horizontally from here, then it is going to reach somewhere over here. It's not going to touch the point here. So this is horizontally this much. Similarly, if I do again DLI enter, and if I select the two center points again, I can also create a dimension which is vertically telling how much distance away this particular circles are. Okay, so either I can create horizontal dimensions or I can create vertical dimensions. Okay, again we can do the same thing for the line. DLI enter, I can select this endpoint and this endpoint. Now the best part is if you have a line, you can press DLI double enter. Okay, if you have any object, you can press double enter, and then you can simply select the object. You will get the dimensions automatically. So again I'm doing DLI double enter, and you can see again I'm getting a dimension here. Okay, so very simple to use, very easy to use, and this is how quickly and efficiently you can work inside AutoCAD. Okay, or you can create a diagrams which will have some linear dimension. Now coming to the next topic, that is aligned dimensions. First I'm deleting the two linear dimensions. So DAL is the command for aligned dimension. Now again, if I click on this center point and this center point, what I'm getting is the aligned dimension between the two center points. Okay, so technically this is the actual length. Previously we were getting the horizontal or the vertical distance, but this is now the actual length. Similarly, if I press DAL double enter, okay, I can select the line and I can get the actual length of the line as well. So this is known as aligned dimension. Coming to the next one, that is radius. Okay, so DRA. Now from here the things are very simple. DRA enter, and if I select the circle, I'll get the radius of that circle. Similarly, if I want to see the diameter, the command is DDI. Then if I select the circle, I'll get the diameter. So this is how you can create a radius and a diameter dimension. Okay. Now coming to the next one, that is angle. Okay, so that is for DAN. So if I press DAN and if I select the two geometries, I'll get the angle. Okay, as simple as that. So if you want to see or check the angle, or if you want to create angular dimensions, in that case you can type DAN and you will get the angle. Okay, as simple as that. So this is how you can create angular dimensions. Okay, so I hope you understood how to use linear dimension, aligned dimension, radius dimension, diameter dimension, and angular dimension. Now coming to the next two very important parts, that is continuous and baseline dimension. Now technically they are very again easy to use, not really difficult. Okay, but that will help you a lot. For example, here let's say I have multiple circles. So again, I'm creating circles randomly. I'm not defining any particular location to it, and I'm creating the copy of the entire group. So I'm creating a copy of this entire group. Now I'm creating a dimension here, a linear dimension from this center to this center. Okay. Similarly, again, I'm creating a linear dimension from this center to this center. Now let's say what I want dimension like this, continuously one after another. Okay, like this way. So for that we have a command called dimension continue. For that we can type DCO, that is dimension continue, and by default it might start creating dimensions, but here it is not doing that for my good luck. So here it is asking me to select the dimension. Okay, but sometime it can happen that, suppose I'll delete the dimension, I'll again create a dimension because I know why it's going to happen. If I type DCO, you can see it is automatically creating a continuous dimension. It might be from the correct dimension, it might not be from the correct dimension. So as soon as you go to DCO, you have to click on select. Okay, you have to click on select, and you have to select this dimension either from this side if your objects are on this side, or on this side if your objects are on this side. Okay, so I'll select it here, and now I can see continuous dimensions are coming, and I can place it wherever I want to. So this will help me a lot in order to create continuous dimension. For example, this is a drawing which we have already completed in the past. Okay, and you can see there are drawings where I have created some continuous dimension. For example, here, as you can see, it is 10, 30, 23, 17, and 18. This is all a part of continuous dimension. So if I go here and if I type DCO and if I select this, then I can create a continuous dimension, and very easily I can define the dimensions to this object. So this is how easy it is to create continuous dimensions. Okay, and this will be very helpful in future in order to define dimensions to multiple objects. Similarly, if I press DBA, that's for baseline. So this is now giving me a baseline dimension, but not from a correct location. So what I can do, again, I can go to select. This time I'll select this side if the objects are on this side. Okay, so I'm going to select on the left side if the objects are there on the right side. So I'll select the left side here, and now this is what I'm getting as a baseline dimension. So all the dimensions are starting from the single object. Now there are settings using which we can also control the height and control various things about dimension, but this is how basically you can create dimension. This also works for angular dimensions. So for example, if you have some angular lines and if you want to create some continuous or baseline dimension, for example here, let's say I have an angle. Then I'll go for DCO, that is continuous. I can simply select the endpoint of this line, the endpoint of this line, and this line to get a continuous dimension very easily. Okay. Now dimension by default always remains readable. Okay, so it doesn't go in the direction where it is not readable. It always remains readable. Now let's continue with the most important thing, that is dimension style. Now whenever we create a dimension in this particular software, this is how it's going to look like. I'll just activate ortho. Okay, so this is known as the arrow of the dimension, this is the text of the dimension, and this is how the dimension is going to look. I want to customize the way it looks. I don't want this comma over here. What I want here is I want a point, decimal point. I want to change the style of the text and various other things, how it's look. So what I can do is I can press D enter. That will take me to dimension style. To manage dimension, I can go for dimension style. Dimension style, and that can be activated by pressing D enter. Now it's a very big command particularly, but we are not going to go in much detail, but I'll just show you all the things which are necessary. So if I press D enter, this is how the dimension style dialog box is going to look like. Now I can click on new in order to create a new dimension style for myself. Okay, because normally I don't really modify the one which is already present in the software. We have already learned text style. It is very similar to that. So I'll click on new. Then I'll give it a name. For example, CAD cube dim style. So that is my dimension style. Okay, so I'll click on continue, and here you can see the dimension style dialog box will appear. There are many things to toggle or to change. Okay, but few things are very simple to understand. For example, lines will control how the dimension line and how the extension line is going to look. For example, here in lines, if I want to change the color of the dimension line, this is how the dimension line color will be changed. I'll just zoom into this part so that you can clearly see. Okay, so if I change the color from here to green, you can see the color over here of the dimension line is changing. Similarly, I can change the color, or I can even suppress the dimension lines if I don't want to have it. Same goes with extension line. Okay, so if you don't want extension lines, you can remove that. You can also control how much it is going up. For example, here this value is 1.25. So if you want to increase or decrease that value, you can definitely change that thing. this value is 0.625. So if you want to increase or decrease this value, you can definitely change that thing as well. Okay, so this is how you can control dimension. But normally what I do is I change the size of the arrow. You can even change the style of the arrow. So if I don't want this kind of arrow, I want a different style of arrow, I can do this from here. By default arrow size is 2.5. Let's say I'm thinking the arrow is quite big, so I want a smaller one. So what I can do is I can just simply change it to 1.5. So arrow will become smaller. Similarly, if you want to increase the arrow size, you can also do that. Okay, similarly, if I go to text, I can change the style of the text. Okay, so if I click on text style, here in front of standard, if I click on these 3 dots, I'll just zoom in so that you can see. So if I click on these 3 dots, it will launch a text style dialog box, which we have already seen. And here I can click on new, let's say dim. I'll just create a new style with a new font. Suppose I'll click on apply and close. And now if I choose the style from here, you can see the fonts are changing here, right? So similarly, I can change the color of the text. I want a different color to my text. Okay, I can also change the background color for my text if I want any background color. Okay, or I can keep it to none. I can also change the text height. Normally, I prefer to keep the text height same as the arrow height. So if the arrow sizes I have kept to 1.5, I'll keep it text also to 1.5. Now I want my text to be centered, so I'll choose centered in both the conditions. So you can see now my text is centered, and now I want all my text to be horizontal. So I'll choose horizontal over here. So it is always easy to read. Okay, so all these things we can control. We can also control whether I should get a comma or a period. Okay, or a point particularly. So it is 14.11 or 14,11. That is also you can control. If you want to put a suffix like mm, so you can also do that over here. So it's very simple to control that. And from here you can also change the units to feet and inches. So if you don't want the measurement in mm, you want it in feet and inches, you can do that from here. Okay, so all those things can be controlled from here. So normally whenever I start with AutoCAD, I do few changes, like I change the size of the arrow, I change the size of the text, I also change the style of the text, and also I change the type of unit I want. Okay, or type of point I want. So here, after changing all these things, I can click on OK. I can set this as a current style and I can close it. Now if I create a dimension here, now as you can notice the difference between the two dimensions, here I am getting a proper value like 23.86 rather than comma. Okay, here the arrows are quite smaller based on my drawing size. So all those things can be easily controlled and managed. Okay, so this is what we called as dimension style. Now in this video we have already learned how to create dimensions, okay, and how to manage the dimension. Okay, so what I want you to do is, for the practice, I have already assigned you the practice diagram. Just for a quick take, in the practice you have to give dimension to all the previous diagrams which you have already created if you have saved it. Otherwise what you can also do is you can give, like, let's say you can create this diagram and you can give all the dimensions to this diagram particularly, and make sure you have everything in layers. Okay, everything in layers, so that you create a layer for your object. You should have a layer for your dimensions. If you don't want your dimension, you can just simply turn it off. Okay, so that is very important. Okay, so you should know layers. For that you can see the previous videos for learning layers. You should also know text, so that you can write this kind of information. For example, here I have written rectangular and ortho, polar and ortho. All those things you can also write, or you can also create. So all this information, technically now you are prepared to create this level of information. Okay, so you can do that now in AutoCAD. So thank you very much for watching. Have a great day ahead. Hello everyone and welcome back. In this video, we'll be covering the previous set of commands. In the previous video, we have already covered how to create dimensions, how to manage dimension styles, and much more. Now, here in this video, I have given you some practice assignment for the previous one. So if you haven't watched the previous video, I would recommend you to go and watch the previous video. Now, in this video, we'll be creating some practice assignment which will contain some diagrams like this. Okay. So in this case, I have told you to create the diagram, also to add the dimension, also to add the annotation, and also to use layers. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with a new file, and I'll be doing a few of these. For example, let's say I'll be creating one of these. This is with polar and ortho. So I'll be first starting with a new drawing file. Okay. Then I'll be going for layers, LA enter, and I'll be creating layers as such. For example, here I'm creating new layers. I'll just zoom into it. Okay, so I'm creating a layer named let's say objects. Then I'm creating a layer named annotations. and then I'm creating a layer, let's say called dimensions. So here I have 3 layers which will contain some objects, some annotations, and some dimensions. So let's say first of all I want to start building my object. So first I'll activate my object layer. To activate my object layer, I'll be going on the top of this area, okay, in the view itself, and here I can select the object layer, or I can go to layer properties, LA enter, and then I can double click on this object layer to make it active. Okay, so I can double click on the object layer to make it active. This check mark indicate that the layer which you are working on is currently active. Okay, so it will be a quick revision of layer as well. Now, as far as the diagram is concerned, I have to create something like this. Okay, and let's say what I'll do is I'll choose to create something like this. This will be much better. So here we have 2 lines of 40 each. Then we have a line of 40 at 45 degree. Then again we have 2 lines of 40 each. Then again we have a line of 40 at 45 degree. Okay, so what I'm going to do that is I'm going to go back to my drawing. I'm going to create line with ortho on. First a vertical line of 40, then a horizontal line of 40. Then what I'll do, I'll create one more horizontal line of 40. Then I'll select this line and rotate using the rotate command. If you remember, for rotate the command is RO enter. I can select the line, I can press enter after that. Then the base point, I can specify this endpoint as the base point. Now technically if I turn off ortho, this is how it's going to rotate. Okay, so here I'm going to specify the rotation angle of 45 and I'm going to press enter. So this is how I can change the rotation angle to 45 degree. Now I can simply copy this line from this point to this point. Okay, you can even try to do that, and then I can create some lines over here. Now after creating this part of the diagram, let's look at other things. For example, here we need a circle of diameter 20, here we need a circle of radius 10, radius 20 and radius 10. So I'll go for circle, I'll go for tan radius, this one, then radius of 20. Then again I'll go for circle, I'll go for tangent radius, this one, then radius of 10. So let's say my part of creating the drawing is done. Second part is to annotate. Now before we start annotation, I'll go to textile and I'll be creating a new textile. For textile the command is st enter. Okay, so I'll be going to textile, then I'll be creating a new textile, and let's say here I want to call my style as annotation. Annotation style. So once I define the name to my style, then I can choose what font style I want to use. Let's say I want to use this font style. Okay, I can define height, oblique angle and other parameters as well, but I'm happy with the style itself. Now I'll click on apply, then I'll click on close. Then I'll press DT enter, that is for writing the text, especially single line text. Okay, now what I want to write here is, let's say I want to write tan radius and some other information. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to type DT enter. Then here I'm going to go to justification. If you remember last time when I was teaching you the text command, I never went into justification because I just went and showed to you like how exactly justification can be used. Okay, so I'll go to justification, I'll choose a center or a middle justification. Now if you want, you can figure out the difference between center and middle justification and comment in the section below, so that I can also understand how good you are in understanding the center justification and middle justification. Later on, if there is a need, I'll create a separate video for justification part itself of textile. Okay, so I'll create a separate video for that. So here I need to specify the starting point of my text, generally the middle point. So here I'm defining the middle point of my text. I want to keep the height of my text somewhere near to 8. So I'll keep the height to 8. Then I'll keep the rotation angle to 0, and then I'll start typing. For example, here I want to write tan or tan radius. Okay, now once my writing is done, I can press double enter to come out of it. Now the problem is I feel the text is too big. Okay, so what I can do is I can go to property, that is by pressing PR enter, if you remember. Okay, for properties the command is PR enter, and then I can select the text. So here I'm going to properties, selecting the text, and here you can see the content. Okay, what is written, what style has been used, what kind of justification it is using, and what is the height. So now let's say I want to make the size a little smaller. So what I can do is I can change the height from 5, so from 8 to let's say 5. Okay, and I feel this particular size is appropriate for the drawing. It is quite readable and quite understandable if I see the drawing itself. Now along with that, I also forgot one thing, that is I created this text by mistakenly in the object layer. this was supposed to be there in the annotation layer. So if I zoom in, you can see if I highlight my text here, the layer is set to object. Okay, you can see the color is by layer, the layer is set to object, the line type is by layer. Okay, so but I want to change that layer of this text. Okay, one thing I would have done is I would have activated the annotation layer right before typing this. But if I made a mistake, then what I can do is I can simply select this text, then I can go back and change the layer, okay, to annotation. So that should be done after making the selection. Now if I press escape, you can see as of now the object layer itself is the current layer or the current in use layer, but right now this text is now a part of annotation layer. If I zoom in, so here you can notice the text is now a part of annotation layer. Okay, just a sec. Okay, as we can see, the text is a part of my annotation layer. So this is how we can change the layer as well. Okay, now let's continue defining the dimension. Now let's say I want to create some linear dimensions. I'm pressing DAL enter, and now I'm trying to create a linear dimension. The dimension doesn't look that interesting as of now. Like basically it is not like we cannot differentiate the drawing lines from dimension lines. Okay, so what I want to do is, first of all, I want to activate my dimension layer. Okay, second thing, I want to go for dimension style, that is by pressing D enter, and I want to create a new dimension style which will be for dimensions or for annotations. So I'm just naming this as dimensions. Now here what I need is, I don't want a comma, I want a period. Okay, I want to see the trailing zero. So in zero separation, I'll deactivate trailing zero, so that anytime I get 0, it will be 0.00 always. Okay, so I want to see the trailing zero. Now along with that, I want my text to be always horizontal. I want my text to be always centered. I want my text height to be 3 or let's say 2. I want my symbols and arrow size to be 2. I don't want a closed fill arrow, I want a closed blank arrow for this example. Okay, and similarly I can do various things, like I can go to text and I can change the text style to annotation style. Okay, the style which we are using, similar style for the text as well. So I'll click OK. I'll click set current and I'll click on close. Now if I try to take a dimension, DAL double enter, now you can see it is much more better. And right now the dimensions are created in the dimension layer itself. So here I can create a dimension of size 40. Then here I can again create a dimension of length 40. But before that, I'll go for an angle DAN and I'll create an angular dimension here of 45. Then I'll create an angular dimension once again over here of 45, like given in the diagram. Here also I want to add a length of 40, so DAL double enter. You can also use linear dimension to achieve this. Okay, so again I'm creating DAL double enter, few dimensions here. Then DRA enter is for radius, so I'm creating a radius here. Okay, so I don't want it to be inside, so I'll just undo and recreate a dimension, DRA enter. Here again DRA enter, radius. Okay, now only 2 dimensions are remaining, so I'll just go for DL enter and I'll create a length over here for this line and a length over here for this line. So let's say my dimensioning part is done. Now to make the drawing look much better, okay, and more print friendly, what I can do is I can go to layers, okay, and first of all I'll change the object layer line weight, let's say to 0.5. So I'm changing the object layer line weight to 0.5. Then I'm changing the dimension color to let's say blue. Okay, and I'm changing my object color to let's say green. I'm changing my annotation color to red. Okay, and you can see automatically the objects which are present in the layers are automatically getting affected. Okay, now one bonus tip here. In this video, let's say we'll try to take the print of this single drawing. Okay, so let's try to do that. For print, the universal shortcut is Ctrl P. Don't worry, we are going to learn printing and plotting in detail in the later videos as well. But for now, let's try to do it. So if I press Ctrl P, so that will start the printing dialog box or printing and plotting dialog box. Now from here, I can choose, let's say I want to convert my drawing to a high quality PDF. Okay, so that is AutoCAD to PDF. Then I'll also change the paper size. I want this to be on a A4 size sheet. Okay, so here I can choose A4, here I can choose PDF, and then I can click on preview. Now if I click on preview, it's coming in a proper way, but it is too small for the paper. So what I can do now is, I can change in what to plot. I want to plot the entire thing. So I can click on extend. So now if I click on preview, now the entire thing is coming, but it is not in the center of the paper. So what I'll do, I'll choose this option called center to plot, and now if I take the preview, you can see now it is coming in the center, okay, as well. So I'm good to go now. So now I'll click OK. I'll define where exactly I want to place it. So let's say I want to keep it on the desktop with this name. I click on save, and now it is getting published, and now it is open in a PDF. Okay, and you can see how basically it's going to look like once it is converted to a PDF. Okay, so this is going to be something really interesting. You can also try that, and if you are able to try this successfully, just let me know in the comment section below that you have also tried taking the print of a drawing. Now why I'm doing that, because this is just to explain you that you are now capable of doing this many part or this many things inside AutoCAD. Okay, so I hope you got the idea about how to create this diagram, as well as your confidence level must have increased now in using AutoCAD. You might be more it will be more easier for you to use AutoCAD nowadays. Okay, and if suppose you are coming in here for the first time, if you are viewing this video for the first time, I would really appreciate if you like and if you subscribe to the channel for more videos. And you can also go and watch all previous videos in which I am explaining all of these in great detail, so that you can also understand everything over here. Okay, so thanks a lot for watching. Have a great day ahead. Okay, hello and welcome back. In this video, we are going to learn about tables. In the previous video, we have already completed dimensions and dimension style. In this video, we are going to learn the last part of annotation. Technically not the last part of annotation, but yes, we do have to learn one more thing after this. But this is something which is very important, which is related to text, and this is known as tables. That is what we are going to learn today. So table is going to play a very important role. Okay, the command for table is tb enter. So we can press tb enter in order to create table. Now I'm not going to take longer time in order to explain you what is table. Basically I'm going to do it in the best way possible and in the easiest way possible. We are not going to go into deep detail about using or creating tables, but I can guarantee you that after this particular session you will be able to create tables for your title block and general tables like bill of material, joinery details for your drawing as well. Okay, so anything which you want, you can create it from tables. Now the table dialog box, if I press tb enter, this is how the table dialog box is going to look like. Now when we go into tables, okay, we have two options to choose from. Either we can start from an empty table or we can start from a data link. So if you have an Excel file created, you can use this option, that is from a data link. Now if you want me to create a separate video on data link option, you can let me know by typing in the comment section below, so that I can create a separate video from a data link option. Now here, if I use this option called start from empty table, I have two options to choose from: specify insertion point or specify window. I generally use this option, that is specify insertion point. Now in this option, it allows me to provide me how many number of columns I need, what is the width of the columns, what is the number of rows I need, and what is the size of the rows. Let's say for now I want 5 columns. Okay, I want column with a 50. I want, let's say, 5 rows, and I want a row height of 1. Now here we can also control how the first cell should look like. That is the first cell over here. The first cell should look like a header cell if you want to ignore the title cell, or you want it to look like a data cell. So for now I'm selecting this to be a title cell. Then for the second row cell style, we can again choose whether it should look like a data cell, or whether it should look like a header cell, or whether it should look like a title cell. Now that is also we can choose from here. And all other row cell style means leaving the title and header row apart, all the other rows will follow this particular style. So that is header or title. So here I am selecting data. So this is a general format. We need the title on the top, the header over here, and then we need the data. So now if I click OK, now you can see with my mouse the table is attached. Okay, and if I place the table somewhere over here, this is how it's going to look like. Just for a quick revision, if I press tb enter again, the number of columns I have asked for is 5. The column width was 50. So let's check. I'm getting total of A, B, C, D, and E, total of 5 columns. Okay, and I'm getting each column with a width of 50. Width of 50 is something which we are not concerned about as of now. What I also asked for is, if I press tb enter, I asked for 5 rows, but what I'm getting here is 7. Okay, now why I'm getting 7 rows? Because software will always create 2 extra rows, one for title, one for header. So if you type 1 also, you will get 2 extra rows, that is 3. So if I type over here, let's say I want only 1 and I want only data rows, suppose. So what software will do, it will technically create 3 rows. Okay, so if you want only 1, you're gonna technically create 1. You can create 3 and then delete the remaining if you want to. Okay, so that is how you can do it. Now Once the table is created, then what you can do is you can double click inside the table to write anything you want to. So for example, here I am writing any particular information. Now if you want the table to follow a particular text style, you can go to ST enter style and then change the format here. For example, here I am choosing a different font. This we have already covered in the previous video, and here I can type anything I want to. Now while typing, you can see multi-line text command is active, so I can technically select and choose to make it bold or define an underline, or also change the color or the font style for that particular text. Okay, so that is all possible. Even if I want, I can also insert a field, like for example, I want my current date, the date on which I'm recording this video. So here you can see the current date will automatically enter. Okay, similarly, if I want to merge the cell, for example, I want to merge these two cells, so I can select the cells over here. Let's say I'm selecting these two cells, or let's say this 4 cells. Let's start with this 4 cells over here. So I can select this 4 cells, and then I can choose to merge. So you can see merge option is over here. Then I can either select merge all. Merge all means all the rows and columns will get merged in this selection. If I select merge by rows, means only the rows will get merged, not the columns. Okay, and if I select merge by column, only the columns will get merged, not the rows. Now I can again select everything, and I can select unmerge cells. That will again unmerge everything. This is very similar to how we use Excel and different data types. Now what we can also do over here is we can select a column. Let's say I'm selecting this column. I can insert a column to the left or to the right, okay, of the selected column. So anytime I want, I can increase the number of columns. Similarly, if I select a row, I can either insert a row above or below. I can also delete rows. Okay, so if I don't want some rows, I can also delete the rows. So this is how you can delete the rows. Now along with that, suppose if you are typing something, for example, here I'm merging all the columns. Okay, so I'm selecting merge all, and here I'm typing something. Let's say CAD Cube 360. Now after selecting this particular cell, I can also change the alignment. For example, here the alignment is set to middle center. I can make it top left, that will go in the top left corner of the cell. Top center, top right. Similarly, we have middle left, middle center, and middle right. So if I select middle center, this is how it's going to look like. And if I select bottom right, this is where it's going to go. Okay, so we can also select to choose like how we want the table to be displayed. Now if I don't want these 2 columns, I can just simply select these 2 columns. Okay, so let's say I'm selecting these 2 columns, and I can just say delete column, and it will technically delete those 2 columns. Now let's say for this example, I want to change the length of my table. So for example, here I'm starting from here. So I'm activating ortho. I'm creating a line right now. So as we know, this line, this table cell or table width is technically 50. So what I want is I want the first column to be of 45. So I'm creating a line of 45. Then I want my second column to be of, let's say, width of 40, or let's say 30. So I'm creating a line of 30. Then I want my third column to be of width 15. So I'm creating a line of 15. I want my fourth column to be of width 40. So I'm creating a line of 40. Then I want my fifth column again to be length of 15. So I'm creating a line of 15. Now what I'll do to make it easier for you to understand, I'll just give different color. Okay, or let's say dimensions. So we already know how to give dimensions. So this is one dimension here. This is the second one here. In this condition, the continuous dimension option will be more helpful. Okay, so I'm creating one dimension here and one dimension here. So this is how I want my table to look like. Okay, so first column of width 45, the second column of width 30, the third column of width 15, and the fourth column of width 40, and the fifth column of width 15 again. So I can select the column, I can select the table, and you can see some handles over here. Now this handle or this grips will help you to change the width of the table. So if I drag this grip to, let's say, this point, so it will become 40, 45. If I drag this grip to this point, this will become, so it's not technically going to come down to that location, but technically it's going to reduce the width. So this is how I can change the width of my columns, okay, if I need. Similarly, row height can also be controlled. If I go to properties, if you remember properties, I can simply select the table, or I can select the set of rows. Then I can control certain information. For example, what should be the height of the text. So I want height of the text to be, let's say, 4. So I can reduce the height of the text at one go. What should be the color of the text? What should be the type of the data? And additional formatting can be changed from here. What should be the row height? Let's say here the cell height is set to 9, so I want it to be 6. So here I can change the cell height to 6. So all the selected cells will change the height to 6. Now this is how you can control how exactly your table is going to look like. Okay, now this is how we can create a table, and this is how we can manage a table. I hope you guys understood how we can create and manage a table. Now for your practice, what I want you to do is, it will be little difficult than what we have already covered. I want you to create this table. Okay, you can see, or you can take a screenshot over here. You can see the first width is 30, second width is 15, third width is 15, fourth width is 45, and sixth width is 45. Here I am using the cell with a height. Here I am using a text with a height of 3. Okay, here also I am using the text with a height of 3. In all this location I am using a text, I guess, with a height of 2. Let me check. So I'll go to properties and select a cell, and here you can see the text height is set to 3 in this entire column. In this column it is again set to 3 for this entire column and this entire column. For this column it is set to, or for this set of columns it is set to 3.5. okay, and only for this one it is set to 6. Now you can try to create this, okay, very similar table. Here you can replace this with your name or your company name if you want to, but try to create a similar information, because this will be later on useful or will be used as a title block. Now in the next lecture, I am going to create this, and you can also see how you can create this kind of information. Thank you everyone for watching. Have a great day. Hello and welcome back to the current session. Basically in the previous session, we have already learned how to create this type of table. Okay, and basically this was an assignment number 10, which was given to you in the previous session. Now in this particular session, we'll be learning how to complete this assignment using the command which we have already completed, that is the table command. Now basically, once we can see the diagram over here, there are few things if I want to create a table in a correct way. The first thing is we need to identify how many number of columns we need and how many number of rows we need and what types of rows we need. Okay, so if you haven't watched the previous session, I would recommend you to go and learn the previous session first. Basically that will give you a basic understanding about how to use table command itself, and then you can continue with this video in which we'll be learning how to create the table in a proper way so that we can create this kind of output. And this will be very important because in this video what we are learning, we'll be applying that to create a title block. Now the first thing we need to identify is how many number of columns and how many number of rows we need. So here I can figure out, like for example, in this case I need 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 columns. Okay, in this case I need 5 columns and we need 4 rows. Now the type of rows is basically we need the data row. So I need all the rows to be the data row. I don't want a title or a header row. Okay, so this is how we can identify what is the need, what is the requirement for getting this kind of title block ready. So we need 5 columns and 4 rows. So I'll go for TB enter table. Okay, we don't know yet the width of the column or the width of the rows, so as of now it is not a problem. So I need 5 columns. I'll keep a width of 60. I need total of 4 rows, so here I am going to enter 2, okay, because I need 4. Okay, so remember in the previous session also I have explained you that whenever you need some number of columns or some number of rows especially, okay, you have to always enter 2 less. Okay, because 1 for title, 1 for header will always be extra. Row height I'll keep it as it is. So I'll go and change the type of cell. The first cell should be data, the second row should be data, and all other rows should be data. Now once the information is provided, I can click OK and I can create a table like this. Now I know the table is not of the correct size, but as of now the first task is to get the table first. Now once we get the table correct over here, then we need to enter the information. The first task is to identify the number of rows and columns, okay, and then the second task is to enter the data. So for example over here I need to write drawn by, so I'll just type drawn by. Now it might happen that the cell will not follow the correct style. Okay, it might happen that the cell will not follow the correct style or the correct font. What you can do is you can go to ST enter and then you can choose standard over here and change that to Arial. Now once you do that, it will follow the same style which I am also using. So here I'll choose, or I'll write drawn by. Here I'll write checked by, and here I write scale. I would recommend you to create a table bigger at first and then make it smaller as we continue, because here we need to also change the size of the text. So here I need to write name, here I need to write date. Now in this level over here, my company name will come over here and the title will come over here. So technically I need to merge the 2 rows, okay, on the top, and I need to also merge the 2 columns in the bottom. Okay, so all those things I need to do. So first I'll select the 2 rows, Then on the top, or let's say I'll select all 4 of them and I'll merge them by rows. Okay, then I can write the information here, like for example I need the information CAD cube 360, and here I need to write title, and I need a colon after that, and here I need to write DWG NO. Here I need to write material, here sheet number, and here revision. So the next step is also completed, that is entering the information. Now next part is to correctly align the information and also to correctly size the information. Now if you remember, I have already explained you that in this part we need the text height of 3, in this part we need a text height of 3.5, and here in this part we need a text height of 6. Okay, so for doing that we'll go to properties, PR enter. Okay, and then first I'll select this entire cell, okay, this entire part, okay, this all the cells, and then here in text height I'm going to type 3. Not only that, we also need to make the text go to the left and in the center. So here I'm going to select in cell alignment. So you can see over here inside cell alignment, I'm going to choose this option called middle left. So all the data will go to the left and come to the center, so it matches the same data what we have created. Now apart from that, we need to select this many cells over here, and here the size will be 3.5, and again the alignment will go towards the middle left. So here I'll choose the middle left alignment, and this is also done. And finally I can select this and choose middle center as an alignment, and the cell height or the text height to be 6. Okay, and it is done. Now I also want to make it red, so I can just simply double click, okay, and just try to make it red. Now once this part is done, the final part here is to create or to size the table with respect to correct size. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create few lines here. So my ortho is already active, so I'm going to create a line of 30 first. So I'm just creating a line of 30. Then I'm going to create a line of 15, then again 15, then 45, then 45. So here I have created few lines. So as you can see, there are multiple lines present over here. Okay, now I'll select the table. So this is a grip. I'll select the grip. I'll hover over the first line until I see the first endpoint. Then I'll select the second grip. I'll go over the second line until I see the second endpoint. Now I'll select the third grip. I'll go over the third line until I see the third endpoint. And then finally here over this line, and finally over this line. So this is how we can create a table which was given to you as a task. Okay, I hope you guys understood and you can do the same thing by yourself. Okay, I would recommend you to practice this and also complete this, because this will make you really efficient in creating this kind of title blocks. Okay, so thank you everyone for watching. Have a great day. Hello and welcome back. In this video we'll be learning technically the last part of annotation, because after this video we'll be going towards directly into printing and plotting. So you can say the remaining videos will be the last or final videos in which we'll be learning printing and plotting. But in this video we are going to learn only about annotations. We have already learned how to create text, we learned how to create tables, we learned how to create dimensions as well. Now in this particular video we'll be learning how to create leaders, or technically in this particular software it is known as multi-leaders. Okay, so here in multi-leader I'm going to show you a couple of commands. I'm not going to show you in detail about multi-leader, but yes, what is very much required and what is sufficient, that is what I'm going to show you. So for multi-leader command is MLT, and again with multi-leader, like with dimension we have style, so again with multi-leader also we have style. So that is known as multi-leader style, and the command for that is MLS. Okay, so multi-leader, the command is MLD, and for multi-leader style the command is MLS. So let's start with MLD first. So if I type MLD, it is asking me specify the arrowhead location. So here if I zoom in, it is asking me to specify the arrowhead location. So here I can define, let's say this is the position where I need my arrowhead to be located. Okay, so I'll just zoom in so that I can see the arrow. Now as I can see, an arrow is coming, and along with that a line is coming. Okay, so technically this is known as a leader. Then what I can do is I can just simply click here to specify the location of my leader, and then I can type whatever I want to. For example, let's say this is whole of diameter. For diameter we can write percentage C, okay, 20. Okay, so this is how I can type certain information if I want to, and then I can click OK. So this is how I can create multi-leader. Okay, and this will be very important or very useful in order to write specific information to a specific area. Now we can also control how big or how small the multi-leader should be. For example, if I type MLD, let's say I'll create a circle here, a circle of literally diameter 20. So I'm creating a circle of diameter 20 and it is too big, right? So if I create a multi-leader, again MLD, and then if I write something over here, let's say circle. So we can notice one thing, that with respect to my object, my multi-leader size is very small. Okay, with respect to my object, my multi-leader size is very small because this is the default size of multi-leader. Not only that, one great part about multi-leader is if you move the circle, you can see the arrow of that multi-leader is attached to the circle and it is moving automatically. Same thing will happen even if you change the size of the circle. So whenever you create a multi-leader, it is an associative object. So that means if you change the object itself, it will automatically get updated, the location as well as the position of the arrow. Now the main concerning part here is how to make the multi-leader look bigger, or at least it should look like a dimension. For example, here if I go for a diameter dimension, you can see how big the diameter dimension is as compared to the leader itself. So I want to make my multi-leader to look bigger. For doing that, what I can do is I can go to MLS, that is multi-leader style. Okay, like the way we have dimension style, we also have multi-leader style. Either I can modify the standard multi-leader style, or I can create a new multi-leader style. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on new to create a new style, and I can give it a name, whatever name I want to. For example, here I'm giving the name of CAD Cube 360. Then I can decide, here we can see a small preview of the leader itself. Okay, so how I want my leader? I want my leader to be straight, okay, or I want my leader to be in a form of spline. I can do that. Okay, I can also change the color of my leader. Okay, and I can also change the line type and the line weight, which we have already learned in the previous video. We can also change the type of the symbol or the type of the arrow we need. Okay, we can also change the arrow size. So I would recommend to keep the arrow size initially to 2. Okay, I would initially recommend to keep the arrow size to 2. It might happen from the preview the arrow will go out, so don't worry about it. Now I can directly jump to content. In structure we cannot control much, so I'll directly jump into content. And here what I want is a content. I want mtext as a content, and here the text height, which is going to be very important for us. Let's say I'm going to keep the text height also as 2. That is same as the arrow size. And here I want it should be always in the middle of the text. The attachment should be always in the middle of the text. And then one more thing I need to control is the size of the landing, that is the horizontal line. So the horizontal line which is coming will have a size of, let's say, 4. So that is double of the text height. Okay, so these 3 things is normally what we control: the size of the arrow, the size of the landing, and the size of the content. Along with that, if you want, you can control the connection of the content. Okay, now if I start typing, if I click OK, if I set this as my current style, and if I click on close, now if I go for MLD, and if I create a multi-leader from here, you can see the multi-leader is comparatively now bigger, okay, and better, and it looks much more appropriate for the size of my circle. Now if I start typing anything, for example CAD, then enter, you enter 360, and then if I click OK, it will automatically attach to the middle, okay, in the center. Now if you want some gap here, like there is a gap but it is not visible, if you want there should be a visible gap between the connection and the text, you can go to multi-leader style, click on modify. You don't have to create a new one again. In the leader structure or in the content, you can see there is a gap, landing gap, and here if I specify the landing gap of 1, so what will happen is automatically there will be a landing gap of 1. That will be a good gap. Okay, and don't worry, if your particular leader is using a particular style, it will get automatically updated as soon as you create a new multi-leader. Okay, so this is how you can create and use multi-leader. Hope you got the proper understanding. For today's videos, there is no practice diagram as such. What you can do is you can even annotate the diagrams which are previously created. using multi-leader itself. One example I'll give you is what you can try. This is something which I'm not going to show you separately. So in the practice diagram folder or in the practice diagram, so here you can see there are 12 holes of diameter 14. This is something which you can type using multi-leader itself. Okay, you don't need to create a dimension for it. So this is one of the example as seen. Okay, otherwise if you want to give any annotation, any notes onto the object, that time also you can use multi-leader. So I hope you got the idea about how to use multi-leader, and meet you in the next lecture, because that will be more important. That will be related to printing and plotting. Thank you very much. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we are going to learn about printing and plotting. Okay, so technically we are going to learn about how to take a print. If we have completed our drawing in AutoCAD, then how to get it converted either to a PDF or to a sheet of paper. Now, the first basic way of taking the print is taking the print of the design which is there on your screen right away. So the basic command for taking a print, which is like universal for almost all the software, that is Control P. So for taking a print, we have to just press a simple shortcut, that is Control P. Okay, now as soon as I press Control P, here we have various options to choose from. Okay, so like we have multiple options to choose from. So first of all, we need to choose what printer or plotter I'll be using. For example, here printer means a device from where a paper can come out, like any machines, and plotter is particularly for a bigger size print. Okay, but we do also have certain options, like if I want to convert this to a PDF, so I also have AutoCAD to PDF. Here we have some different quality PDF, like a high quality one, small file, or web and mobile related application file. So here if I choose, let's say AutoCAD PDF high quality, so first we need to define what kind of output we need. Okay, so that is defined in the printer and plotter selection. Then we need to define, if we are going to take a physical printout, what will be the size of paper. Okay, so whether it will be on a A4 size sheet or whether it will be on a A3 size sheet, or basically what size of paper you are going to take a print on. If you are not taking a printout and if you are just converting this to a soft copy, this doesn't really matter. But this will be great if you know technically you are going to take a print on A4 size paper. So it's always better to select a A4 size and make a digital copy which is also of A4 size. Now till here, it was a very generic setting of printing which we normally do in almost every software. In every software we select the printer, in every software we select the paper size. Now if I check the preview, okay, this is how my print is going to look like. But I don't want my print to look like this. Okay, I want my print to look a little different. Like I want to zoom to a certain area and take a print. So here in what to plot, display is selected. That means whatever is there on your screen and how exactly it is there on your screen, that is the way it is going to get printed. So if your screen is zoomed out, or if your drawing is zoomed out, then you are going to get a similar view over here in the print. Okay, so what we can do is, we have one more option here called Extend. In Extend, everything will come towards the paper and everything will try to fit in a single paper. So that is called as Extend. That means in everything what you have on your screen will come to a paper and it will try to fit. We also have one more option called Window. Now this is much better option, because in this case you can actually create a window and define what exactly you want to print. Okay, so that will be always a better option to take a printout. Now along with that, we also have one more option here called Center to Plot. So as you can see the preview, the printout or the print which is going to come, it's going to come on the very left side. So I want it to be in the center of the paper. Okay, this is the preview mode. How I am coming out of the preview mode? Either by pressing this cancel button you can come out of the preview mode, or by pressing escape you can come out of the preview mode. So if I say center to plot, if I click on preview now, this is much better. Okay, now we have already learned something called as line weight, line type and other information, right? So if I activate this option, that is plot object line weight, that means line weight is going to get printed. Now just for a simple explanation, I'm going to create a simple rectangle here, okay, using REC. Then I'm going to create a copy of this rectangle, let's say few copies. I'm going to select one of these and going to apply a line weight over here, let's say of 0.9. Here I'll apply a line weight of let's say 0.8, and here I'll apply a line weight of let's say 2.1. So here I have applied different line weight. So if I say Control P now, and basically I'll again do the same setting. For example, here I want AutoCAD to PDF, I want an A4 size paper. So everything remains the same. I want a window print where I only want to print this area, and here I need to center it to the plot. And if I see the preview, It might take a while to generate the preview. Okay, I guess I have created this under def point layer. Now basically this can happen with you also. Like here what I have just done is by mistakenly I created everything under def point layer. So the worst part about def point layer is anytime you do any design in def point layer, it is not going to get printed. So what is the solution? You can simply select your drawing and just move the layer to 0 or to any other layer which is printable. Okay, so now if I say Control P for print, now if I do the exact same setting again, now the problem here is we have to do the setting every time, right? Whenever we go into print, we have to select all these options, okay, and we have to define everything and again come back to the preview. So what if I want to make this setting default? Then here you can see page setup. So after completing the setting, you can add a page setup. So next time what will happen if I cancel this out, for example, and if I go back to print, so as you can again notice, everything is by default. I can just simply select my setup and everything will be same as it is. Even the window will be there already. Okay, now I'll just go to the preview and check. So you can see over here, this is a normal one. This is with a line weight. This is again with a line weight, just with 2 different values. Now if I deactivate this option, then what is going to come is like everyone is going to look the same. So basically this option will allow you to whether you want to print the line weight or not. So this is about basic of printing. Now let's see an advanced part about printing. For example, here if I press Ctrl P again, here again I'll select setup 1. Now in this case the window will be here. Now again I'll see the preview. Now the problem is yellow color doesn't look great on white color sheet, right? Because it is not even readable properly. Okay, so not only here in the digital copy but also in the printout it will not be readable. So I want to change my yellow color to blue, but the problem is yellow color is very much readable in the black color background of AutoCAD. So what we can do here is we have something called as plot style table. Here I can choose any particular style. For example, I am choosing for now acad.ctb, that is color dependent plot style. We are not going more in detail about how to create one. Okay, so if you want, you can just select any default plot style. Yes, and if I see the preview now, you can see color change automatically. Now how the color change? First of all, now here if I select the plot style, let's say acad.ctb, I have an option to configure or edit it. So here if I click on edit, I can select the yellow color and I can say how exactly it should look like. So yellow color should get printed in red, for example. So if I save and if I see the preview, so every yellow color will get printed as red. Okay, so that is how you can define how exactly the plot style is going to look like. So this was the basic of printout. Let's move towards more and more advanced part. Now as we know in AutoCAD, we always have 2 areas. One is known as the model area and one is known as the layout. And we already have 2 layouts which are by default present here inside AutoCAD. Now basically layout is for printing. Okay, so if you want to take a quick printout, this is what all the settings you have learned so far will be helpful. But if you want to go deep into printout and if you want to take a printout in which you can show different types of drawings in different areas, you have to go to layout. Now in the layout, you can see there are 3 different spaces. I'll just configure the layout in a different way. Just give me a moment so that you can easily understand what kind of spaces I'm talking about. I'll explain you this part in a while. Okay, so there are 3 spaces. So if you see, there is a dotted line here, which is not that clearly visible, but yes, there is a dotted line here. Okay, so that is the printable area. So anything within the dotted line will get printed. Anything outside the dotted line will not get printed. This is the paper. Okay, and this is the view. And the view is shown using something called as viewport. So this is a new geometry called as viewport. We know how to create lines. We know how to create circle. This is something which is very new called as viewport. This is not a simple rectangle. Okay, first thing first, whenever we go to layout, we check the paper size. To change the paper size, we can right click on layout. We can go to page setup manager. Okay, then here we can select which layout we want to modify. As of now, I want to modify layout 1. Here I can click on modify, choose the printer, let's say AutoCAD to PDF, and here I'll also choose the paper size. Let's say I want ISO A4, so I'm choosing ISO A4. I can also decide whether it should be portrait or landscape, so I want to keep it landscape for now. Okay, and object line weight and other information can be also defined, and I'll click OK. So now, as you can see, we have a new paper here which has this as our printable area, dotted line. So anything within the dotted line will get printed, anything outside the dotted line will not get printed. So this is my current viewport, and this viewport is showing me the entire drawing. Now if you want, you can also delete the viewport by simply selecting the viewport and pressing the delete button on the keyboard. Now if I want to create my own viewport, I can create MV enter, I can press MV enter and create a new viewport. Okay, even again I'll type, first of all I'll write down the command over here. For viewport, the command is MV enter. For viewport, the command is MV enter. So again, if I type MV enter here, I can create one more viewport, MV enter, I can create one more viewport. Creating viewport is as simple as creating a rectangle. Okay, now in AutoCAD, in a single sheet of paper, you can only have maximum of 63 active viewport. If you create anything more than 63, they will be deactivated. For example, here I am creating a copy of this viewport itself. Let's try to exceed the number. So here I have created a viewport. I am using copy command to create multiple copies of this viewport in the same line. You can also use array command to do that. And you can see as of now, all the viewports are active. Okay, now I'll select all the viewports and I'll create few more copies here. So again, all the viewports are still active. Okay, again over here. Now we can see there are few viewports which are not active. So if I count, actually there are 63 viewports which are currently active. Okay, so I hope you are clear with this part. So if you count here, we have total of 10 viewports in each line, and we have total of 60 over here, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 and 63. Okay, so this is how AutoCAD manages the design, because on a single paper, AutoCAD doesn't allow you to have more than 63 active viewports. Now if I go to MV enter, the viewport command, we have multiple options to choose from. Okay, so I'll just show it to you. We can choose between the options, like we can either create 2 viewport at the same time, we can either create 3 viewport, we can also create 4 viewport. We can also use this particular option which I use very regularly, that is fit option, that is to create a viewport of the maximum printable area. So if I click on fit option, we can see this dotted line right now. Okay, so this dotted line basically indicates the maximum printable area. If I click on fit option, you can see a viewport is created of the exact same size. Okay, so again we have few options, like if I want to create viewport, okay, let's say I want to create 4 of them, so I can click on 4, and here if I create a viewport now, I'll get 4 viewport at the same time. So if I go to MV enter, if I choose 4 and if I choose to fit, so this is how 4 perfectly sized fitting viewport is going to look like. Now, once we have created a viewport, what exactly we can do with the viewport? Okay, so as of now, whenever I'm zooming in and out and whenever I'm panning, the entire page is going to pan. But if I double click inside any viewport, now I can pan and zoom any particular viewport. So the best part is I can zoom to this area and I want, let's say, only this part should be visible in this viewport. Okay, so that can be controlled. And one very basic but very important command which can be used is the zoom command. Now normally what we do is, for zooming in and out, we use the scroll wheel, but there is a command called zoom, and that can be accessed with Z enter. If I press Z enter, I can go to zoom command, and in that we have an option called object. So only the selected object will get zoomed. Okay, so I'll just show you. So if I press Z enter, so here we have an option called object, which can be accessed using O enter, and then I can select the object, and only that object will get zoom into the viewport. Now if I click inside this viewport, I can do the same thing. Z enter, O enter, and I can select, let's say, this object, and that will get printed in this viewport. Similarly, in this viewport, Z enter, O enter, I want this to get printed, I can print this one in this viewport. Okay, similarly over here, I want this 3, so Z enter, O enter, I can select all the 3 and I can press enter. Okay, so this is how we can control the viewport, what exactly should get printed. So it doesn't matter how you created your drawing here. Okay, you can just roughly create it like the way I did, okay, in the entire course, but in the printout you can decide how exactly each one should look like. Now the problem here is, again, on the white sheet of paper, it is not very readable. Okay, now we already know layers, right? Just let's go into layers for the last time. If I press LA enter, now we have 2 color choices. Okay, not only one, but we have 2 color choices. Means we can choose between this set of colors and this set of colors. This is the original color of the object, and this is the color of the object for the viewport. So if I change this to blue, so all the yellow color object in the viewport will look as blue. So I just need to refresh the drawing. I'll just change this to blue. Okay, so this is how it's basically going to look like. Now the benefit of using that option is you don't have to change the original color of the object. You can simply change the printout color. So this is the color in which it's going to get the printout from, and this is the color in which the object is going to get created. Okay, or object is originally created. Now you might notice by changing this color, it is changing it entirely, obviously because it is the original color of the object. But what about this one? Now if I just delete one of the viewport from here, let's say I'll just delete all of them. I'll create MV, enter. I'll choose 4 and I'll choose to fit. Now if I just simply try to zoom into a particular area, let's say here I'll change the color. Okay, anytime you do this, you need to make the viewport active. So now you can see in this viewport only the color is blue. Okay, so it is very important, if you are choosing that option, make the viewport active. Okay, so if this viewport is active, so how to activate the viewport? You have to double click. Let's say here in this viewport the color should be red. The yellow color, particularly that layer color, should be red. So this is also very much possible. So this is something a little more advanced part of printout. Okay, now once the things are ready, once the things are done, I can press Ctrl P, okay, and try to continue plotting a single sheet. And here everything is already fine. I'll just keep this to none and I'll click OK, and I can save it on the desktop. So here my printing is done, and now that file is particularly open and it is visible to me, right, based on how I created it. Okay, so this is how you can create a printout very easily using AutoCAD. In the next session, I'll be explaining you how to create a title block, okay, like how to properly create a title block and how to set a template inside AutoCAD. And after that, I'll be giving you the final assignment of AutoCAD. And once you complete that final assignment as well, then congratulations, you have completed the entire AutoCAD training, and you are ready to face the industry, and you are ready to create as different type of drawing you want to. Okay, have a great day ahead. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we are going to learn about creating templates in AutoCAD. Now, first of all, we need to understand what is template and what exactly is the feature of using a template. Now, particularly whenever we see any drawing created in AutoCAD or generally in any particular software. So for example, let's say this is the drawing which is created. You can see how properly it is printed out, and there is a template over here which we have also referred while making our own template. Okay, like our own title block. So there is a particular way in which we normally take a printout of our design. Not only that, we have learned AutoCAD to a certain extent now, and we want certain settings to be made permanent in AutoCAD, or let's say our company is following certain standards and I want to save those standards inside AutoCAD itself. So for that, we can create a template, and for creating a template, generally we have to save the file, okay, with all the information in it. We have to save the file in .dwt format. Okay, so that is the drawing template format. So how to do that and how to create a template, that is what we are going to understand today. For creating a template, there is no particular command like template or anything like that using which you can create a template. It is just a way you want your AutoCAD to work, okay, and you want certain things to perform in a particular way. So in that case, we create a template. Okay, now for example, what I'm doing right now is, let's say I'm starting with a new part file of AutoCAD or with a new drawing file of AutoCAD. And here, if I type anything, for example, using DT enter, I'm creating a text. Let's say this is a start point. I'm defining a height of 2, angle of 0, and here I'm typing something. Then again, even I'm creating one dimension using DAL, right? So we know there are certain ways the dimension looks. We know there are certain ways the text look. We also know how to control the way it looks, okay? We also know how to control the way it looks. For example, we know that if I want to change the text style, where exactly I need to go and change it. If I want to change the dimension style, where exactly to go and change it. But I don't want to do it every time. Like every time I start a new file, I know that I don't need a comma anytime. I need 28.02. I don't want 28,02. And I want certain type of text and certain type of style to at least present inside AutoCAD. Let's say certain layers are also to be always present inside AutoCAD. So let's say, for example, we'll start with layers. So let's say I want at least 2 layers every time. So I want a layer called object every time, and I want a layer called dimensions every time. So I'm just creating 2 layers as of now. Okay, along with that, if you need a layer called hidden line, you can also do that. So let's say I'm creating one more new layer, hidden lines. So I'm creating few layers now, and you can also change the line type, or you want certain line type to be by default loaded. So you can go to LT enter and load certain line type. For example, I want my hidden 2 line to be loaded, and here I want to use that line type, hidden 2. So I'm using it. Now everything has been already completed. For example, the object layer has been defined, the dimension layer has been defined. I can also say the color for my dimension layer to be yellow. Okay, and my hidden lines should be of a particular color. Okay, everything has been defined now, and this is something which I do every time. So I'm just creating it in one go. Similarly, I want my text style, ST enter, to be of a particular style. For example, I always want to create a text in a new style. Let's say I want to create a standard for my company. Okay, so here I'm creating a standard for my company in which I want to use this font style. Okay, not only that, I want my dimensions like D enter, and I also want to create a new dimension style which will be using certain information by default. So what I'm just doing right now is I'm just using all the settings which I have done in the past, okay, which I have already explained in the previous set of videos. So here I'm going for the baseline spacing, everything else is fine. Symbols and arrows, the size will be 2, marking, the size will be 2, and text and everything is fine. Here I don't need a comma, I need a period. Okay, and this is how I need to define everything. Okay, similarly in text, one more thing need to be defined. I want to use this text style, CAD CAM 360 style. So this is how everything is going to look like. So here I'm doing all the settings which we have learned in this 27 sessions or 26 sessions. Okay, now after completing all the settings, we also want to create our own title block, our own information. So what I can do is I can go to layout. Okay, this is something which we have covered in the previous video. Okay, how to go to layout and what layout is all about. So I'll right click on layout and choose page setup manager. Okay, now after choosing page setup manager, I'll click on modify and change, let's say, from AutoCAD to PDF. Okay, let's say high quality print, and here I'll choose A4 full bleed. Let's say ISO A4 full bleed. That is what I'm going to choose over here. Everything else is fine. I'll click OK. So now my paper size is A4. Now what I want to do is I want to create my own title block. Okay, for that I can create a rectangle, but the problem with the rectangle command is I cannot literally snap to the corner of the paper. So what I can do, the best way to get the rectangle here is by using MV enter. This is what we learned in the previous video. If I press MV enter, I have an option to create a viewport which is fitting the size of the paper. So if I click on fit, so this will create a viewport for me which is actually the size of the paper. So now by using the viewport, I can create my rectangle. Okay, now to do that, what I'll do, I'll mark this corner using a line, and I'll mark this corner using a line, and then I can simply delete my viewport because that marking will be there, and then I can choose REC enter, rectangle command. I can specify this as my starting and this as my ending to create my rectangle. Now after this, what I can do is, after this I can use the offset command, let's say with a distance value of 4, to create an offset here inside. Okay, I can give line type, different informations. So I'm trying to replicate what we have already seen here in one of the examples which I've just shown you, like this information. Okay, so let's say if I want certain things to be by default, I'm just creating those things right away. Similarly, I want my table over here. Okay, and the table has been created in this already in the practice diagram session. So what I want is I want this table to be present inside of a layout. So how to take my table from here to the layout? Now for that, I have already created a video, a tips and tricks video, in which I have explained how to move one object from one drawing to another. But still I'll explain now. You can select the object, you can press Ctrl C, that is for copy. Okay, so not CO enter, Ctrl C copy. Then you can go to the drawing in which you need that object, and you can press Ctrl V, that is for paste. Now if you notice something, here it is pasting in this style, and here it is created in this style. So you can notice a significant difference between the font. So for example, here you can see the font is different, and here you can see the font is different. It is all because here in this drawing, if I press ST enter, the standard style is following the Arial format. Okay, but in my drawing, the standard style is not following the Arial text style. So if I just change this to Arial, I need to go all the way up, and then I will choose Arial. I'll choose apply, close, and now it is also looking in a very similar way. So this can happen if you move text between the files, if it is not following a proper text style. Now I'll move this particular block to this location, or this particular table to this location, so that it always stays in the corner. Now to see my drawing here, okay, to get my visual of the drawing here, what I can do is I can create a viewport inside. Okay, so for creating viewport, we already know the command is mv enter. Okay, and I can go to this option. This is something new, polygonal option. Now if I click on polygonal option, I can create a viewport randomly like this. Okay, I need to press enter after that, so just give me a moment. Polygonal, I'm just randomly creating a viewport like this. Okay, enter. Now this corner is going to go here, this corner is going to go here, this corner is going to go here, this corner here, this one over here, and this one over here. Now just to explain you what is viewport, I create few circles here, and if I go to my layout, you can see the circles are visible inside this viewport. Only thing is, by using the polygonal command, I have just created a viewport which is of rough shape. So to make it proper shaped, I can just click on this corner and place it here. I can click on this corner and place it here. Now why I created it initially smaller, just to show you. You can also create a polygonal viewport directly clicking on these points. No problem. But this is a better way to explain. Okay, so now I have a viewport which is looking somewhat like this. So if I double click inside my viewport, you can see it is not going over my drawing or over my table. My table is separate because the viewport size is somewhat like this. Okay, so I can take a printout now in this format. Okay, so this is how I can create my template. Now once my template creation is done, okay, once my template creation is done, I have to make sure there is no drawing present inside my template. Okay, then what I need to do is I need to go to save as. Okay, I cannot simply click on save, I need to click on save as, and here I will choose AutoCAD drawing template. Okay, AutoCAD drawing template, that is DWT in a format. Now it will by default take me to the default template location, and where in which I can save my own my own template. Let's say CAD Cube 360. I can save my template. If I want to give any description, I can do that, and I can click OK. Now next time when I started drawing in AutoCAD, for example, already you know what template I have created. So next time when I click on new, rather than choosing metric over here, I can choose this option called from or use a template, and I can choose my own template which I have created, and I can click OK. The benefit of using this template is you already know the layers are present. We already know the text style is present. We even know the dimension style is present. Okay, so all my dimensions, all my text are going to look correct. Okay, or will follow a particular standard. See, the dimension is following a proper standard. Along with that, you can see layout 1 is also present. Okay, so whenever you draw something over here, for example, I'll just move one of the drawing from here to this window. And to do that, again, I'll repeat the same thing. I'll select this. I'll say Control C, that is copy. I'll go to this drawing, Control V, paste. Okay, I'll go to layers and I'll change the dimension layer. Let's say this one to blue, because I know it's not going to come in the printout. I'm going to layout. Here I'll double click. I'll fit this to the screen, somewhat like this. And now if I take a printout, this is going to look much better. So I'll say continue with a single plot. Already things are defined. I just need to click OK and specify the location where I want to save it. So this is how the template will come. Okay, now I want you to comment in the comment section below why the table is not coming. Okay, in the print. In the next session, in the next video, I'll give you the solution for this. Okay, why the table is not coming, because this we have faced in the previous video. Okay, similar problem. So I want you to tell me in the comment section below why the table is not coming in the printout. Okay, now along with that, there will be an assignment for you, the final assignment. And in the final assignment, what you have to do is you have to create a template somewhat like this. So you have to create a file, okay, which will be a template in which you have to create a proper borders and everything. You have to write some text over here, and this is how your template should look like. Okay, I'm not worried with how exactly you need to perform your table and styling related part, or how you can do it. You can name your company as well over here, and then you have to take a printout using the template. Okay, now in the next session, the final session of AutoCAD, we will be completing this assignment. Okay, and I'll be guiding you through the process again of creating a template, especially this kind of an assignment. Okay, so I hope you understood everything properly, and I hope everything is clear. Have a great day. Hello guys, and welcome back. This is the last video of the video series which we are dedicatedly following, that is completing AutoCAD from the basics to the advanced part, so that you can go and work in the industry. So in this last video, this is not about training, this is not about teaching this particular video. This is all about completing the previous assignment, because here in the previous assignment I have asked you to create this kind of a title block or this kind of a template using which we can actually create final printouts and final designs for our drawing. So let's see how we can actually make one, and in this video I'll be explaining you how to make that particular template. So for that I need to start with a new drawing. Now, if you haven't watched the previous video in which I have already explained how to make a template itself, then you can go and watch the previous video and then you can come back to watch this video. Now, first of all, what I'm doing is here I'm creating a text style. Okay, so for text style, the command is st enter, and here I'm creating a new text style that will be only for the template. So I'll say sheet, the name of the style will be sheet, and then I'm choosing a font style here. I'm choosing apply and close. Now I'm going to the layout tab. Okay, I'm right clicking on the layout tab and going for page setup manager. Now here in page setup manager I'm clicking on modify, and here I'm choosing I want to have this layout to by default do this particular thing for me. So that is, it should convert it to a PDF, that is AutoCAD to high quality print, and then here I want it to have let's say ISO full bleed A4. That is the size I'm looking for. Okay, apart from that, it should be a landscape format printout, and it should also print the object line weight. It should not follow any plot style. Okay, so here I'll click OK. Here I'll click on close. Okay, now in the previous video I've already explained how to get the borders and all. Okay, for that again I'll explain. We need to delete the existing viewport. We need to press MV enter and select this option called fit to create a viewport fitting the paper size. Okay. Now it might be little different in your case, but always follow the viewport itself. Okay, if it is slightly smaller, slightly bigger, it will not be obviously bigger, but yeah, smaller than this, then follow the viewport size. Now because this is the viewport, not the object itself, we need to mark it using line. So I'm creating a line exactly at this corner. I'm pressing escape, then creating a line exactly at this corner, then again pressing escape. Now I'm deleting the viewport itself. Now once I have deleted my viewport, now I can use my rectangle command to create a rectangle like this. Okay, to create a rectangle like this. Now what I want is everything what I'm creating right now should be in a particular layer, which will be, let's say, a sheet layer. So for that what I'm doing is I'm going to layers and I'm creating a new layer called sheet template. Okay, and here I don't need to define any particular color or anything like that. I just need to activate this layer, sheet template layer. I need to make sure this object is also in the sheet template layer. By the way, if you haven't watched the video which is related to layers, you can also go ahead and watch that. This is all for the new users or new people who are watching this particular video. Now, after creating the rectangle, I can go to the offset command, and let's say I want to create an offset of 4. So here I'm entering the offset of 4. And I'm taking the offset inside. Okay, so this is how I'm offsetting this particular rectangle to create my border. Now I want some markings, some names on the border. So what I'm doing first of all is I'm creating a vertical line from this midpoint to that midpoint. So here I've created a vertical line from this midpoint to that midpoint. Same way, I'll again create one vertical line from, let's say, this midpoint to this midpoint. So I created two vertical lines here. Now the best part is anytime I don't want any of these, I can just simply hide my sheet template layer and automatically everything will be hidden. Now I'm using the copy command, CO enter. I'm selecting this first vertical line, enter. Then the base point can be anywhere. Now I'm activating ortho by pressing F8. And now I'm creating this copies here. So for example, here I'm creating a copy at a distance of 30, then 60, then 90, then let's say 120. This is the last one I want. Okay, same way, again I'm doing CO enter copy, selecting this smaller horizontal line, pressing enter, specifying the point and creating a copy, let's say at a distance of 30. I know there are easier options to do this, okay, but I'm using the more generic way. Okay, 60. Okay, so this is what copies I want over here. Now apart from the copies, apart from all this, I need to write some text here. Now, for writing the text, I'm first of all creating a line from this midpoint to this midpoint. Now for writing a text, I'm going for single line text command, that is by pressing DT enter. Okay, so by pressing DT enter, I can go for the single line text command. Now I can go to justification so that I can control the justification and I can choose the middle justification. Now, in order to understand this command properly, you can also go ahead and watch the video related to text. Okay, so here I'm selecting the middle justification and I'm specifying the middle justification over here. So that is this particular point. Now I want my text height to be 3. So here I'm entering the text height of 3. I want the angle of 0 and I want my text to write A. So here I am typing A and then pressing double enter to exit. Now I can delete this particular line which is connecting that. Okay, and I can repeat the same thing over here. So for example, here again I'm creating a line. Now here again I'm going for DT enter. Because the last time we used the middle justification, this is the middle justification currently active. Okay, so I just need to specify the point. Because we used the height of 3 last time, we can simply press enter to accept it. And again the angle of 0 last time, so we can press enter to accept it. And I can press 1 over here. So here I want my text to say 1. Okay, now what I can do is again I can delete this middle line which I have created to get the reference point. Now what I can do is I can use copy command to copy this alphabet A from this base point to this base point, again to this one, and finally to this one. Similarly, again I can use my copy command to copy this one over here from this bottom left base point to this one to this one. Now what I can do is I don't want all this in a very similar way. So I want 1, then here I want 2. So here I'm writing 2, and then here I want 3. So I'm writing 3. So how I did that? I just double clicked on the text. Okay, now before we write anything over here, I want to mirror everything. So I'm just selecting everything except this vertical line, because this vertical line will be the same, and I'm choosing mirror MI enter from this endpoint, and I can select the center over here, enter. Now after that I want A over here, then B. I'm just selecting by pressing by single clicking or by double clicking, D, E, F. To come out of edit mode, you can click in the blank area, G, then H, then I, J. So this is what I have written over here. Now what I can do next is I can select almost everything except for these 2 horizontal lines. Okay, so I'm not selecting the 2 horizontal lines. Again I'm using mirror to get this all on the other side, and here let's say I want to double click and type 4, then 5, and then 6 over here. So again I'll try to type because it was not entered. So 6 over here, again over here 4, 5, and 6. So this is how I can create my borders. Now once my borders are ready, I need a table here. Now to get the table, what I can do is either I can create a table, okay, which we have already done in a previous video. Okay, I will link that video in the description below, or else we can select the existing table what I have selected right now, and I can press Ctrl C, that is for copy. Then I can go to the current drawing in which I need the table. I can press Ctrl V, that is for paste, and I can place my table anywhere over here. Now as we can notice, the table is not following the font style. Now it is all because of, in this particular file, if I go to text style, the table is following a standard text style with the Arial format. Okay, but here in this case, in this diagram or in this particular area, the table, okay, itself is not following that particular text style. So I will go for ST enter, and here in the standard style I'll choose Arial. So I need to go all the way up. So here I can see Arial, I can select Arial, apply and close. Now you can see the text style has been followed perfectly. Now I can move my table from this corner to this corner. Okay, now once this is done, then I need to create a viewport so that I can see my drawing through this viewport. Now to do that, I'll go for MV enter. Now I can create a polygonal viewport, that is by clicking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and close. Okay, after that I can press enter. Now you can also create a viewport exactly from this corner points, but I'm just roughly creating it and then using the grips to get it to the corner points. So here I'm using the grips to get it to the corner points here. Okay, so I'm attaching the viewport to the corner points, and finally after attaching this, our process of creating the table is almost done. So I'll just attach this properly over here. Okay, so this is how we can actually create a title block or a sheet template. Now, once the sheet is created, I want to make it usable for all of my drawings in future. And to do so, I have to click on File or the application button of AutoCAD. I need to go to Save As, and here I can choose Drawing Template. Or if you go for normal save, okay, if you go for normal save, you can just change this to DWT, the file type to DWT, and then you can name it whatever you want. For example, I'm going to name it CAD Cube 360, and if you want to give any description, you can do that, and I can click OK. So here now it is saved in .dwt format. I want to rename this layout, so I can simply double click on the layout and I can type A4, okay, A4 CC 360. So this is a A4 sheet which is for CAD Cube 360, and again I can save the file just by pressing Ctrl S. Okay, now once the updates are saved, once everything is saved, what I can do is I can technically close this drawing. Okay, so let's say I don't want, yes, I want to save the drawing. Okay, I can close this drawing as well. Now I can open any of my previous drawing or any drawing which I even haven't created. Okay, so let's say for example I'm opening the practice drawing file itself. Now here I want that layout for printing. Okay, I want that layout for printing. What I can technically do is I can simply add a layout, okay, if I want to, okay, by pressing the plus button here. But this way of adding the layout will not bring me my actual layout. So whenever I want my layout from a template, I can right click on any existing layout and choose this option called From Template. Now once I choose this option From Template, it will give me the list of templates which I have already created. So I can select this template called CAD Cube 360. I can click on Open, and here it will ask me to choose the layout which you want to import. So I want to import the A4CC 360 layout, and here I can click OK. Now once I do that, I can go to the layout, I can double click inside the viewport and decide what need to be printed. So for example, I'm going for Z enter, O enter objects. So here this is the object I want to get it printed, and this is how I want to place it in the print. So this part is easily done. Okay, not only that, I don't want this yellow color over here, so I'll just change that yellow color to, let's say, blue, so it is more prominent, more highlighted. Okay, so this is all I have explained in the previous session itself. Okay, so this is how I want to take the printout of this geometry. So I can now press Ctrl P. I can say I want to continue plotting a single sheet. Okay, if you are getting the message, I can click OK. I can save it wherever I want to, and it will be plotted and it will be open in AutoCAD. Now in PDF. Now the problem here is, as you can notice, there are certain elements which are not visible. Like for example, here the table is not visible. Okay, and here the hatching is not visible. Now why is that? That question I have asked you already in the previous video. The answer is because they are all present in the def point layer. So if I select the table, you can see it is present in the def point layer. So I'll just move it to 0 layer. Similarly, if I select the hatch, okay, so if I go back to the model tab, and if I try to select the hatch, it is also present in the def point layer. So if I go to home tab, it is also present in the def point layer. So I'll move it to 0 layer. So it is always important that whenever you create a drawing, nothing should be there in the def point layer. If you have anything in the def point layer, it will not be visible, okay, in the printout, and there is no other way to make it. So here again I am doing the printout, and now in this case I am getting the hatches perfectly created. Also I am getting my title block perfectly created. Okay, not only that, if I want to update the values, I can also do that. For example, here in the title column, I want to write something after the title. Let's say this is drawing or drawing of component. So I can do that. Here I can say the drawing number. So drawing number is 01032. This is revision number or revision A. This is sheet number 1. Okay, the material is going to be, let's say, CS, carbon steel. The scale, okay, coming back to the topic of scale, this is something which is very important. Let's say I want to take the print in 1:2 scale. Okay, so I want to take the print in particular scale. So what I can do, I can select my viewport. Okay, it's very important to select the viewport, and here in the bottom right corner you can see the scale. Currently it is having 0.6. So I can change the scale to, let's say, 1:2, and now the scale is perfectly set to 1:2 if I don't zoom in or zoom out. Okay, so now the scale is perfectly set to 1:2. Similarly, if I click over here and choose 1:1, this will be now properly set to 1:1. So if your drawing is fitting with a proper scale of 1:1, you can also do that. And that way you can also take the print in a proper scale. Okay, so I hope you got the clear idea about how to take the print in AutoCAD and also how to create a template for yourself. Now, one more thing I want to note over here, I want you to note that is, if you're creating a new file and if you know that you are going to use this template, you can always start a new drawing from a template using this option, and you can choose your template itself. Now, by doing that, if you create anything in your model tab, it will be automatically visible in your layout. So you don't have to add the layout separately. Okay, so you can always do that. And obviously, you can save the drawing with a new name anywhere you want to, and it will not disturb your original layout. Okay, so thank you everyone for watching. I hope you are understanding the videos quite well. I hope you are getting it perfectly. And I hope you have followed the entire video series in which we have learned how to use AutoCAD for industry standards. Now I'll be creating some videos in Hindi as well. Okay, especially the one which we are seeing right now or watching right now. This video will also be created in Hindi separately so that you can understand this in more detail. Okay, so thank you everyone for watching. Have a great day.